Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. It turned out that there were cities on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree too. However, this city was completely different from the kind of city Han Fei was familiar with. It was more like a primitive village than a city. Even the venerable Wu Shui had only built a yard on a tree without setting up any arrays. However, it made sense. No one would be stupid enough to use their perception to see the home of a venerable. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would risk being slapped to death. Wu Shui brought a group of people directly to their courtyard. Along the way, they walked through teleportation arrays. Han Fei's only feeling was that it was really troublesome to walk on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. There were teleportation arrays everywhere, and one could easily get the wrong path. If he took the wrong path and didn't know that he was on the wrong path, he might be in danger of getting lost. In the venerable's yard, there was a grill and a big pot cooking. The enticing aroma made everyone subconsciously swallow. Jinger was eating a garlic prawn and looking at Han Fei curiously. Why are the ingredients you use so cheap, but so delicious? Han Fei said with a smile, everything in the world has its own uniqueness. As long as we see the nature of things through phenomena, we can discover what's behind them. Wu Shui's eyelids twitched, and she held a roasted clam meat in her hand. Hearing Han Fei's words, she was a little surprised. What he said seemed to make sense. Someone said, Han Fei, what pot is this? Are you done? Han Fei said, please wait a moment. There are still some supplementary materials left. Wu Shui said helplessly, it's just a meal. You've already added more than 20 materials. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. This is just like cultivating combat skills. There are many technical considerations. The same is true for cooking. At different times, the amount of fire used, the seasonings used, the amount of water used, and the taste produced are all different. Jinger nodded quickly and secretly grabbed a skewer of grilled squid from the grill. A moment later, when the hot pot was ready, the aroma of food spread in all directions. However, with a thought from Wu Shui, the entire yard was sealed, and the intense fragrance couldn't spread out at all. For the first time, Han Fei discovered that venerables could be like this. It was just a hot pot and barbecue. Jinger didn't care about her image at all. Han Fei thought to himself, aren't venerables supposed to enter the Tao? Why do people who can enter the Tao act like idiots? As for Wu Shui and the peak-level explorers, although they were also amazed, they only praised him once from the beginning to the end. Then, although the hot pot was very delicious, they still ate it in small mouthfuls. Han Fei smiled in his heart. Food could bring people closer. This method seemed simple, but was extremely practical. In a sense, the more delicious the food was, the more the other party would think that you had paid a huge price. To put it bluntly, it should be easy to exchange a meal for a combat skill here. However, Han Fei was not short of combat skills. As a newcomer, he just needed to feed them. They would be touched more or less. If he kept feeding them, the more he ate, the better it would be for him. Halfway through the hot pot, Wu Shui suddenly stopped eating. After all, it's nothing but food. It's very easy to hinder cultivation. Jinger, don't come so frequently in future. Why? Jinger, whose mouth was full of food, suddenly widened her eyes, thinking, why would it hinder cultivation? Wu Shui glanced at Han Fei and said, since your purpose here is to Transcend the tribulation, don't hang around in the city every day. I'll get someone to take you around and take you to the battlefields. Your strength has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, so you should be making a breakthrough soon. Don't delay. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. It didn't matter. However, Venerable Shui's restraint was quite strong. She actually managed to hold herself back the first time she ate hot pot. Back in the Scattered Stars prison, even old Han couldn't hold himself back. And asked him to cook for him every day. Jinger suddenly said, I can show him around. Wushang Shui glared at Jinger. Don't even think about it. Be careful of the Queen catching you back. Jinger snorted and secretly transmitted a message to Han Fei, remember to make more noise. I'll help you. Han Fei sweated. Are you here to help me? You're here purely for dinner. However, the method worked again. Jinger was a venerable after all. If she had the help of a venerable, the trip to Waterwood World would be smooth. There shouldn't be any problems. After dinner, Jinger still wanted to eat more barbecue. However, suddenly, a pink flower bloomed in front of her. When the people saw this flower, Wushang Shui gave her a gloating look, and the others looked as if they were trying to hold back their laughter. Jinger bowed to the little flower pitifully. My queen, I'm going back now. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Oh, it's Queen Life? Han Fei wondered if he should bribe Queen Life with food when he had time. He should definitely get some high-level ingredients. The combat level in the Waterwood world was even higher than that in the Inyang world. It probably didn't lack legendary creatures here. Before Jinger left, she glanced at Han Fei. Remember to call me when you're transcending the tribulation. Han Fei smiled. Sure. As soon as Jinger left, Wushang Shui immediately said, let's disperse. Yu Chen, go find someone to familiarize Han Fei with the Waterwood world, and then go to the Fearless Barrier yourself. Yu Chen smiled helplessly. Okay, Han Fei, come with me. When the others left and only Han Fei and Yu Chen were left, the latter smiled. Han Fei, are there still beasts in the Inyang world? Han Fei thought to himself, so she is still thinking about that. He immediately said, it's difficult to find a beast. I only obtained some inheritance in an ancient secret realm. Yu Chen hummed and suddenly changed the topic. Well, do you want to make your face look better? Han Fei? Yu Chen thought to himself, in terms of potential, I am not as good as you. But you are too ugly. It's really eye-hurting for you to hang around here. Han Fei shook his head. Actually, people in the Inyang world think I'm quite handsome. Yu Chen froze and smiled awkwardly. Oh? Really? I didn't expect it. After a few steps, he heard Yu Chen suddenly shout in a low voice, Xiaoman. Come here. Yu Chen was a half-venerable, so he certainly wouldn't go easily to the towns with a large population. He simply scanned with his perception and found that there were only a few heavenly talents in the city who hadn't entered a state of cultivation, so he called the strongest one over. Swish swish swish. Han Fei saw a vigorous woman in a green fashionable battle suit shuttling among the branches. Beside her, an eagle-winged longbow followed, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Women were the most appreciated creatures. Their flexibility and perfect curves, coupled with their good looks, were really worthy of appreciation. However, Han Fei, who had seen too many beauties, was not interested in this at all. He looked calm. Compared to Queen Life, Jing'er, and Wushang Shui, this girl seemed a little immature. The girl's face was exquisite. She had some baby fat, but she kept a straight face as if she wanted to look colder, but her cute face couldn't support her cold temperament. When the woman landed in front of Han Fei and Yu Chen, she first bowed. "Nice to meet you, Master Chen." Then, the woman frowned and looked at Han Fei as if thinking, why does this person look like this? Has he never received the grace of Queen Life? However, she was immediately shocked. She stared at the token on Han Fei's waist and took a deep breath. Messenger Jing's venerable token? Yu Chen said indifferently, "This is an honorable guest from the Yinyang world, Han Fei. It can be said that he is the strongest heavenly talent among his peers in the Yinyang world. I am no match for him in the same realm or even above. From now on, Han Fei will stay in the Waterwood world for 3 years, in our Flying Feather division. Han Fei is here to transcend the tribulation. Before that, you can follow him. By the way, introduce the terrain and battlefield of the Waterwood world to him and show him around. Yinyang world, the strongest heavenly talent?" The woman took a deep breath. An existence that even Master Chen didn't think he could defeat? Was he really so strong? "Yes, Master Chen." Yu Chen patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "Shu Xiaoman is a heavenly talent of the Flying Feather division and is very familiar with the battlefields. She can tell you in detail later. Thanks to you, I have to go to the Fearless barrier. I hope you haven't left when I come back." Shu Xiaoman asked in surprise, "The Fearless barrier?" Yu Chen smiled. "If you lose the fight, you'll be punished." Shu Xiaoman couldn't help looking at Han Fei, who was smiling. Is this person really so strong? Han Fei grinned. "Maybe we'll meet again someday." Yu Chen nodded slightly, tore a void rift with a finger, and stepped in, leaving Shu Xiaoman and Han Fei behind. Han Fei smiled. "Hello." Shu Xiaoman narrowed his eyes. "Did you really beat Master Chen?" Han Fei smiled. "I used a secret method." Shu Xiaoman was finally relieved, but her eyes were provocative. "Sir, can I have a fight with you?" Han Fei was a little surprised. This girl was obviously unconvinced. Han Fei shrugged. "How?" Shu Xiaoman said, "To the Grand Void Illusionary Realm. In the Waterwood world, no matter what the reason is, even if there is a conflict, it will be resolved in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm. On the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, fierce battles are not allowed. This can easily damage the leaves of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." Han Fei said, "If it's just a spar, it should be soon." Shu Xiaoman, "We can't destroy the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, not even the leaves." Han Fei chuckled. "If there's any damage, consider it my loss." Shu Xiaoman's eyes were filled with anger. This person was too arrogant. Although you have got the venerable token, you are only a peak-level law enforcer. I'm also a peak-level law enforcer. Why should I surrender to you? Just because of Master Chen's casual words, I have to follow you? What if I have to follow you for 3 years? Shu Xiaoman was immediately angry. Remember what you said. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Little Shu was very unhappy with Han Fei's contempt. She flipped over and jumped away. In midair, an arrow turned into a rain of arrows, with 100 streaks of light. Han Fei smiled. When he was fighting with Yu Chen, he could lock on to his enemy with a targeting technique. It was meaningless to rely on speed, but you were different. Swish swish swish. Han Fei turned into a phantom and picked the arrows with his bare hands. In an instant, all the arrows shattered. At the moment they exploded, the energy was swallowed by Han Fei before it could escape. Buzz. Han Fei disappeared from the spot and appeared beside her before Xu Xiaoman could react. When fighting separately, the power is not enough. Xu Xiaoman was shocked. She turned her body and a blade-like leaf appeared, protecting her body. However, at the next moment, she was stunned. Han Fei twisted his body and appeared in the storm of algae, still standing beside her. Besides, in order to prevent him from destroying the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a defensive array appeared at some point. Her blow failed to break the array. Xu Xiaoman still wanted to use other combat skills, but with a snap of her fingers, countless chains appeared in the void and instantly locked down her range of movement. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiaomang wanted to use the death substitution art to escape. However, as soon as she moved away, a circle of void chains wrapped her again. This time, it directly clasped her, giving her no chance to resist. While Xu Xiaoman was still shocked, Han Fei retracted the void chains and said with a casual smile, "Thank you for letting me win, Xu Xiaoman." It was the first time that Xu Xiaomang saw such a way of fighting. Receiving arrows with his bare hands, swallowing energy, instantly condensing arrays, twisting space, and the speed so fast that no one could react in time. How could there be such a person in this world? Although Xu Xiaoman didn't think she was the strongest among her peers, she was confident that she wasn't weak at all when she used her full strength, or, to be exact, she was very strong. However, when facing Han Fei, she discovered, to her shock, that she didn't even have a chance to exert strength. How could she fight in that case? Xu Xiaomang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I've lost." Han Fei smiled. "Your reaction speed is already very fast, and your combat awareness is not bad. But if there's a chance, you can increase your strength." Little Xu pursed her lips helplessly. "You are strong, so I'll listen to you." Xu Xiaoman didn't think it was a big deal. Even Lord Yuchen had lost. Wasn't it normal for her to lose? She said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Flying Feather Division first. However, I guess many people are curious. Does everyone in Yinyang World look like you?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He said with a black face, "You are discriminating against us. Let me tell you, in our Yinyang world, I'm one of the good-looking ones." Xu Xiaoman. Xu Xiaomang tilted her head and said, "Okay. Our Flying Feather Command is on the west side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, close to the ice domain. The city is about 50,000 kilometers in radius, but the residents live relatively scattered. And there are still 8 large units like our Flying Feather Division on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. These are all the humans in our water wood world, with a population of billions." Han Fei immediately understood. That was right. It was impossible for there to be 72 venerables and only one human venerable. It seemed that humans were divided into 9 units. In this case, there should be 9 human venerables. However, Xu Xiaomang said, when Master Yuchen becomes a venerable human, beings can have one more division. By then, there will be 10 units. Han Fei said in surprise, "Every additional venerable can create a division?" Xu Xiaoman nodded. "Of course. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree is very big. Even if We humans have 10 divisions, we won't occupy a great space. Han Fei wondered, aren't there other races here? Xu Xiaomang said solemnly, there are the Sky Clan, the Demon Plant race, and the Insect race. But they don't actually occupy a lot of space. For example, the Sky Clan likes to live outside the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The Insect race lives in the tree holes of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in groups. The Demon plants usually live at the bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Generally, except for powerful demon plants, ordinary demon plants won't fight. Well, tree demons are an exception. Overall, they are scattered. Han Fei asked in surprise, what if a war breaks out? How can you quickly gather all the major races? Xu Xiaomang looked at Han Fei as if she were looking at a fool. The Venerables can gather everyone via voice transmission. As long as the Venerable gives the order, we only need to gather in a specific location. Because the creatures of the various races live too scattered, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree has many teleportation arrays, which is to facilitate the gathering of people quickly. Han Fei nodded. In conclusion, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was very large and more than enough to accommodate the various races here. Because they lived very far away from each other, they needed all these teleportation arrays. As they talked, Han Fei and Xu Xiaomang had already come to the human settlement. After walking out of the teleportation array, Han Fei immediately saw a large area that looked like a market. All kinds of shops scattered in a mess. Some were hung on trees, some fell on trunks, and some were in a circle. Buzz buzz buzz. Han Fei saw teleportation arrays everywhere on the tree trunks behind him. From time to time, someone appeared from the arrays. The bustling crowd was endless among the shops. In addition to humans, there were also tree demons. All kinds of things were being sold. Someone shouted, "Do you want the ice silk that I just got from the ice domain? If you want to change your bowstring, hurry up." Someone sat in front of the stall on the ground. "I've just cast a divine feather bow. I want to exchange it for the black dragon bone and dragon tendon." A large spider web hung in the air. On the spider web, various spiritual fruits and crystals were hanging, and a big spider was looking at the crowd. The big spider said, "Don't miss it. These are all good spiritual fruits." A big beetle with a huge horn was carrying an identical beetle, shouting, "Junior Law Enforcer level insect molting. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 10 years. Immediately, someone ran over. "I want it." "What do you want?" The big beetle hummed and said, "I want the black tortoise wondrous stone, dragon essence grass, and purple pole fruit." The person who asked smiled bitterly. "I don't have dragon essence grass, but I do have the black tortoise wondrous stone and purple pole fruit." The big beetle's eyes lit up. "Fire element grass will also do." The man was delighted. "I have this." Han Fei looked at this scene blankly, feeling a little incredulous. This was like a human going to an alien society, where creatures of different races lived together in harmony. Xu Xiaoman said proudly, "Such a large market is only available to human beings. Therefore, countless creatures gather here every day just for shopping." In addition to this large market, there were also various kinds of gossip here. A little treeman said, "Have you heard? Someone from the Inyang world has come. He is extremely powerful and even defeated the human half-venerable Master Yu Chen. Are you bragging? How can anyone come from the Inyang world?" "That's right. Even if someone comes, how can he defeat Lord Iyuchen? Lord Iyuchen is going to be a venerable soon. The branch of the little treeman trembled. I saw it with my own eyes. That person is very ugly. Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. No, we are just from different worlds. Is it necessary? Han Fei turned his head, only to see that Xu Xiaomong was trying to hold back her laughter, her face red. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei coughed and secretly used the power of beast roars. Instantly, many people looked at Han Fei. Wow. Is there really someone? From the Yinyang world? Isn't that Lord Xiaoman? Why is she with the guy from Yinyang world? Shu, did he really defeat Lord Iyuchen? A human being was stunned. So, this is how the people of the Yinyang world look? A bird circled his head. I think he looks fine. Don't all humans look like this? Hearing someone talking about his appearance, Han Fei immediately said, all men in our Yinyang world look like this. This is called masculinity. In our Yinyang world, there is a story. In ancient legends, there was a peerless powerhouse of the human race called the divine emperor Pengu. The breath he breathed out became the wind and the floating clouds in the four seasons. The sound he made became rumbling thunder, his left eye became the sun shining on the earth, his right eye turned into the moon, his torso became the mountains and rivers, his blood became rivers and seas, his hair became lush flowers and trees, and his sweat became raindrops that moistened everything. This is not the key. The key is that he looks similar to me. Pft. Cough, cough. Bang. In the heavenly palace, the water bottle in the hand of Queen Life fell to the ground. The grilled squid that Jinger had just brought to the heavenly palace was spewed out of her mouth. Wushang Shui was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. She stumbled and the spiritual energy in her body was messed up, almost blowing up the courtyard. Xu Xiaoman looked at Han Fei in shock. Can humans be so shameless? The little tree man waved its branches. Wow, that divine Emperor Pengu is so powerful. A single-horned sky bull's tentacle whipped him. Don't listen to him. A strong master like him must have big horns. Only the insect race can be so excellent. In an instant, a large group of people, tree men, insects, and birds looked over. Someone said, "Can I fight him?" A girl asked, "I know he's bragging, but what's his name?" It's the first time I've seen such a person. A big bird exclaimed, "Look, he has a venerable token." Ah. It's really a venerable token. Where did he get it? Xu Xiaomong said to Han Fei, because you may have to live here for the next 3 years. So, you'll have to meet the various races sooner or later. Why? Don't you introduce yourself to them today? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Was he being watched like a monkey? Han Fei thought to himself, there are billions of creatures in all these races. If I socialize with them every day, I won't have to do anything. Immediately, Han Fei said, no rush. It's fine as long as they know that I'm here. Xu Xiaoman nodded. Okay. Then, she said to everyone, Han Fei has a lot of things to do in the Waterwood world, so he doesn't have much time to talk to you all. You can do whatever you want. We're leaving. Wait a moment, I want to fight him. Someone was inviting a battle, but Xu Xiaoyu tilted her head. Go away. Come to Han Fei when you can beat me. As they talked, Xu Xiaomang beckoned Han Fei to enter a teleportation array. After passing through several teleportation arrays in a row, Han Fei found that the surrounding branches were getting thinner and thinner. They must be walking towards the periphery of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At this moment, the two of them were standing on a huge branch that was empty. Xu Xiaoman, there have always been legends about the Yin-Yang world in the Waterwood world. Therefore, when they know that you are from the Yin-Yang world, they will be curious. You don't have to worry about it. But Master Chen said that you are here to transcend the tribulation. Is it urgent? Han Fei thought for a moment. The tribulation wasn't to deduce void fishing, so there shouldn't be much noise. Han Fei thought for a moment. I can do it any time. Xu Xiaoman was taken aback. Ah. You can transcend the tribulation now? Have you prepared everything? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. During the 4 years in the Wind Rain Village, Han Fei had already adapted to his own strength. Although he hadn't cultivated for 4 years, his level 9 spiritual heritage could naturally absorb spiritual energy and energy, which couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Han Fei's transitions to the peak of the law enforcer realm were very smooth. As for what he prepared, Han Fei knew that transcending the tribulation was not something extremely difficult to handle. He actually wasn't quite scared of the power of the tribulation. Han Fei walked the path of invincibility. What Shiman Linglan said before was right. Even heavenly tribulation was an enemy. Besides, Han Fei planned to make use of the power of this tribulation to break through to the 4th level of the indestructible body. Xu Xiaoman pondered for a moment and said, in our Waterwood world, we can't transcend the tribulation on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, so every tribulation here basically represents a battle. If you transcend the tribulation, I need to find some strong masters to protect you. I can't protect you. Han Fei said bluntly, well, Jinger may come. Jinger? Xu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Han Fei in shock. You mean Messenger Jing? Xu Xiaoman was shocked. Venerable Jinger was the most special venerable in the Waterwood world and was the Queen's personal maidservant. If Venerable Jinger personally protected him, wouldn't it mean that even the Queen would pay attention to Han Fei's tribulation? Han Fei nodded slightly. If the battle on the Waterwood world side was fierce, the sea demons definitely wouldn't sit idle. After all, every tribulation meant that the Waterwood world had another explorer. Although explorers couldn't compare to venerables, they weren't as common as cabbages. There wouldn't be people transcending tribulations every day. Even if there were billions of people, how many explorers could there be? Even if the Waterwood world was much stronger, how many people could transcend tribulations in a year? Based on Han Fei's experience in the City of Justice, it was already impressive that 3 or 5 people transcended the tribulation in a year. And that was when resources were crazily supplied. Normally speaking, there were 1 or 2 people transcending tribulations a year, which showed that this city had a deep heritage. Xu Xiaomang said with a complicated expression, then I'm afraid you'll have to wait even longer. I originally thought that if you want to transcend the tribulation, you should choose the ice domain, because it's relatively safe there. But if Messenger Jing takes action personally, you might have to consider your transcending place again. Han Fei? Xu Xiaomang said, you don't know. Although there have been constant battles Between the Waterwood world and the two big royal cities, every time someone transcends a tribulation, the battle of a tribulation is secondary. Do you know that after becoming an explorer, you need to seek the Great Tao? Han Fei nodded. Of course. Explorers sought the Great Tao, while becoming a venerable represented the confirmation of the Great Tao. As for the venerable realm, the water immortal had once told him that it was a process of continuous repair of the confirmed Great Tao. Only when one confirmed that his Great Tao was flawless would he become a king. The Great Tao was different from the law enforcement path. That was a goal to fight for all his life. Once he confirmed it, it would depend on how far he could go on this Tao. Xu Xiaomong said, if you're looking for the Great Tao, you can't make it incomplete. It's best if you get rid of all distractions before the tribulation, severing many mortal causes, etc. Han Fei nodded again. The reason why Patriarch Thug turned Lin Miao Miao into an undead creature was probably to mend the knot in his heart and help him resolve this kind of obstacle. Otherwise, why would a venerable care about the life of an ordinary great fishing master? Xu Xiaomong continued, however, here comes another problem. The Sea clan has billions of creatures, which are much more than the creatures of the other races in the Waterwood world. Therefore, every time someone from the Waterwood world transcends a tribulation, the Sea clan will send many sea demons to transcend the tribulation together and then provoke us. Under such circumstances, if you don't fight because you need to consolidate your cultivation, then, watching countless creatures die because of your tribulation, this will become a big knot in your heart. Therefore, whenever someone transcends the tribulation in the Waterwood world, there is basically a war. Many people die in these tribulation battles. No one who survived is weak. The Sea clan also planted a knot in the hearts of our explorers in this way. Han Fei asked in surprise, really? Xu Xiaomong nodded. Of course. On the path of cultivation, there are thousands of disasters. What you pursue is the more perfect self and the ultimately pure Great Tao. The Sea clan certainly won't ignore the tribulations of our human race and other races. Although you can also transcend the tribulations in the ice domain, those who usually choose to transcend the tribulations in the ice domain aren't too strong. The Sea clan might not care too much, but they will also pay attention to it. But you are so strong that even Lord Yu Chen is no match for you. You shouldn't transcend the tribulations in the ice domain. Han Fei seemed to understand something. No wonder no one had asked him when and where he would transcend the tribulation. This was F*** king for him to choose. As a member of the Yinyang world, he was a guest here. If he were to transcend the tribulation in the ice domain, he would definitely be despised. And if he transcended the tribulation elsewhere, he might be able to counter the Sea clan, which would be meaningful. Han Fei nodded and said casually, got it. In that case, let's not be hasty. How difficult are the battlefields in the Waterwood world? Only then did Xu Xiaomong calm down. She stroked her hair and replied solemnly, there are 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world. There is the Cave Sea in the south, which is the most convenient place for the daily trial of the various races. It's the easiest battlefield. There is the ice domain in the north, which is not only used as a trial ground, but also where strong masters fight and die. Ice walls are erected in the ice domain, where guardian battles often break out, ranking 3rd. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It didn't sound simple. A wall guarding one side. Must have been hit a lot. Xu Xiaomong continued, the most heated battle is the fiery sea in the west. Although the sea clan is in the sea, there are also creatures who can cultivate in places of extreme coldness and extreme heat. There is a saying that they are as irritable as fire, so the battles in the fiery sea are the most heated and fierce. But in terms of fighting, the most difficult battlefield is the dark war port in the east. There are venerables guarding there all year round, at least 5 of them. From time to time, there will be venerables coming there to patrol. When the battle is fiercest, almost every 100 years, there will be a venerable dead. Up to today in the Waterwood world, it is said that as many as 100 venerables have died in the dark war ports, while less than 10 people died on the other battlefields. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. 100 dead venerables? Han Fei wondered how many venerables there were in the Thousand-Star City. Sure enough, having a king and not having one were completely different. From the looks of it, didn't it mean that he had to thank the heavenly Tao Dharma I for watching the Yinyang world? Otherwise, if the Yinyang world could have a king, it might be a different outcome. Han Fei couldn't help asking, where did Yu Chen make the breakthrough? Xu Xiaomong frowned slightly, a little unhappy that Han Fei directly called Master Chen's name. However, thinking that Han Fei was also a strong master, she replied, the Dark War Port. It said that he killed 3 explorers of the other party in the battle back then. Han Fei didn't give an answer immediately. He knew that his heavenly tribulation probably wouldn't be weak. As for where to transcend the tribulation, it depended on the situation. He couldn't just listen to what Xu Xiaoman said. He had to go there and take a look. Han Fei couldn't help but say, let's go to the ice domain first. Then, go to the fiery sea, and finally go to the dark war port. What do you think? Okay. Although she really wanted to see Han Fei kill countless sea demons after the tribulation, the dark war port was indeed very dangerous. Han Fei was a guest, and his identity shouldn't be simple. Messenger Jing had even given him her venerable token. Unlike Xu Xiaomong, Han Fei instantly understood why Queen Life asked Jinger to give him the venerable token. Was there anything easier to attract the Sea Clan's attention than this thing? Once he put on the venerable token, everyone in the Sea Clan would look at him. He didn't know if Queen Life was testing him or if she wanted to see his abilities. Xu Xiaoman, shall we go to the ice domain now? Han Fei said, my time is limited. I only have 3 years. Let's go now. Little Xu was taken aback for a moment. What can you do in merely 3 years? As far as she knew, it was already fast enough if one could become an explorer. In 3 years. If he could even have the time to stabilize his base after the breakthrough, it would be the limit. However, although it was extremely dangerous to break through to become an explorer in the Waterwood world, as long as he didn't die, he would be rescued no matter what. After all, the Queen would give him a drop of life. Spring water. However, since Han Fei wanted to go, just let him go. After a while, Han Fei followed Xu Xiaoman and took a few teleportation arrays. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, well, Xiaoman, can I ask if there is a map of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? I feel that I'm going to get lost. Xu Xiaoman exclaimed, oh, I almost forgot that the main routes of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all have route maps. I forgot to give them to you. Immediately, she took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei looked at it with his perception and was stunned. There must be Hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays. Xu Xiaomeng said, this is the main route map, which is available to all races. However, there are always some people who don't like living in groups. Therefore, the teleportation arrays they established aren't listed on the map. Han Fei searched for a long time. Then where are we now? Xu Xiaomeng pointed at the two string of numbers above the teleportation array and said, we are now in the 396th teleportation array, 1,500 miles high. In the north, which can lead to the 1123th teleportation array, 800 miles high in the north. Han Fei was stunned and thought to himself, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a representation of longitude and longitude. Han Fei glanced at the map and found that he would be able to leave the cloud sea divine tree after another 6 teleportation arrays. Immediately, Han Fei sighed. This must be difficult for you. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After only 3 teleportation arrays, Han Fei had already found people coming and going. At first, it wasn't much. However, the more outward the teleportation array he took, the more people he encountered. These people. Well, most of these people or creatures were hidden fissures. Few hanging fissures appeared, and the frequency of law enforcers appearing wasn't very high. Walking down this main road, Han Fei discovered that in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, various races were living together. There were all kinds of creatures here, especially the insect race. Some of them looked exactly the same, so it was difficult to distinguish them. For example, spiders were insects, so were centipedes, golden turtle beetles, and the big worms. Of course, for some reason, there were mostly golden turtle beetles in this place, which were of all shapes and sizes, except that pure gold bugs were very rare. There were also those big worms, with all kinds of weird horns on their heads. The horns on the heads of these big worms were in the shape of spears, pincers, shovels, blades, and half-moon. Han Fei was almost dazzled. Every human, bird, insect, or tree demon would look at Han Fei in shock when they saw him. Then, they would look at the venerable token on his waist. Han Fei was speechless, and said with a black face, I was forced. Xu Xiaoman? Then she saw Han Fei's face begin to change. In the next moment, Zhang Xuanyu's handsome face appeared on Han Fei's face. No. After seeing Han Fei's new face, Xu Xiaomeng was surprised. Although you're a bit different from the human beings of our Waterwood world, this face looks good. So, which of your faces is real? I knew it, human beings can't be so ugly. Seeing that Han Fei was about to go on a rampage, Xu Xiaomeng realized something and shut up. Han Fei snorted and thought to himself, fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu didn't come to the Waterwood world. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Wushang Shui in less than 3 days. After all, the people from the Waterwood world were too good-looking. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Xu Xiaoman couldn't help but say apologetically, well, actually your previous face is good too. It's quite fierce. Well, yes, very fierce. Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you don't know how to compliment others, just shut up. Han Fei said solemnly, you will find out how popular a man like me is in the Yinyang world. Forget it, you won't understand. I used this face just to avoid trouble and to avoid wasting my time. Buzz. When Han Fei walked out of the last teleportation array, he found that the surrounding temperature had plummeted. What he saw was a white glacier, on which there were a large number of ice jars. Han Fei gasped. Bone jar plane? Shu Xiaoman nodded. Because there is no land on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Within the range of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree's roots, it becomes the bone jar plane. Of course, some people only have a sign and then hang it somewhere on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei couldn't help being a little moved. This bone jar was vast and there was no end to it. He didn't know how many there were. It seemed that too many creatures had died in battle. Shu Xiaoman said, actually, it's just a memento. There's only a sign in this bone jar. Sometimes, when the ice jar is broken, it means that this person has obtained the final resting place. Then, new bone jars will be placed on it. This process repeats over and over again. Han Fei nodded slightly. Where is the battlefield? Do we still need a teleportation array? Shu Xiaoman shook her head. In the bone jar plane, there are no teleportation arrays. People all fly over to admire the brave heroes who sacrificed themselves. We can fly directly from here. With that said, Shu Xiaomang was about to take Han Fei to fly to the bone jar icefield, but when he turned his head, he found that Han Fei didn't move. Not only did he not move, but Han Fei also took out a boat. Shu Xiaoman was surprised and looked at the strangely gorgeous wind god boat. Is this a boat? Han Fei patted the boat and said, come up. Don't you have any boats in the Waterwood world? Little Tree was a little puzzled. Yes. But we don't usually use boats, nor have we seen such a boat. And how can a boat sail on the ice? Buzz. The wind god boat floated in the air and flew across the sky. Little Tree immediately exclaimed, ah. Boat, how can a boat fly? Han Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. Doesn't the Waterwood world have a floating stone? Although the Heavenly Palace is supported by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, does the Heavenly Palace not need a floating stone? Or is the Inyang world the only special one? Han Fei said, this is a fishing boat unique to the Inyang world that can fly. My boat is quite ordinary. It can only fly for more than 60,000 kilometers a day. After taking out the wind god boat, Han Fei wondered if the wind god boat should be upgraded. With his current array skills, he could easily make the wind god boat's speed reach 80,000 kilometers. If he upgraded the materials and refined the wind god boat into a semi-divine weapon, it shouldn't be a problem to double the speed. Of course, this didn't seem to make any sense. Even if the wind god boat's speed doubled, it was actually not as fast as his flying speed. Besides, he had to refine it into a divine weapon first. After flying hundreds of kilometers, Han Fei looked back at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At that time, he was deeply shocked. Because up to now, he still couldn't see the top or bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. As the wind god boat rushed forward, one perception after another swept over. There were even law enforcers chasing along, curious about what this thing was. However, when someone saw the venerable token on Han Fei, they immediately shouted in shock, "Venerable token? Sorry for offending you, master." A large swarm of big-winged flying insects chased after the wind god boat and exclaimed, Did human beings invent a new divine weapon? It looks like a ship. This ship looks so weird. Why can a ship fly? The swarm of insects rambled on for a long time, and there were even two ladybugs that landed on the wind god boat, not paying much attention to Han Fei's venerable token. Once there was one, there was another. At first, there were 2 ladybugs, then a red-winged demon worm, and then a purple white-haired sparrow. Han Fei said, "Hey, hey, hey. Everyone, stop standing on my ship. If you continue to do so, the ship will collapse under your weight." The big beetle asked, "Human, you look a bit strange." The bug couldn't tell what was strange about him, but this guy felt a little different. However, in their eyes, humans all looked the same. But the bird said, "That's not right. When I came, I heard that someone came from the yin-yang world. However, everyone says the person is powerful, but a little ugly." Han Fei's face turned black. Shu Xiaoman was still trying to hold back her laughter. Han Fei immediately shouted in a low voice, "Hey, I'm in a hurry. Take your time chatting." Then, with a swish, the wind god boat disappeared. Shu Xiaoman was about to say something, when Han Fei stopped her. With a swish, the 2 of them disappeared. Shu Xiaoman had never seen the heavenly void divine movement before. She exclaimed, "So fast. It's at least the speed of an intermediate explorer." Han Fei said, "Is the insect race all talkative?" Shu Xiaoman nodded. "In a sense, a little bit. The Sky Clan is much better. Usually cold and restrained." As they spoke, the 2 had already passed the bone jar ice plain. At this moment, Han Fei found that on the ice, a large number of humans, insects, tree demons, and giant beak big birds were fighting. Shu Xiaomang said, "After crossing the bone jar ice plains, it's the land of the cold winter. This is just an ordinary battlefield, where there are mostly hanging fissures and hidden fissures. When you become a law enforcer, it's usually in the depths of the land of the cold winter." Han Fei saw that the giant beak rolled its beak on the ice and immediately dug out a hole. Then, a little tree man dug out the thick ice. Then, a mess of creatures emerged from the holes. There were sea demon plants, sea worms, crabs, and weird fish in the shape of snowballs. Although they knew that someone was passing by in the sky, they were already used to it and didn't take any precautions. They just thought that an explorer was passing by. Half an hour later, Han Fei saw a huge wall of ice and snow far away. He knew that this was the Ice City wall that Shu Xiaoman mentioned. In his perception, there were large and small battles happening outside the city wall. However, the intensity wasn't high. Most of the battles were between law enforcers, and there were no explorers. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is that all you've got?" Shu Xiaoman, "You can't expect there to be battles every day. Otherwise, the Waterwood world would have long been wiped out in the war. The strong need time to develop. This is just the 2 parties training. Occasionally, there will be a big battle, which is to consume the strength of our Waterwood world. They intend to slowly devour our strength in this way." Shwa. Shwa. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman landed on the city wall, they saw the city wall was thousands of meters thick and looked like a super huge block of ice. On the outside of the city wall, dense arrays were engraved. It could be seen how much effort the Waterwood World Powerhouse had put into this ice wall. At this moment, many law enforcers were walking on the city wall. There were also creatures from various races setting up booths here, but there were not many booths. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman arrived, many people scanned them with their perceptions. However, although Shu Xiaomang was a heavenly talent, there were many creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It was impossible for everyone to know her, so no one cared about them. In short, the ice domain, in a sense, was a training ground. Under normal circumstances, few people died here. Shu Xiaomang pointed outside the ice and snow city wall and said, some people will cross the ice and snow city wall and enter the deep sea. To see a real battle of the strong, you can only see it outside. Many special resources can only be obtained in the outer sea. Han Fei smiled. Do you dare to go there? Shu Xiaoman was briefly stunned. Within 100,000 kilometers. Anything beyond this range is unpredictable. Han Fei thought for a moment. Why don't you wait for me here while I go out? Shu Xiaoman asked in surprise, are you in such a hurry? Why don't you feel the battle on the ice wall first? Looking at the battle in the distance, Han Fei shook his head slightly. Too weak. It's meaningless. Seeing Han Fei licking his lips, for some reason, Shu Xiaoman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does this guy want to do? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Different from the people on the Waterwood World side, Han Fei had felt that something was wrong when he heard about the 4 realms of the Waterwood World. In the Inyang world, humans were actually the ones who took the initiative. They were usually tough. For example, when he was on the Scattered Stars Island, there were often battles led by strong masters. However, in the Waterwood world, the ice domain was protected by Ice City walls, the Dark War Port was protected by the Fearless Barrier, the Fiery Sea, the Flame Wall, and there seemed to be an endless trench in the Cave Sea. In this case, in fact, the combat style of the Waterwood world was focused on defense, as if they were defending a city. He couldn't say that it was wrong. In different times and battles, different combat styles had their advantages. But the Waterwood world had been guarding for countless years, but had it never taken the initiative? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Xiaoman, has any strong master in the water would world ever attack the royal city? Huh? Attack the royal city? Shu Xiaoman was dumbfounded. Who would attack the royal city? Since it was called the royal city, there must be a deep-sea giant demon guarding it. Shu Xiaomang shook her head quickly. She had never thought about that before. Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, if the Inyang world had a king, according to Shui Shenqi's personality and the style of the Thug Academy, they would definitely try it. They might not be able to kill the other party, but they would definitely have a try. Besides, since the ice domain was only used as a training ground most of the time, wouldn't there be very few battles in the outer sea area? In other words, wouldn't the outer sea area have been robbed? Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. Over the years, although he had accumulated a lot of resources, he had also used a lot of them. Especially during the reincarnation, he consciously or unconsciously used a lot of resources. Han Fei immediately focused his eyes. How far is the royal city from here? Shu Xiaoman was confused and replied blankly, the royal city is in the direction of the Dark War Port and the Fiery Sea. Han Fei almost laughed out loud. He coughed and said, Xiaoman, as you know, I came to the Inyang world to transcend the tribulation, and to gain more experience. Now that the ice domain is here, I can't just take a look at the ice wall and go back, right? Shu Xiaomang said, if it's not too far away, I'll go with you. I've been instructed by Master Chen. Han Fei waved his hand. Well, I may have to walk very far, more than 100,000 kilometers. Little Tree said in surprise, that's dangerous. There are often great demons at the Tao-seeking realm there. Han Fei grinned. Well, in fact, I'm just going to find a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. Ordinary peak-level sea spirits are no longer enough for me to gain experience. Therefore, I may be in danger. If you stay here, I'll come back quickly. It'll take me half a month at most. No. Xu Xiaomang said firmly, as long as you go out, I have to follow you. You are not familiar with the Waterwood world at all, and you want to go out alone for half a month? Besides, you are about to transcend the tribulation. Why do you still need to gain experience? Han Fei was dumbfounded. I just want to experience it more and experience how it feels to fight a powerful demon in the Tao-seeking realm. Xu Xiaomang glanced at Han Fei's venerable token and took a deep breath. I'll follow you. Anyway, you have the venerable token. If anything goes wrong, you can come quickly. Han Fei glanced at his venerable token and quickly stuffed it into his pants. He couldn't expose it for the time being, or he would feel that the other party was looking at venerable tokens more than him. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, you can follow me, but you'll have to listen to my command. Xu Xiaomang nodded. I won't participate in your training. Besides, I am not an ordinary peak-level law enforcer. My spiritual beast is an electric fish. When I have to run, I can run very fast. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. In his opinion, as long as he didn't encounter too advanced or peak-level explorers at the same time, he could escape. If he really encountered a peak-level explorer, he would immediately call Jinger and then flee at full speed. Han Fei nodded. Okay, you said that. With that, Han Fei leaped into the air and flew out of the sea. When Han Fei and Xu Xiaomang left the Ice City wall, someone was slightly surprised. You've just come and you're already going out? However, most people didn't take it seriously. As long as he didn't run far, there was no problem. At most, he would attract some sea spirit level sea demons. 3,000 kilometers away, Han Fei perceived 3 sea spirit creatures, an ice dragon, and 2 half-mermen following him from a distance. Xu Xiaomang looked nervous. Shall we kill them? Otherwise, they will call more people over and try to surround us. Han Fei responded, No, fly slowly. Let them follow us for a while and wait for them to initiate an attack. Xu Xiaomang thought to herself, who would wait for others to attack him? She didn't know if Han Fei was extremely confident or arrogant. This was the outer sea, not the Ice City wall. If anything happened, no one would immediately come to help him. 5,000 kilometers away, Han Fei perceived 7 peak-level sea spirits. He even heard a half-merman's voice, shall we do it now? The person who was asked said, let's not move first. This place is too close to the Ice City wall. Besides, the humans who dare to come to the outer sea area are definitely not weak. Call 2 more people and try to kill them. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei suddenly said, they're going to attack us. Follow me down. With that, Han Fei quickly descended and landed on the ice. Han Fei broke the ice with a punch and looked around carefully. Seeing that nobody was around, he secretly took out a fishing pole and caught a squid that had just entered the sea demon realm with a hook. In the distance, a half-merman asked in surprise, what is this guy doing? The ice dragon's eyes were cold. Did he come here just to hunt a sea demon? Level squid? A half-merman shouted, I can confirm that he's a peak-level law enforcer. Whatever he does, kill him. Swish. 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 Han Fei casually squeezed the squid to death and stuffed it into Forge the Universe, smiling. Shu Xiaoman, how is it? How many in total? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Only 9. Shu Xiaoman. Before Shu Xiaoman asked, Han Fei murmured, 3, 2, 1. Shua. Suddenly, Shu Xiaoman found that Han Fei was gone. At the moment Han Fei disappeared, a half-merman suddenly shouted, not good. This person is so fast. He doesn't look like a peak-level law enforcer. Quickly retreat. However, within a second after the half-merman shouted, suddenly, with a bang, a cold light appeared in the water. Then, the ice dragon was beheaded. Buzz. A big black fish that was the fastest was about to use a secret technique. However, when half of its body turned black, the shadow of a sledgehammer fell, and its head was suddenly torn apart. Explorer. He's an explorer. The space was twisted, and 2 half-mermen who were escaping were chopped into pieces. From beginning to end, they didn't even see how Han Fei attacked. The remaining 5 half-mermen shouted in unison, Seek King descends. Bang! 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 The ice exploded, and in an instant, a huge waterman appeared, a tooth grinding shark appeared, and an octopus swept around. The moment Han Fei took action, Shu Xiaoman had already rushed towards Han Fei. She thought that Han Fei was strong, but the other party had 9 sea spirit powerhouses, so she should be able to deal with 2. However, after she just ran 100 kilometers, a roar burst out in the void. In an instant, 100 beast phantoms charged at the bottom of the sea, and the ice within dozens of kilometers cracked. Puff, puff, puff. Seeing the waterman collapse, the teeth of the teeth-grinding shark were broken. When she arrived, she saw that Han Fei was holding a total of 9 swallowing seashells, a pile of semi-divine or low-quality divine weapons, and he was throwing them on the ground like garbage. Han Fei, on the other hand, was muttering, they're not rich. The sea demons in the ice domain are a bit poor. Gulp. Shu Xiaomu swallowed and looked at Han Fei in shock. She felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were raging in her heart. I haven't run away yet. And your battle is already over? Also, how can you claim to be poor when you're holding 9 sea-swallowing seashells in your hand? Han Fei shook his head and rummaged through the sea-swallowing seashells in disgust. After only a minute or so, Han Fei said with a dark expression, I think that although the sea demons in the ice domain are a bit poor, judging from the composition of the resources they have, most of the resources are spiritual fruits and mystic stones. This shows that in the outer waters of the ice domain, there are actually many resources. Shu Xiaoman asked blankly, aren't you here to gain experience? Shu Xiaomu pointed at the semi-divine weapons and low-quality divine weapons on the ground. These are low-quality divine weapons anyway. Can you just leave them here? Han Fei hummed a response and put away the weapons on the ground. He said solemnly, am I not training here? I snatched the resources of the Sea clan to replenish thousands of creatures of other races. That makes sense, doesn't it? But Shu Xiaomang was speechless too. Why does it seem to make sense? But for some reason, she felt that Han Fei's trip this time was more like a robbery. But something was not right. Shu Xiaomang pointed at the sea demons. How should we deal with them? 9 sea spirit realm powerhouses have died at the same time. There must be a Tao-seeking realm sea demon coming to investigate. What should we do now? Shall we return to the Ice City wall? Han Fei immediately tilted his head and looked at Xu Xiaomong, thinking to himself, why is this girl so stupid? If I don't want to be discovered, I'll definitely take these sea demons' bodies away. I must have a purpose to leave their bodies here. Han Fei said, don't panic. At such a critical moment, the only thing we should do is to wait. Little Tree gasped and exclaimed, are you really going to wait for a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Inside the stealth array, Han Fei asked, well, Xiaoman, if I have too many resources, is there any way for me to sell them quickly? Xu Xiaoman said, don't you want to repay thousands of creatures? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. If I repay them, they should repay me too. Right? I don't ask for much. It doesn't matter if I suffer a loss. Xu Xiaomong felt that she had seen through Han Fei's mind. This guy was here to rob. However, up to now, even Xu Xiaoman was shocked by Han Fei's combat efficiency. It was really too fast. Just now, there were 9 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses. If ordinary law enforcers encountered them, they would be lucky to be able to escape. However, in Han Fei's hands, the tables had turned. At this moment, Xu Xiaoman had a rough idea of why Master Chen lost to him, and why Han Fei dared to explore the outer waters of the ice domain alone. Xu Xiaomong said leisurely, if, in fact, you're not afraid of losses, there are 2 ways to sell your resources. One is the human market, the other is to exchange with Venerable Shui. However, most people can't afford what Shui Zun has. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh. Really? Han Fei thought to himself, there are only 2 situations where I can't afford it. Either the quality is not enough, or the quantity is not enough. I should be able to afford it. Worst comes to worst, I'll just grab more. This is my old profession. Under the cover of the array, Han Fei waited for a full hour. Except for the sea spirit creatures passing by, most of them were sea demon realm creatures. Who would cry that something happened here? However, none of the Tao-seeking realm powerhouses appeared. Han Fei grew impatient. Is the royal city so capricious? Sea spirit creatures are nothing in their eyes? They don't even bother to send someone over to take a look? Xu Xiaoman took a deep breath and said, maybe this place is too close to the Ice City wall. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me wait for so long. Immediately, Han Fei removed the concealment array and the breath-concealing array and said, let's go. Let's continue heading to the outer sea. Little Tree frowned and reminded him, Han Fei, I know you are very strong. However, 9 sea spirits almost died at the same time. It's impossible that no one noticed it. Someone must have guessed that an explorer on the Ice City wall took action. Han Fei glanced at her silently. Why don't you go back? I always like to act alone. You are too slow. Xu Xiaomu felt that she was despised. She must be despised. But she still shook her head firmly. No, I want to follow you. Han Fei was speechless. The people of Waterwood World are a bit simple-minded. Why are they so simple-minded? Han Fei immediately said, it's fine if you want to follow me. Then no matter what happens in the future, listen to me. Xu Xiaomu nodded and thought to herself, if you're not afraid, I can't disgrace the Waterwood World. The 2 set off again. Because they were both peak-level law enforcers, the sea demons didn't notice them at all. After 50,000 kilometers away from the ice city wall, Han Fei discovered that there were mines and spiritual fruits under the ice in the outer sea area. There were also many creatures here. However, the creatures here usually had one thing in common. Except for some special species, most of them were conchs and carapace. Besides, they were mostly ice blue and white and had basically sharp blades or spikes on their bodies. There was no telling if they evolved, like this, to break the ice. Several times, Shu Xiaoman said, Han Fei, I found spiritual fruits. Han Fei was unmoved. Just ignore it. You don't even want spiritual fruits? We only need a little time to get them. Han Fei curled his lips. A few spiritual fruits are not worth the time. By the way, which part is remote in the ice domain? I mean, where the creatures in the waterwood world don't usually go. Shu Xiaoman pointed to the west. Go west. The fiery sea is to the west side of the ice domain, so the temperature and environment there are better. However, it's usually more dangerous there. At this moment, Shu Xiaomang no longer resisted Han Fei's question. She felt that Han Fei was not the kind of person who would risk his life easily. Han Fei said, let's go west. An hour later, Shu Xiaoman saw Han Fei slow down. She sensed many sea spirit creatures. Besides, these sea spirit creatures were relatively more concentrated. Although there were no peak-level sea spirits, 3 sea spirit creatures appeared within 1,000 kilometers, which meant that this place was getting more and more dangerous. Suddenly, one of the crabs raised its eyes. Shwa. In an instant, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. Without even breaking the ice, he appeared directly in front of the cave. Smack. Under Shu Xiaoman's perception, Han Fei set up a breath-concealing array. Immediately afterward, the crab suddenly lay on the ground and was cut into halves. Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, your soul power is too weak. Don't perceive anything beyond 300 kilometers. If you are discovered, and the other party cries for help, I won't be able to arrive in time, no matter how fast I am. Shu Xiaoman. Han Fei emptied the crab's den, dug out 3 spiritual fruits, grabbed a swallowing seashell, and then stuffed the whole crab into Forge the Universe. Gulp. Shu Xiaoman swallowed. She couldn't imagine what she would do if she met an opponent like Han Fei on the battlefield. She had a rough judgment: if Han Fei launched a sneak attack within 500 kilometers, she might not even be able to use her law enforcement ability before she was killed by Han Fei. What frightened Shu Xiaomang the most was that Han Fei's control of space ignored the ice, and he could appear directly under the ice without a sound. Those sea spirit creatures probably couldn't imagine it at all. Han Fei didn't come up. Instead, he set up a breath-concealing array and a stealth array and went straight in. Shu Xiaoman didn't dare to release her perception anymore. She simply put her perception on Han Fei. Pft. Pft. In less than 10 seconds, 3 sea demons of the sea spirit realm were killed before they could react. When Han Fei reappeared on the wind god boat, he said casually, these sea demons are relatively weak. I'll set up a stealth array, and a breath-concealing array on the boat. Act according to the situation. I won't be on the boat. If he were in the 10,000 Demon Valley, he wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Nor would there be a sea spirit cultivating within a mere 100,000 miles from the human camp. Therefore, Han Fei's confidence was greatly increased at this moment. As long as he was fast enough, he could rob the other party before they could react. In just 2 hours, Han Fei had secretly killed 27 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses, including 6 who were at the peak of the Sea Spirit Realm. At this moment, Han Fei was digging an undersea cave of a half-merman. From the man-sea swallowing seashell, he found more than 300 spiritual fruits, more than 10,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, a mid-quality divine weapon, 6 low-quality divine weapons, and a few high-quality ores. Tisk, nothing is more profitable than robbing, Han Fei exclaimed. Suddenly, he perceived that a half-merman in a dark blue battle suit was tearing the void more than 800 kilometers away. It was a cave that Han Fei had just robbed. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that some strong masters couldn't sit still anymore. So many sea spirit powerhouses had been killed in a row. The other party couldn't be unconcerned. Han Fei immediately said to Xu Xiaoman via voice transmission, "There is a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. Don't do anything. Hold your breath. Don't move." Xu Xiaoman's heart trembled. Has a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm finally come? In Xu Xiaoman's view, Han Fei's robbing speed was too fast. If there were hundreds of abnormally strong masters like Han Fei in the Waterwood world, the Sea clan would definitely not be so unscrupulous. According to Han Fei, Xu Xiaoman didn't dare to move at all. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. Han Fei looked very casual. When the half-merman in the Tao-seeking realm appeared, Han Fei knew that he didn't have much time left in this robbery. However, he didn't panic at all. Just now, he had sent a voice transmission to Xu Xiaoman just to see if the half-merman at the Tao-seeking realm could perceive it. If he was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, the other party didn't, which meant that the other party's perception wasn't enough to know what happened thousands of kilometers away in an instant. In that case, Han Fei was naturally relieved. Even if the other party was an advanced explorer, even if he couldn't beat him, he could escape easily. Han Fei pretended that he didn't notice it at all, put away the things, and slightly loosened his breath-concealing array and stealth array. Immediately, the half-mermaid looked in Han Fei's direction. "Humph. I've finally found you." "Huh? A peak-level law enforcer?" The eyes of the half-merman who was at the Tao-seeking realm narrowed. Could it be that those sea spirit sea demons were all killed by this peak-level law enforcer? How could a person who could kill a sea spirit at such a high frequency be merely a peak-level law enforcer? But after sensing it again, he confirmed that it was only Han Fei here. Besides, there was blood flowing on the ground of that cave. It must be him. A human heavenly talent? Humph, don't even think about leaving. The half-merman tore through the void and disappeared more than 900 kilometers away. Buzz. At the moment when the half-merman at the Tao-seeking realm tore through the void, Han Fei sneered. "You dare to come alone? To deliver a package? Chilla." The void was suddenly torn apart, and Han Fei pretended to shiver in horror and ran away. The half-merman roared, "Can you run away?" The half-merman appeared in front of Han Fei and thrust a harpoon at him. But at the next moment, Han Fei suddenly turned his head and grinned. "There you are." Han Fei's smile gave the big demon a shock. What did he mean? His first reaction was that there was an ambush here, so he hurriedly retreated. But the moment he tried to perceive his surroundings, he heard a deafening roar. At that moment, 100 beasts charged forward and roared. "Humph." The half-merman felt as if his head was exploding, and he immediately grunted. And blood erupted into his throat. When he managed to come back to his senses, he suddenly felt a life and death crisis. Not only was someone fighting with him for control of his body, but he also felt a strong sense of danger. He even felt that his vitality was being crazily devoured. He felt that his skin was tightening and his strength was weakening. Han Fei was very calm at this moment. This time, he specially waited for a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm to test his sky-stealing technique. The 6th level of void fishing was called the sky-stealing technique. Its predecessor was called the luck-stealing technique. In terms of name alone, the luck-stealing technique might be easier to understand, but when the sky-stealing technique was used, Han Fei knew how powerful a powerful technique could be. The so-called sky-stealing technique wasn't really to steal the heavenly Tao or anything, but to steal other people's luck and fate. It could be intuitively understood as stealing life, stealing other people's fate. Different from the time law was to control time within a small range, making time accelerate or slow down. The strong could make time flow crazily in a certain area, killing people. But the sky-stealing technique was different. It directly stole the life of others and forcibly absorbed their life potential. The old turtle said leisurely, "Your technique is not weak, but unfortunately, the vitality you can transform is not much. In addition, your body is extremely young, so this trick doesn't mean much to you. Even if you suck him dry, I'm afraid it won't increase your lifespan by 10 years. This has to do with your age." This was the first time Han Fei had used the sky-swallowing technique on a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm. He could control his soul with the void lines before, but now he could use the void lines to devour vitality. Besides, the void lines didn't seem to be so sensitive to soul treasures. Han Fei responded, "So this technique is useless to me?" The old turtle said, "It's useful. Maybe after another 1,000 years, when your body becomes old, you can use this technique to keep yourself young. For example, in the venerable realm, perhaps others have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Then, if you have this technique, you can extend your life to 20,000 years, or even longer." Han Fei was shocked. In that case, this sky-stealing technique is definitely a divine technique. Other people need life fruits or something to maintain their life, but I can just steal others' vitality. The old turtle chuckled. "However, I'm afraid you will definitely be treated as a monster." Han Fei curled his lips. "I don't care about it at all. The main reason is that my goal has never been the venerable realm, but the king realm. Then I can easily live tens of thousands of years." Therefore, Han Fei didn't feel much about the sky-stealing technique. He didn't intend to devour anyone's vitality at this moment. He'd better keep the sky-stealing technique to himself first. On the other side, the Tao-seeking realm demon was horrified. He still wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Then he saw a sword light that could tear the sky and the earth suddenly light up. Pfft. Before he died, the half-merman still didn't understand who killed him. He didn't believe that a brat at the peak of the law enforcer realm could be so strong. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything now. Shu Xiaoman, who was sitting on the wind god boat, watched this scene in shock, his mouth open and his eyes widened. A Tao-seeking realm powerhouse had died just like that? He had just come out. Having witnessed the whole battle, Shu Xiaoman didn't know how to describe such a battle. After the Tao-seeking realm demon tore through the void, he only had time to take a step forward and shoot out a spear. Then, he was inexplicably killed by Han Fei's sword. Who wouldn't be horrified? Not to mention whether or not the half-merman had fully revealed his strength. His battle suit aside, he probably couldn't be seriously injured even if she shot with all her strength. However, under Han Fei's attack, the battle suit that was at least at the divine level and the strong physique of the Tao-seeking realm was as fragile as paper? At this moment, Xu Xiaoman felt that she had underestimated Han Fei's strength. The Tao-seeking realm and the Sea Spirit realm were on completely different levels. Under normal circumstances, a peak-level law enforcer, no matter how talented he was, could at most match a cultivator who had just entered the Tao-seeking realm. He could fight the latter, but probably lose. But Han Fei had completely exceeded her understanding of power. Han Fei directly took out the sun-moon shell of this half-merman. Yes, ordinary sea demons used sea-swallowing seashells, but this guy used the sun-moon shell. However, before Han Fei checked it, he heard a voice in his heart. Boy, why aren't you running? I feel the smell of a peak-level Tao seeking realm powerhouse. Han Fei was stunned. A great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm has already appeared? Shua. Han Fei appeared on the wind god boat, put away the wind god boat, and grabbed Xu Xiaomang, who was in a daze. Let's go. Xu Xiaoman? Han Fei decided that he would definitely not take this burden with him when he went back this time. If Xu Xiaoman was not around, with his abilities, he could definitely snatch a lot more if he disguised himself as a sea demon. However, as soon as Han Fei ran for 100 seconds, the old turtle reminded him, enter the void. Someone has caught up with us. Buzz. Han Fei used the phantom glass wings and the heavenly void divine movement. And Xu Xiaomang suddenly saw brilliant colors appear in front of her eyes. At the next moment, before Xu Xiaomang could react, with a swish, she saw nothing but the boundless dark void. Xu Xiaoman was shocked. A law enforcer can tear the void? Han Fei said, I can't, but I can break into the void when I'm extremely fast. More than 5,000 kilometers away, the void trembled, and a strong master who looked like an inferior manfish broke out of the void. If Han Fei saw this person, he would definitely discover that he was an azure sea blue demon. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, it was said that it was extremely difficult for azure sea blue demons to cultivate to a high level. If Han Fei saw this sea demon, he might have other thoughts about the ice domain. Humph. You want to run after killing so many members of the Sea Clan? I'll wait for you at the Ice City wall. A long conch appeared in the azure sea blue demon's hand, and a bubbling sound echoed. In the next moment, he tore the void again. It was not that he didn't want to chase and fight in the void, but he was afraid of being ambushed. Han Fei rushed forward and shouted in a low voice, I told you not to follow me. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient for me to run alone. Xu Xiaoman gritted her teeth and said, you are a visitor from the Yinyang world. Master Chen instructed me to follow you. Han Fei was speechless. Stupid. About half an hour later, the old turtle in his heart suddenly said, you can't go back. Someone is blocking your way. Buzz. Seeing that Han Fei suddenly changed his direction, Xu Xiaoman asked in confusion, isn't this the way to the Ice City wall? Han Fei, the way is blocked. Let's go to the Fiery Sea. Relying on his memory of the map of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, Han Fei changed his direction and went straight to the Fiery Sea. As for the ice wall, Hanfei wasn't worried at all. There were strong masters there. Since the Ice City wall had been erected there for thousands of years, it was definitely not something a few great demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm could break through. Otherwise, the ice domain would have long been broken through. Outside, within 10,000 kilometers of the Ice City wall, 7 or 8 peak Tao-seeking powerhouses broke through the void and came over. A half-merman asked grimly, "Green demon, where is he?" The azure sea blue demon frowned and said, "He ran in the direction of the Ice City wall. By logic, he should be arriving soon." Someone looked back at the Ice City wall. "This place is too close to the Ice City wall. We can't stay long." Someone roared, "It's been a long time since a large-scale war broke out on the Ice City wall. The Waterwood world is provoking us by slaughtering as many as 50 sea spirit realm powerhouses at once. We must teach them a lesson." Toot! Toot! On the Ice City wall, a loud horn suddenly sounded. A peak-level explorer shouted, "Prepare for battle." Tweet! Tweet! Swish! Swish! Buzz! The creatures that were setting up stalls on the city wall immediately cleaned up their stalls and stood on the city wall. In an instant, the sky was occupied by the Sky Clan and the Insect Clan. Little treeman's roots were stuck to the city wall, some were hanging on the city wall, and some had their bodies parallel to the ground. Several peak-level explorers crossed the city wall and stood in midair. Someone shouted, "Does the Sea Clan want to start a war?" Someone was puzzled. Huh? No more sea demons are coming. There are only a few great demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. They seem to be blocked outside. Someone pondered and said, "How many people have gone to the outer sea recently?" Humph, no matter what, wait a moment. When everyone is here, just drive them away. At this time, someone from the Sea Clan shouted angrily, "Waterwood world. Don't you know what you've done? You said people to plunder the outer waters and slaughter our sea spirit realm powerhouses? This matter can't be over." On the Waterwood world side, many creatures were dumbfounded. "When did we slaughter your Sea Clan members? We didn't even send anyone out, okay?" A big bird asked telepathically, "Could it be that a powerhouse passed the outer sea and destroyed a sea demon's lair?" Some tree demons shook their branches and leaves. Those who dare to kill people in the outer sea area are at least peak-level explorers. Once they are surrounded, they will suffer a great loss. A bug buzzed. Could it be that a venerable passed by and casually crushed some sea demons? Someone was speechless. What's wrong with your brain? If it's really a venerable, why would they dare to chase him? The venerable's battlefield is never the ice domain. Someone shouted in a low voice, "No matter what, just wait a moment and then drive them away." While the Ice City wall was preparing for battle, Hanfei was quarreling with the big turtle. The big turtle said, "Idiot, there aren't many strong masters in this damn place. Now that those people have gone to block you, can't you go rob their home?" Hanfei said, "You damn turtle, I can tell that you're up to no good. I don't believe that they don't have anyone guarding their base camp in the ice domain. Old turtle, do you want me to die? Then, you can come out again and try to steal my soul?" The old turtle scolded, "With this calabash, how can I attack you? Sometimes you're bold, but sometimes extremely timid. You stupid turtle, you are the timid one. Your whole family is timid." Roar. "I'm just kindly reminding you, you ingrate. After bickering with the big turtle for a moment, Han Fei thought quickly. Actually, what the old turtle said wasn't impossible. However, he had a burden with him. He didn't want that kind of thing like Lin Meow Meow to happen again. Besides, if he really wanted to rob a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm, he had to wait until he became an explorer. The old turtle definitely didn't have any good intentions. The old turtle's eyes glittered. This human being is so greedy, but why is he not greedy now? He is not tempted by such a good opportunity. Has he really seen through me? The old turtle looked up at the demon purification pot, horrified. If he didn't think of a way to escape from Han Fei's body now, when this kid really became an explorer, his strength would probably double. At that time, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Han Fei didn't panic. This was only the first day he came to the Waterwood world. He had 3 years to cause trouble here, so he wasn't in a hurry. Han Fei turned his head and asked, "What should I know about the Fiery Sea?" Xu Xiaomang was stunned and said blankly, "The Fiery Sea is similar to the ice domain. However, the wall of fire in the Fiery Sea is just a way to select the strongest. If you want to pass the wall of fire, you have to be at least a peak-level hidden fisher. Therefore, the wall of fire is close to the ultimately fierce battlefield. There are battles there all year round, so there are venerables from both human beings and sea demons side guarding there." Han Fei was surprised. "Are there venerables guarding there all the time?" Xu Xiaomang replied, "Venerables usually don't take action. To be more precise, the ultimately fierce battlefield is more like a life and death arena. Explorers fight explorers, and law enforcers fight law enforcers. It's a strategic location where the Sea clan intends to continuously consume our Waterwood world's combat power." Han Fei's eyes glittered again. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Do they carry resources with them?" Xu Xiaoman shrank her head and looked at Han Fei in shock. "What do you want to do again?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's speed was so fast that it frightened Xu Xiaoman. For the first time, she felt that speed was so important under the same realm. After running for more than an hour, Han Fei didn't know how far he had run. According to his own estimation, he had probably flown more than 200,000 kilometers away. When he was still a hidden fisher, he didn't even dare to imagine that he could run so far in only 1 hour. Therefore, the wind god boat was no longer useful. Of course, he was only in the law enforcer realm at present. He just relied on his speed to forcefully rush into the void. Otherwise, with the explorer's knowledge of tearing space, his speed would be faster. On the surface of the sea where there was no ice, a single-horned red shark was biting the corpses of unknown creatures. All of a sudden, a sword light cut out of the void. With a swish, the shark that was already at the initial sea spirit realm was cut in half. From the beginning to the end, the big shark didn't even have the time to respond. He was just having a meal. Who did he piss off? Why was he killed? Han Fei and Xu Xiaoman walked out of the void rift. Xu Xiaoman looked at the shark that was killed by Han Fei in shock and asked, "How do you know that there are sea creatures outside?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Believe it or not, I rely on my senses." Xu Xiaomang immediately shook her head. "The sea area is so big. How can you kill sea demons so easily? Then why don't you do that every day?" Han Fei unhurriedly put the shark into Forge the Universe and said, "Don't be surprised. It's just a sea spirit shark that just made a breakthrough. The temperature here is indeed a bit high. I think we will arrive at the fiery sea soon. This time, Han Fei took out the wind god boat because he didn't want to rush to the fiery sea. Besides, this was the border between the ice domain and the fiery sea. He wanted to see if there were any sea demons' nests nearby that he could rob. On the wind god boat, Han Fei lay on the big sofa and said lazily, "Tell me more about the fiery sea. Are they here just for fighting? Will they carry their sea-swallowing seashells with them?" Shu Xiaoman said with a black face, "Of course they will, but there won't be many good things in them. Think about it, they must have used all the good things and felt that they were very powerful, so they went to the fiery sea to ask for a battle. No one will bring all his treasures to go to a battle, right? If they die, wouldn't they give them away for nothing? Therefore, if there is really good stuff, they must have used it immediately." Han Fei frowned. "That's true. If that's the case, fighting alone won't mean much." However, Shu Xiaoman added, "However, among the sea demons fighting in the fiery sea, there are many special marine creatures, and half-mermen only account for a small proportion." Han Fei was puzzled. "Why?" Shu Xiaoman explained, "Because although the half-mermen can resist the high intensity flames, they are not very adapted to it. Except for a few half-mermen who specialize in this, the fiery sea has restrictions on their abilities, as well as on human manipulators and tree demons. They generally don't want to go to the fiery sea." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Then who will go there?" "The insect clan. And the fire attribute sky clan. As for the sea demons, the creatures among them that are extremely heat-resistant or have similar attributes usually like to go to the fiery sea." Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "So there are only monsters there? There aren't many humans there, right?" Shu Xiaoman, "The insect race members are not monsters. Most of the insect race creatures are very cute." Han Fei curled his lips. He really couldn't associate the insect race with cuteness. Shu Xiaoman hurriedly said, "Han Fei, don't be racist. The queen insect is guarding the fiery sea. Be careful not to let her hear you." Pfft. Han Fei was shocked. He asked in surprise, "Queen insect? Is there a queen insect?" Han Fei thought to himself, "If my memory is not bad, when I first came to the Waterwood world, I heard a child mention the queen insect. Even if she's not a king, she should be at least a peak-level venerable." Shu Xiaomang quickly waved her hand. "No, queen insect is a designation. The growth of the insect race has no obstacles before the king realm. They all develop towards the queen insect. There are 28 insect venerables in the water wood world. Except for one king insect, the rest are all queen's insect." Han Fei was stunned. He took a deep breath and said, "There are so many venerables in the insect race? Why didn't he know about the insect race before? They were quite strong. Apart from Jinger, there were only 72 venerables in the Waterwood world. The insect race alone accounted for 28 of them. In other words, the insect race was the race with the most number of venerables. Their venerables outnumbered the human race, the sky race, and the tree demons." While controlling the wind god boat to fly to the fiery sea, Han Fei asked, "How many queen's insect are there in the fiery sea?" Shu Xiaoman said, "No more than 5. They are all around the fiery tree, rotating once a year." Han Fei asked in confusion, what about the other Queen's insect? Are they all in the Dark War port? Xu Xiaoman shook her head. No. Half of them are in the Dark War port, and most are in the Cave Sea in the south. Han Fei frowned and said, didn't you say that the Cave Sea is a place for ordinary creatures to gain experience? Why are there so many venerables in the Cave Sea? Xu Xiaomang also sighed. The insect race is good at soldier explosion, so it's the strongest race in the waterwood world. Their venerables are only responsible for the soldier explosion. Wait a moment. Let me ask you, what do you mean by soldier explosion? Xu Xiaoman hurriedly explained, well, you are not from the waterwood world. It may sound a little surprising. Queen's insect can devour energy and give birth to various low-level insects, or they can directly give birth to peak-level law enforcers at a high price. It's said that the current strongest queen insect can give birth to more than 300 hanging fisher-level insects a day, more than 50 hidden fisher-level insects, or less than 5 law enforcers. If the time is enough, some queen insect will spend nearly half a year or more giving birth to a law enforcer-level insect with high potential. Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. This was too much. What kind of race was this? He had to fight so hard to become a hanging fisher. However, one queen insect could give birth to 300 in a day. How could there be such an unreasonable race in this world? So this was the so-called soldier explosion? Damn it. If it were in the Yinyang world, it would only take 3 or 5 years for these worms to blow up the 10,000 Demon Valley. It was simply terrifying. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and looked around. No matter whether the queen insects had noticed him or not, he said, the insect race is good. Pfft. Xu Xiaoman said with a smile, actually, it's not that serious. The insect race occupies the Cave Sea mainly to train their soldiers. Although the insect race reproduces very quickly, like the creatures of other races, they also need to gain fighting experience. For example, although the strongest queen insect can reproduce 300 hanging fishers in a day, only 1/5 of them can survive to the hidden fisher realm. There are at most 4 or 5 who can survive to the hidden fisher realm and grow to the law enforcer realm. But the remaining few worms are all real strong masters. Xu Xiaoman rambled on about the growth and history of the insect race, but Han Fei felt like a duck was quacking in his ears. From the beginning to the end, he had only understood that the queen's insect were very fertile. If it weren't for the fact that an explorer needed to transcend the tribulation, there might be queen insect that would directly give birth to an explorer. One day passed. Han Fei and Xu Xiaoman entered the fiery sea. The so-called fiery sea was really burnt red whether in the sky or in the sea. Have you ever seen a sea surface burning? Han Fei saw it. In Han Fei's perception, the mountains here were undulating, and magma was surging in them. But this was not the origin of the name Fiery Sea. The Fiery Sea actually originated from a big tree, which was naturally not as tall as the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, nor could it cover such a large area. In comparison, the tree was only 1/100th the size of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. But even so, it was not small. Han Fei didn't understand. Why was there a tree here? Wasn't the Cloud Sea Divine Tree afraid of heat? There were flames floating even in the air. The temperature here had risen to a terrifying level, probably no less than the temperature of magma. And Han Fei had just entered the fiery sea. Shu Xiaomong said solemnly, if we want to enter the fiery sea from the outside, we need to break through the wall of flames in one fell swoop. The Sea Clan Venerables won't take action. This is the tacit understanding between the Waterwood world and the Sea Clan. Once the Sea Clan Venerables take action, the Queen's insect will also take action. Han Fei frowned. What about the sea demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm? Shu Xiaomand took a deep breath and said, they may attack us. Therefore, we have to find a relatively weak place to rush in. After all, a peak-level Tao-seeking realm sea demon can't do what a venerable can do. Shu Xiaomand looked solemn. Although she felt that Han Fei should be able to enter the wall of flames, who could say for sure? She had to be prepared for battle. Han Fei's first thought was to ask the old turtle, but then he thought, what if the old turtle set me up? Shua. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Shu Xiaomand was puzzled. Is this the legendary spirit-swallowing fish? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Legendary? Shu Xiaomand shook her head quickly. Oh, no, I know there are such creatures. But in the waters of the Waterwood world, there are very few spirit-swallowing fish, because it is difficult for them to survive here. Han Fei said, oh. That's right. Spirit-swallowing fish are indeed very weak. I usually only let my daughter find the way. Under the puzzled gaze of Shu Xiaomand, Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, girl, can you feel which side is the most dangerous? Little White circled several times before flying to Han Fei's cheek. Dad. They're all dangerous. Shu Xiaomand's eyes widened. The book doesn't say that spirit-swallowing fish can talk. And this spirit-swallowing fish can even call you Dad? Han Fei said, well, relatively speaking, which direction is the least dangerous? Little White glanced at the 30-degree angle to Han Fei's left. There. Okay. Go back first. Daddy will let you come out to play later. Shu Xiaomand was stunned. That's it? Han Fei grinned. I trust my daughter. As a person of the Waterwood world, Shu Xiaomong had known to guard the cloud sea divine tree since childhood. She never thought that she could actually rampage in the outer sea like Han Fei. At this moment, the two of them entered the void crack again. After about half an hour, Han Fei found a large number of peak-level sea demon realm and even sea spirit realm creatures. It could be seen that on the other side of the wall of flame, resources were extremely abundant. However, he couldn't do anything here. Otherwise, how could the other parties venerable sit idle? After rushing forward for another 100 seconds, Han Fei passed a Tao-seeking realm great demon, a dragon snake, who was floating in the water. There was no telling if it was cultivating or doing something. Only 1,000 kilometers away, when Han Fei and the others passed the dragon snake, the dragon snake suddenly opened its eyes and lashed its tail through the void. Roar. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Damn it. How could he be discovered? Beast King technique. Han Fei turned into a sky survey golden hawk, grabbed Shu Xiaoman, and began to run at full speed, which was almost 5 times faster. Hiss. Shu Xiaoman was dumbfounded again. Han Fei had become a member of the Sky Clan? And his speed had increased so much all of a sudden? Shu Xiaoman discovered, to her shock, that she was shocked all the time today. Every time, she felt that she already knew the limits of Han Fei's strength. However, every time, Han Fei broke her understanding. Chi La. Hiss. Han Fei, who was racing, suddenly saw 2 rays of light appear in the infinite. darkness almost at the same time. Subconsciously, Han Fei pinched his fingers to calculate and found that the light on his left front was not dangerous. A voice echoed in the void, "When the juniors are fighting, venerables shall not interfere." Humph. There's something wrong with this Sky Survey Golden Hawk. How can a peak-level law enforcer enter the void? The voice on the other side said, "Even so, it's not something a venerable like you should ask." Han Fei immediately ran away. Racing under the watch of a Sea Clan venerable, he was quite bold. He was ready to send a message to Jinger at any time. Once the other party attacked him at all costs, he didn't know if Jinger could arrive in time. However, the Sea Clan venerable didn't take action but closed the void rift. Immediately afterward, rays of light appeared, which were all the Sea Clans' Dao-seeking realm powerhouses. Han Fei thought for a moment. At this moment, he could see 17 cracks, which probably didn't include the big demons in the distance. Swish. 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 In the dark void, Han Fei shouted, "Hold on tight." Like an arrow of light, Han Fei looked at the void crack in the front and rushed out frantically. Some peak-level explorers were even faster than Han Fei and tried to block him. Chirp. In Han Fei's eyes, an array appeared, and with a swish, Han Fei disappeared. Han Fei's stealth array and breath-concealing technique were not very powerful before, but he had learned the breath-concealing technique from the Tiger King for a while. After all, cats were naturally good at this. In terms of breath concealing, they were no weaker than human powerhouses. Therefore, Han Fei's current performance stunned the other party who was at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Humph. Do you think this is useful? Devour. In the void, a terrifying suction force suddenly burst out. It was the power of the other party's law. If it was the other party's Dao, it would become invisible and its strength would be boosted. At this moment, even if Han Fei was invisible, it was useless. After all, the devouring technique didn't care about invisibility. However, Han Fei grinned. I know the devour art too. Absorb. After 2 seconds, Han Fei finally saw the full appearance of the big demon in the Dao-seeking realm. It turned out to be a shrimp soldier. However, unlike ordinary shrimp soldiers, this one seemed to be cooked. Buzz. Seeing that the opponent's spear hit the void, Han Fei twisted his body and suddenly disappeared. Huh? The shrimp soldier shouted, "This Sky Survey Golden Hawk knows a space secret technique." When he passed the shrimp soldier, Han Fei grinned. Speed up. Buzz buzz buzz. One speed array after another was attached to him, and Han Fei's speed increased a bit more. Seeing that the other peak-level Dao-seeking realm demons probably couldn't catch up with him, Han Fei laughed. I'm only a peak-level law enforcer. You sea demons are shameless bullies. Nonsense. How can a peak-level law enforcer be so fast? You are at least an advanced explorer. A purple fish that looked like sharp knives dashed at him with a secret technique. But immediately, space trembled, and Han Fei twisted his body and dodged. Again. Han Fei sneered. In terms of running, the star teleportation technique was the strongest escape technique he had seen so far. Even if he could sweep across the elites of the big clans in the past, he generally wouldn't attack the Yi family people because he couldn't catch them at all. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, even though he was stronger than the Sky Swimming Falcon, it still took him more than half a year to touch the Sky Swimming Falcon. This was the power of star teleportation technique. 10 seconds passed in an instant, and a sea race venerable immediately realized that something was wrong. Several venerables glanced at Han Fei and discovered, to their shock, that this Sky Survey Golden Hawk seemed to have a big problem. It was really a peak-level law enforcer, but its speed was too fast. At that moment, a sea race venerable realized that this might be the heavenly talent of the waterwood world. Chi La. A claw mark stabbed into the void, trying to kill Han Fei. Han Fei's heart suddenly chilled. He immediately activated the venerable token, and a phantom suddenly appeared in the void. Jing'er shouted, "Who dares to touch the people of the waterwood world?" Rumble. A sea race venerable immediately shouted, "Not good, it's Ning Jing. Kill this person." In the blink of an eye, Jing'er's phantom collided with the venerable in the void, but the phantom didn't disappear. She immediately shouted, "Queen's insect, attack." Buzz buzz buzz. The void was in chaos. Han Fei was extremely close to the flame wall. When he was only less than 5,000 kilometers away, he saw a flame spider suddenly rush into the void. The long silk in the void grabbed at Han Fei. At the same time, for spider, phantoms rushed in all directions. Boom boom boom. The void exploded. Han Fei didn't expect that the Sea Clan venerables would still attack him even though the Queen's insect had issued a warning. Why? According to his understanding of the Sea Clan, they shouldn't be the kind of people who would start a venerable level battle easily. If they really fought, would they be able to take the upper hand of the Queen's insect? Jing'er shouted, "If anyone from the Sea Clan attacks again, the Fiery Sea will start a war." When facing Han Fei, Jing'er was like an ignorant girl. However, when faced with these Sea Clan venerables, Jing'er showed her strength. She declared war at the slightest disagreement. This was kinda like the style of the Inyang world. Swish. Han Fei was pulled to the other side of the ultimately fierce battlefield by the spider venerable. Han Fei vaguely heard a cold snort in the air. At the moment when the venerables attacked, the waterwood world creatures and the Sea Clan on the ultimately fierce battlefield stopped at the same time. The powerhouses quickly gathered, and the two parties were ready to fight at any time. Xu Xiaoman was stunned and confused. As a heavenly talent, she only had 3 feelings at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When Jing'er came back to herself, she found that Han Fei was staring at the fiery tree in a daze. Little Tree hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Han Fei, are you scared silly? Thank the Sky Spider Venerable for saving you." Han Fei came back to himself and looked at the gigantic spider that was burning with fire, whose claws were like red spears, and who was wearing fiery armor. "Thank you, Venerable Sky Spider." The Sky Spider asked, "Are you a human or a bird?" Chi La. The void was torn apart, and Jing'er appeared in midair with her cheeks puffed out. Han Fei, change back. Buzz. Han Fei's bird body changed, and he revealed his original human form. The Sky Spider looked at Jing'er. "He's a visitor from the Inyang world, Han Fei." The Sky Spider Venerable stared at Han Fei's waist with its multiple big eyes. "Is he the Inyang world's messenger who met the Queen? Isn't he here for the first day?" Jing'er looked at Han Fei helplessly. "Yes. Isn't it your first day here? Why did you come to the Fiery Sea?" Xu Xiaomang stood respectfully on the side, not daring to speak, but in her heart, she thought to herself, "He came to rob people." Han Fei smiled innocently. I was going to the ice domain to test the strength of the sea clan, so I killed dozens of sea spirit realm sea demons and a Dao seeking realm sea demon, by the way. Then, I was hunted all the way to the fiery sea. Jinger rolled her eyes at Han Fei. You're truly bold. You might as well choose the ice city wall rather than the fiery sea. Who gave you the idea? As Jinger spoke, she looked at Shu Xiaoman, who trembled. Han Fei quickly said, it's not her. I thought it would be more convenient to come to the fiery sea from the ice domain. Han Fei was actually briefly stunned. The old turtle was really up to no good. He was trying to trick him into digging the sea demon's den in the ice domain? That old B** starred. If it weren't for the old turtle, so what if a few peak-level explorers blocked the way? He could just rush into the ice city wall. The Sky Spider Venerable said casually, do you know why the Venerable attacked you? Han Fei shook his head. Why? The Sky Spider Venerable narrowed their eyes. Because they can see that you are a peak-level law enforcer comparable to an advanced explorer. If you were him, would you kill that person? Jinger also said, before I came, the Queen said that if you're too impulsive this time, you'll be punished not to be allowed to become handsome. Also, don't hide the Venerable token. Han Fei was stunned. Can I be punished like this? The Sky Spider Venerable, on the other hand, was stunned. It seemed that this kid had an extraordinary identity. The Queen punished him? This was the first time ever. Shu Xiaomang looked at Han Fei dumbfounded. He saw the Queen, and the Queen even wants to punish him? What an honor it is. However, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Of course, he didn't know that being punished was also an honor. And this punishment was a bit harsh. It seemed that the Queen Life was determined to use his appearance to make him sad. Heh. How can I, Han Fei, succumb to a mere pretty face? Han Fei didn't care and changed the topic. Well, can I ask if this tree is called a parasol tree? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei was rescued, he was shocked by this tree at first glance. Compared to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, this tree looked like a parasol tree, which made his imagination run wild. It was said that a phoenix would nest in a parasol tree. He had seen a dragon before. Would a phoenix appear? However, to Han Fei's disappointment, Jinger said, this is a fire tree. As for what kind of tree it is exactly, that was a long story. The Queen said that a natural spiritual fire swept this tree, causing the flames here to burn for 10,000 years. Don't change the topic. The Queen said that you are not allowed to go to the cave sea to cause trouble. Since you have reached the peak, you should go to the dark warport quickly. Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, this is my first day in the Waterwood world. I didn't cause any trouble. The Sky Spider Venerable said, wait a moment. Since you are strong enough, why don't you have a fight on the ultimately fierce battlefield first? Tell me how strong you are first. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Is it appropriate for me to say that? Jinger said, just tell me if you can kill an advanced explorer or not. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No, but I can easily kill anyone below this level. The Sky Spider Venerable looked at Han Fei in surprise. How many intermediate explorers can you defeat? Han Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He thought to himself, if I kill a batch of them now, will a lot of people come at me when I transcend the tribulation? Wouldn't it be a waste of my time? Hanfei couldn't help but ask, can I fight them after the tribulation? The sky spider venerable shook his head. It will only benefit you if you challenge them now. Just now, you broke into the wall of flame. Although you didn't show it in your current appearance, if you show your speed in battle and kill a few Tao-seeking realm demons first, they might be afraid of you and won't send anyone to challenge you when you transcend the heavenly tribulation. Hanfei's eyes glittered. This will do. Hanfei's purpose in the Waterwood world was to transcend the tribulation. Endure it for a while and everything will be fine. After transcending the tribulation, he could fight as he pleased. Hanfei looked back and asked hopefully, how should I fight? The sky spider venerable said, you can try provoking them. Do you know how to provoke them? Hanfei nodded. Let me try. Jinger said, don't worry. The queen asked me to watch over you until you succeed in transcending the tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, you can do whatever you want. Hanfei staggered. Jinger will watch over me? A listener might perceive an unintended meaning in what was said. The sky spider venerable couldn't help but look at Hanfei up and down again, thinking, is this person so important? Does the queen want to communicate with the Yinyang world? Xu Xiaomeng was full of jealousy. Oh my god. The queen actually asked Messenger Jing to personally protect Hanfei from the tribulation? How honorable is that? Hanfei thought to himself, in that case, I'd better directly transcend the tribulation after finishing the battle. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable being watched by a venerable every day. A moment later. On the ultimately fierce battlefield. Hiss. Hiss. The powerhouses of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were ready to fight at any time. They were just waiting for the venerable to give the order. At this moment, Hanfei flew over. Xu Xiaoman didn't follow him because Hanfei needed to pretend. Before he arrived, Hanfei heard a group of insects buzzing as if they were cursing at the sea demons. And the Sky Clan were chirping, seeming to be quarreling with the sea demons too. As he expected. In front of the array, a bald long-necked monster was roaring, you soft fuzzy bugs, come here if you have balls. I'll swallow you in one bite. A bunch of Insect Clan members were buzzing. Bald head, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to gnaw on your bones. I want to crawl into your body and gnaw on your internal organs. I'm going to tear your head apart. All sorts of curses were heard. All of them were buzzing non-stop like a swarm of flies buzzing in everyone's ears. In such an intense situation, no one noticed Hanfei at all. Therefore, at this moment, Hanfei Plus was standing on the back of a single horned fire sky bull, hiding among the thousands of insects, and joining the scolding battle. Hanfei's voice was not loud, but it spread far away. Hanfei shouted, the Sea Clan is a pile of fish shit, especially the venerables of the Sea Clan. They are the fish shit among fish shit. Huh? All of a sudden, the voices in the battlefield became softer. Who was so bold as to insult venerables? Why was he so bold? However, how could a group of insects and birds be afraid of such a war of words? After all, the other party had venerables. They had some too. Anyway, the venerable battle couldn't affect them. Therefore, a group of insects buzzed, the Sea Clan venerable is just a pile of fish shit. Fish poop, fish poop. For some reason, Hanfei suddenly felt that the insects didn't seem to be so scary. They seemed gullible. On the opposite side, a fire turtle shouted, smelly bugs, what are you shouting for? Come to me if you have balls. I'll burn you to ashes. Han Fei made up his mind. Since he didn't like turtles recently, he immediately shouted, "Shut up, you silly turtle. The venerable of the Sea clan are silly too." Many insects were taken aback. What he said seemed to make sense. Immediately, a large swarm of insects buzzed, "Silly, silly." In the distance, the sky spider venerable was lost for words. Why do I feel that this brat is a bad guy? Jinger was also a little stunned. I don't know either. The fire sky bull under Han Fei tilted its body, trying to see what the person standing on it looked like. The two long whiskers on its head flicked, and it thought to itself, why is a human being here? Han Fei stomped. Stand firm. Then Han Fei shouted again, I can kill 7 sea demons of the same level as me with one slap. Suddenly, a lobster soldier pointed its spear at the insect swarm. That human, hey, you. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You said you could kill 7 or 8 sea demons with one slap? You're just a peak-level law enforcer. Do you dare to fight me? Many insects and birds looked at him in surprise. Was this person shouting? However, a bug immediately roared, come on, smelly shrimp, let me stab you to death with my big horn. I, Chong Wuer, can stab you to death. A fire gull flapped its wings and shouted, damn you, shrimp soldier. Let me fight you. However, Han Fei stomped and the fire sky bull under his feet stumbled. Han Fei rushed to the front of the array with a swish. Han Fei pointed at the lobster soldier and then at the other sea demons on the opposite side. I'm not pointing at you. I'm saying that all of you here are fish poop. Roar. I'm gonna tear you apart. Did you see my pincers? I'm going to cut you into halves. The sea demons immediately roared. Countless insects and the people of the sky were speechless. Human, do you know how fierce the battle in the fiery sea is? How dare you provoke them? A bug said to the bug beside him, this person is not only ugly, but also not as smart as ordinary insects. In the void, a cold snort echoed. Kill him. Han Fei realized that it was the voice of the venerable who attacked him just now. Immediately, Han Fei added, why? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Even your venerables are fish poop. The lobster soldier shouted, human, don't waste your breath. Come up and fight me if you have what it takes. Han Fei raised his middle finger at the lobster soldier. Who do you think you are? I can stab you to death with one finger. I can beat a dozen sea demons like you with one hand. In terms of provocative postures, magical arrogance, and exaggerated acting skills, how could these sea demons be a match for Han Fei? Immediately, a crab was so infuriated by Han Fei that its shell turned purple. The crab crawled out horizontally. Human, I'm going to smash you. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Who the hell are you? I can beat up 70 or 80 of you. Behind him, a large group of insects rolled their eyes and the birds were speechless. Come on, you are only a peak-level law enforcer. What can you brag about? An insect reminded him, human, don't overestimate yourself. There are no rules here. The sky spider venerable was also lost for words. Doesn't he know that the insect race often fights in groups? Jinger, however, said carelessly, well, it's just 70 or 80 crabs. What's so difficult about it? Shu Xiaoman put it aside, not daring to speak. He thought to himself, you are A venerable, so of course it's not difficult for you. But let's see what would happen if you were an ordinary person. It would be extremely difficult for one to fight two opponents at the same level as him, let alone 70 or 80. With her capabilities, if she were to fight a legendary creature, she would be able to beat one at most. Hardly had Han Fei shouted that when more than 30 crabs crawled out and waved their pincers. Human, come and fight me if you've got balls. Human, come on. Don't retreat. Human, if you dare to come, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Han Fei, however, laughed. Do you think I'll be afraid of dozens of stinky crabs and shrimp? Don't you Sea Clan have any powerhouses? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. I'm going to fight 100 of you alone. Today. I don't care if you are a legendary creature or a legend one. As long as you dare to come, I dare to accept your challenge. I have been seeking defeat all my life, and I am invincible among my peers. My nickname is Han Fei, the Invincible. If you can't even find 100 strong masters, how can you be my opponent? You pieces of fish shit, get the hell out of the wall of flame. The insects and birds on the side of the waterwood world were stunned. Invincible in the same realm? Han Fei, the Invincible? Never heard of him. The sky spider venerable's lips twitched. Jinger, is the queen sure she didn't choose the wrong person? Jinger blinked. He sounds quite domineering. Immediately, some sea demons felt that something was wrong. Some explorers glanced at Han Fei. Indeed, he was a peak-level law enforcer. But no matter what they thought, they didn't think that Han Fei was really capable of fighting 100 alone. Immediately, a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm shouted. Okay, since this human is so arrogant, let's satisfy him. Come on, tear him apart alive. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Great. I'm gonna make a fortune. I should have come to the fiery sea earlier. I had only killed 50 sea spirits back in the ice domain. But he could fight a whole gang of sea demons here. Although these creatures might not have any good treasures on them, if they were used to make hot pot, they must be highly nutritious. It would be best if he could hunt 1,000 of such creatures. If he ate one every day, he would be unbelievably strong in 3 years. Behind Han Fei, the strong masters of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were puzzled. 1 against 100? Is this person crazy? Only a few people knew that Han Fei came from the Yin-Yang world. Were people from the Yin-Yang world so powerful? When more than 100 sea demons roared and rushed into the battlefield, Han Fei took a step forward, his eyes fierce. Let me make it clear that this battle will not end until one of us is dead. If any of you escapes, the venerable of the Sea Clan is nothing but a piece of garbage. The sea creatures all wanted to rush up and tear Han Fei apart. However, the Tao-seeking and the venerable level powerhouses were puzzled. What was this kid's background? Immediately, the Sea Clan venerable shouted in a low voice, Sky Spider, Ning Jing, if you, Waterwood world beings, want to fight, then don't use any abnormal things. Don't borrow force from others, and don't use weapons that don't belong to you. Han Fei shouted, there's no need for the venerable to agree. I, Han Fei, have been cultivating hard for more than 300 years, believing that I am invincible in my realm and can defeat all law enforcers in the world. Why do I need to use external help? I'll handle this matter myself. Han Fei? Many creatures looked puzzled. Defeat all law enforcers in the world? This Human is too arrogant. The venerable on the opposite side snorted. That's bulls asterisk it. I can see that. You're not even 30 yet. Han Fei was speechless. Had he been seen through at a glance? However, I'm not panicking at all. I was just bragging. The Sky Spider venerable shouted, okay, enough chit-chat. Let's start the battle. We'll fight to the death in this battle. The venerable frowned. Was the Sky Spider really confident, or was he sending this human to death? However, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for Han Fei to win. Even if the other party was an intermediate explorer, it was not easy to win against the combat power condensed by 100 peak-level law enforcers. Furthermore, if he didn't become an explorer, his spiritual energy was limited. Even if he had a way to recover in combat, it was impossible for him to do it in time in that kind of intense battle. The Sea Venerable felt that his analysis was very accurate. He could feel that this person wasn't weak. The Waterwood world probably wanted to kill dozens of sea demons at the same level as Han Fei to boost their strength. In fact, it was just that the Sea Venerable didn't know Han Fei's background, or what he had done in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a stupid decision. In the field, under the surprised gaze of countless people, Han Fei walked step by step to the battlefield on the burning sea. Behind him, the strong masters of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were shocked. The Sky Spider Venerable actually agreed? Is this human very strong? Is this a war of attrition? All the powerhouses in the Fiery Sea knew the purpose of the Sea Clan. They wanted to consume the powerhouses of the Waterwood world. However, they couldn't figure out how Han Fei could survive the siege of 100 sea demons. In the sky, the Red Falcon and the other strong masters all speculated. It wasn't easy for a person to come from the Yin-Yang world. Why did the Venerable send him to death? If not, how strong was this person? On the battlefield, Han Fei looked at the more than 100 creatures, but instead of taking out the embroidery needle, he took out Snowmorn. These were all food. If they were smashed, how would he eat them? When Snowmorn was taken out, the Sea Clan Venerable shouted, a sea quelling bizarre treasure? How can a law enforcer subdue a sea quelling bizarre treasure? A sea quelling bizarre treasure? Immediately, the sea creatures on the opposite side were shocked too. How could a law enforcer have a sea quelling bizarre treasure? Was he kidding? On the Waterwood world side, the group of insects cheered after the initial shock. Han Fei threw Snowmorn into the air, and the latter revolved around him. This shows that I'm talented. You are a venerable. If you mind, I don't have to use it. Then, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife. I can use this. Then, Han Fei withdrew Snowmorn. He didn't want to scare these people away. A big bird shouted, why? Use it. A bug buzzed. You tamed it with your own abilities. Why don't you use it? Han Fei smiled casually. Don't panic. Wait until I can't beat them. Han Fei immediately smiled. Has the battle started? I'm going to attack. As he said this, the void lines had already been split. He activated Devil Change, the phantom glass wings, and the war body. Bang! It exploded under Han Fei's feet. He hadn't used the Heavenly Void Divine movement yet, but his speed was extremely fast, completely exceeding the speed of a normal peak-level law enforcer. Sky-splitting spear. Sea-shattering cuts. Primordial Chaos Demon Shield. Fire element impact. All of a sudden, all kinds of strange techniques were used. The ultimately fierce battlefield was brightly colored. A spherical creature turned into a fireball and rolled over first. It seemed to be conceited of its strong physique and wanted to ram Han Fei to death. Han Fei smiled and extended his hand. The infinity water wrapped his arm and condensed into a cone-shaped spear. Bang! Pfft! At that moment, Han Fei clearly felt a terrifying rebound force. However, so what? The golden light of the art of invincibility flashed, and with a puff, the ball exploded. The void lines buckled. Even if the other party had an immortal seal, it was impossible for him to have the time to use it. Hiss! A unicorn bull said in shock. He punched through the fish of the mist. A big bird was surprised. He penetrated it? What is that golden light? A beetle shouted, Good! Good job! Under this blow, dozens of creatures had surrounded him. All kinds of power of law seemed to be trying to tear Han Fei apart. There was a black-armored turtle who had mastered the law of gravity. With a flip of Han Fei's hand, terrifying gravity descended. Under the irregular heavy pressure, dozens of creatures staggered. However, Han Fei seemed to be completely unaffected. Wherever the blade passed, sparks flashed. Pooh! 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 Clang! Clang! Han Fei couldn't help frowning. There were 3 creatures that blocked his attack, comparable to that of a junior explorer. However, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 sea demons at the peak of the sea spirit realm had died. This had stunned all the creatures present. All the explorers were shocked. What a strong body! The black shell turtle turned into a black shield and shouted at the same time, This person's physique is astonishing, comparable to my hard armor. Let's attack him together. Immediately, the powerhouses who were about to charge at him behind stopped. On their bodies, white light flashed, and they integrated into one. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and shattered the incoming black shield with a golden fist mark. At the same time, he flashed into the air and shouted, I have a knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers. In Han Fei's body, the terrifying spiritual energy was suddenly sucked dry. He activated the draw technique and slashed at the white array. Chi-Lu. The terrifying attack only caused the white light to dim slightly. However, the attack failed and was easily blocked. Ha ha ha. A Tao-seeking realm sea demon laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Human, is this the power of your knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers? Han Fei looked solemn. From the fish tide, one spear after another shot through the air. Each blow was extremely powerful and seemed to be a full blow. Han Fei roared and charged at the fish tide, punching out golden fist marks. One after another. The terrifying spears were all shattered by Han Fei's punch. However, when the golden fist mark hit the fish tide array, it could only create a big hemispherical pit before it was blocked. Han Fei's face was grim and he seemed to be shocked by the fish tide. Countless insects and the Sky Clan roared, use the sea-quelling bazaar treasures now. Don't resist the fish tide head-on. The Sky Spider Venerable frowned slightly. Did he do that on purpose? There was no worry on Jinger's face. He acts as if he really can't beat them. Shu Xiaoman looked at this scene dumbfounded. He was already very strong. Except that Han Fei didn't use his speed advantage, the fist marks were extremely terrifying. However, when she thought that Han Fei could kill 9 sea spirit powerhouses in the blink of an eye, and how terrifying Han Fei's roar was, it seemed that Han Fei was indeed pretending. Han Fei shouted as he sprinted, "I am invincible among my peers. A mere fish. Tide wants to stop me? Then I will tear this fish tide apart." In an instant, the two sides were within a kilometer of each other. However, at that moment, the void distorted, and Han Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. "Where is he? Where is he?" A sea demon roared, "Has this guy run away?" A bug was dumbfounded. "What technique is this?" Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar blasted a big hole in the fish tide. All the creatures saw a group of strange creatures with huge bodies trampling the void and roaring. Pooh! 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 At that moment, Han Fei twisted the space and went into the fish tide. All the sea creatures within a kilometer of Han Fei were bleeding. In the white light that was shaken off, Han Fei's afterimage filled the sky. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, more than 50 ordinary peak-level sea spirits were killed one after another, and the part between their eyebrows was cut open by the knife. In Han Fei's view, the so-called peak-level sea spirits were all ordinary. Roar. This person is the Sky Survey Golden Hawk from just now. On the Sea Clan side, a Venerable was furious. Following that, a Sharkman appeared in the void. However, the Sky Spider Venerable and Jinger were faster than the Sea Clan. Venerable. The Sky Spider Venerable said coldly, "This is a bet and the battle has already started. Do you want to interfere?" The Insect Clan, the Sky Clan, and the countless creatures of the Sea Clan were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a weird technique before. They were all at the peak of the sea spirit realm. But half of them were killed in an instant. Many insects fell into the water. Is he really a human being? He's so strong. Idiot, the Venerable of the Sea Clan said that he is a Sky Survey Golden Hawk, not a human. So he's a bird. As for the Sky Clan, they were also dumbfounded. What? A bird in the law Enforcer realm can become a human? Why didn't we know that? A big bird shouted, "That's impossible. We don't have a Sky Survey Golden Hawk. Like Han Fei, the invincible." The Red Falcon shouted, "He is originally a human, but he somehow used a technique to become a member of the Sky Clan." The Venerable of the Sea Clan shouted angrily, "Good, very good. Sky Spider. Ning Jing, you set me up. Is it because there is no big battle in the fiery sea for a long time that you've become arrogant?" In the face of the Sea Clan Venerable's question, Jinger said proudly, "Who told you to be stupid? If Waterwood World really had such a peerless genius, why would we let him come here to die?" Roar. The remaining sea creatures on the field all launched their strongest attacks. A crab shattered its pincers and condensed half of its life into a strike, trying to tear Han Fei apart. Buzz. A golden man stepped in the air, clasped his hands, and violently launched a peak strike that condensed all his blood essence. Some spears, like blood arrows, shattered the void, trying to pierce Han Fei. The void twisted, and Han Fei appeared beside a lobster soldier. The white knife went in, and the red knife was drawn out, killing it in one blow. Pooh. 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 On the field, it was a one-sided slaughter. All the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan members were dumbfounded. This battle was too violent. A sky bull touched its horns with its toes. It felt that Han Fei could break its horns barehandedly. Some hawks couldn't help retracting their sharp claws. They felt that if their claws were to touch Han Fei, they would very likely break. The fire element giant turtle tried to ram Han Fei with its huge turtle shell. But as soon as it hit Han Fei, it froze. With a bunch of void lines attached to it, how could it still move? The Sea Clan Venerable was horrified. This human is so strong. He's only a peak-level law enforcer, but his physique is outrageously strong, his means are complicated, and he has mastered the power of space, gravity, and speed. More importantly, how could a peak-level law enforcer endlessly absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and energy from the void? In the field, as soon as Han Fei opened his mouth, billowing spiritual energy and energy were swallowed by him, which seemed extremely easy to him. Therefore, as long as his realm was in place, it was no longer necessary for him to absorb spiritual energy from fish. Han Fei had infinite spiritual energy now. Puff, puff, puff. When there were only 7 or 8 legendary creatures left, a sea demon shouted, "Self-destruct yourselves at any time." Han Fei certainly wouldn't pretend not to hear him. He activated the agility of wind. However, Han Fei wasn't fighting at all. He was picking up all the creatures that had been killed. All the creatures? Han Fei shouted angrily, "You sea demons want to destroy my ingredients? Go to hell." Hiss. A large number of sea demons took a deep breath. At this point of time, this human was still thinking of food? For a moment, many sea creatures were horrified. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to the peak of the sea spirit level. How horrifying it was if they were eaten like this. After all, they were no longer the ignorant and ordinary sea creatures. After picking up the ingredients, Han Fei suddenly looked back and grinned. "Are you going to blow yourselves up? Let's see who's faster." Hearing this, the creatures were horrified. Some creatures intended to blow themselves up, and some attempted to let a wisp of their soul escape. As the void twisted, Han Fei had already attacked at full speed. His speed was comparable to that of an intermediate peak-level explorer. How could these law enforcers compare to him? The void constantly distorted, and with bangs, a terrifying wave of explosions swept in all directions. However, among the more than 100 peak-level sea spirits, only 3 of them successfully detonated themselves. The rest were taken in to forge the universe as storage for ingredients. Han Fei thought to himself, "After this battle, I'll sell the large number of ordinary creatures I collected before. In the future, if I want to eat, I'll only eat peak-level sea spirits." Once upon a time, how powerful were the 8 wings of Blue Feather? But at this moment, the creatures of this level had already become Han Fei's food. Only 5 years had passed since then. A sudden silence fell. The insects stopped buzzing, and the Sky Clan was a little frightened. Is there going to be a heaven-defying powerhouse among human beings? Those who knew Han Fei's background were amazed. What kind of place was the Yin-Yang world exactly? It was said that there was only one human race there. Could it be that the people there were all as cruel and ruthless as Han Fei? The Yin-Yang world was too terrifying. The Sea Clan Venerable seemed to be on the verge of erupting. 100 peak-level sea spirits had all died in this battle. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the fiery sea battlefield suffered a great loss in such a short period of time. A shark venerable shouted in a low voice, "I don't care who this person is. He's not going to become an explorer in this life. Either that, or he's going to transcend the tribulation at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in this life." Ningjing suddenly said, "Han Fei, hang up the venerable token." Han Fei was briefly stunned. Was this also part of the plan to awe the crowd? He couldn't help but smile. "That bucktooth venerable, yes, you. Let me tell I'm going to transcend the tribulation in a few days. The place of the tribulation is at the Dark War Port. You're welcome to visit it. When Han Fei was done, under the watch of countless people, a token appeared in his hand. At this moment, Han Fei finally put the venerable token on his waist. Hiss. When the venerable token was activated, the Sea Clan Venerable's pupils suddenly constricted. Venerable token? Ning Jing's venerable token? Ning Jing was an extremely special existence among all the venerables in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. How did her venerable token appear on Han Fei? While the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were shocked, Ning Jing smiled slyly. You're right. Han Fei is the next king's attendant that the queen wants to nurture. Wow. King's attendant? Hiss. Who is Han Fei? Why haven't I heard of this person before? God, is the queen recruiting a king's attendant? For a moment, the members of the Waterwood world were in an uproar. Everybody in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree knew that Ning Jing was the only king's attendant. And now, the queen was recruiting another king's attendant? Didn't it mean that the queen was very interested in Han Fei? When these words fell into the ears of the Sea Clan Venerable, it sounded like thunder. Others might not know, but how could they not know? In the entire Waterwood world, Ning Jing rarely participated in the battle, but in terms of the combat power, this woman was probably the strongest venerable in the Waterwood world. Han Fei looked at Ning Jing in shock, and the latter chuckled proudly. So. Now you know? If I don't have any ability, how can I serve the queen? In a few days, let's see who you dare to send to the Dark War Port. Although Ning Jing seemed to be simple-minded, being a venerable, she certainly wasn't a fool. Han Fei would be the king's attendant? Come on, the queen was a woman. How could Han Fei, a man, be the king's attendant? That was completely impossible. However, the Sea Clan didn't know. Han Fei had the venerable token, and Han Fei had slaughtered more than 100 sea spirits in such a domineering way. This battle record was bound to shake the royal city of the Sea Clan. Han Fei thought to himself, what the hell is this king's attendant? Didn't they say that I could intimidate my opponents only as long as I came to fight? Today, and then, I can safely transcend the tribulation? What does this king's attendant mean? Even the heavenly spider venerable looked at Ning Jing in surprise. Didn't they say that they would help Han Fei transcend the tribulation? Why did you mention the king's attendant thing? Now the royal city would definitely send top geniuses to ambush Han Fei. However, Jing'er pretended not to notice anyone's gaze and even asked with a smile, Han Fei, do you still want to fight? Instantly, many sea creatures shrank back. Fight him? The queen chose him as an attendant and he could easily kill 100 powerhouses of the same level? Do you think we're stupid? Ning Jing said leisurely, those in the junior or intermediate Dao-seeking realm can try fighting him. Right, Han Fei? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. There was a saying that beautiful women couldn't be trusted. Who the hell pretended to be innocent and vowed to help him transcend the tribulation just now? The venerable's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, everything made sense. The so-called provocation was fake. Queen Life just wanted to test Han Fei. Since it was a test, it meant that Queen Life attached great importance to Han Fei, believing that he could withstand the attacks of the heavenly talents fro the royal city. Immediately, the venerable snorted. In that case, I'd like to see if he can. Survive the tribulation in the dark warport in a few days. Let's retreat 4. Now. The sea creatures retreated. As for the hundreds of peak-level sea spirits who died under the stimulation of this news, they were temporarily put aside. If they could kill a figure like Han Fei in the dark warport, so what if 100 peak-level sea spirits died? In a sense, Han Fei's value alone far exceeded that of countless peak-level sea spirits. Once Han Fei successfully transcended the tribulation, if he hid in the cloud sea divine tree and cultivated to the venerable realm, the Sea clan would definitely welcome a new fatal enemy. Besides, Jing'er had already given Han Fei her venerable token. In a sense, Queen Life had already treated Han Fei as a venerable. It was worth it if such a person could be killed, no matter how many sea spirit creatures died. After the sea demons retreated, Han Fei was about to ask Jing'er what she meant. However, a large number of insects surrounded Han Fei with buzzes. Han Fei. Han Fei, Han Fei. The sky race landed one after another and looked at Han Fei curiously. A bug asked, Han Fei, how did you become so strong? A big bird asked, Han Fei, why can you turn into a sky survey golden hawk? We can take human forms, but I've never heard of a human being turning into one of us. A bug buzzed. Han Fei, is your body sturdier than my horn? Han Fei. As for Xu Xiaomong, witnessing Han Fei easily killing 100 enemies with her own eyes, she felt her heart was already set ablaze. When they were in the ice domain, Han Fei hunted the sea spirit powerhouses with sneak attacks. However, today's battle was a real head-on one. But Han Fei could still win in a head-on clash, which showed how strong he was. At this moment, Xu Xiaomong felt that it was a fair loss for Yu Chen. Even Venerable Shui might not have had such combat power in the past. Xu Xiaoman even wondered if the queen was really going to make Han Fei her attendant. Half an hour later, when Han Fei crawled out of the pile of worms with disheveled hair, the sky spider Venerable and Jing'er were nowhere to be seen. Only Xu Xiaoman was standing there in a daze. Han Fei immediately asked, where's Jing'er? Xu Xiaoman's heart sank. Sure enough, Han Fei had already regarded messenger Jing as an equal and even called her by her name. This should be the pride of a top genius, right? Xu Xiaoman said with a sullen face. The messenger said that she was going back first and she would wait for you to come back to cook. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Cook? This woman only knew food. Damn it. Why can't I be at peace wherever I go? I just want to transcend the heavenly tribulation peacefully. When Han Fei returned to the Flying Feather Division, it was already night. As soon as Han Fei returned, Jing'er said to him via voice transmission, come on, come cook for us. Still in Shue's yard. Han Fei said to Xu Xiaoman, I'm going to cook. Of course, Xu Xiaoman didn't receive his voice transmission. After all, as a peak-level law enforcer, she didn't have the opportunity to have a meal with Messenger Jing. Xu Xiaoman, okay. I'll go back first. Do you remember the way back? Yes, there is a map. In the courtyard of Wushang Shui, this time there were only Jing'er and Wushang Shui. Han Fei came to Wushang Shui's home. When Wushang Shui saw him, the corner of her mouth twitched. Should I leave? However, the hot pot and barbecue were indeed delicious. Seeing Han Fei, Jing'er's eyes lit up. Come on. Didn't you catch many creatures today? Get me some of the best quality ones. I want hot pot and barbecue. Gloomily, Han Fei took out a grill and a big pot, pondered for a moment, and chose a legendary lobster, which was still burning with flames. As soon as the lobster appeared, Wu Shangshui pointed her finger, and a layer of frost condensed on the lobster. Holding back her fury, Wu Shangshui said, "Why did you take out a 20-meter long lobster? Do you want to burn the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? It's just a meal. This lobster is too big for you too." Jing'er chuckled and hugged Wu Shangshui's arm. "Ah. Being big means that it has a lot of meat. And it's legendary. Its meat must be delicious." Han Fei quickly shelled the lobster and said leisurely, "Jing'er, I've been sold too thoroughly, haven't I? I feel an ominous aura surrounding me." Jing'er said carelessly, "The queen said that you're going to be a king. How can you be afraid of a mere tribulation? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll protect you and help you get more delicious ingredients." Han Fei thought to himself, "I had planned to make a delicious meal to reward you with at least dozens of dishes after the tribulation. But now, humph, you can only eat hot pot and barbecue. I won't make you any other dishes other than hot pot and barbecue these 3 years." The two venerables watched Han Fei's saber flow like water. Han Fei had almost known this ingredient to the hilt. The two couldn't help but secretly record in their heart, thinking that there would be another great delicacy in the waterwood world from now on. While cutting the translucent meat, Han Fei said, "Venerable Shui, I have a lot of materials here. Do you want them?" Wu Shangshui was stunned. "What materials?" Han Fei immediately threw out a pile of hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells and said, "This is all the resources I've accumulated over the years. There are all kinds of cultivation techniques, combat skills, and materials in it. I can't count them all. I just want to exchange for something good." Looking at the hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells, Wu Shangshui was a little stunned. How many things had this guy looted? He must have done a lot of similar things in the Yinyang world. Jing'er asked in surprise, "Is there food in it?" Han Fei shook his head quickly. "No, they're all materials that can't be eaten." Jing'er immediately lost interest. "Then I'm not interested. You can sell it yourself." Wu Shangshui scanned around with her perception and then felt terrible. She found that many sea-swallowing seashells were filled with the sea demons. Various weapons, such as golden harpoons, golden battle suits, etc. Of course, in addition to those sea demon weapons, there were also various wars and materials, as well as a large number of demonic stones, combat skills, etc. There were thousands of them. Huh. Wu Shangshui froze for a moment and then grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell. As she waved her hand, a big red trunk more than 10 meters long appeared in her hand. Jing'er didn't even bother to look at the materials, but when she saw the big red trunk, she was stunned. The big red trunk? Han Fei was also stunned. Do they know this thing? This material was not high-leveled. As for why this section was in the sea-swallowing seashell, it seemed to be used to build a house, and then he randomly threw a leftover piece into the sea. Swallowing seashell. Wu Shangshui couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "Where did you get this tree?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong with this tree?" "It's just a material used to refine ultra-quality spiritual weapons. It shouldn't be too precious, right?" Wu Shangshui immediately said, "You don't understand. You don't understand the layout of the waterwood world. There are 2 royal cities here, but in fact, the other royal city is called the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The tree is the city, and the city is the tree. The layout is a little similar to our cloud sea divine tree. However, the way it grows is slightly different. The blood sea divine wood is not that big, only extending for more than 300 kilometers from the sea. However, its seed can grow this kind of big red trunk. Therefore, more than 300,000 kilometers near the blood sea divine wood, it's covered with this kind of 10,000-year-old big red trunk. There, a fish named Millennium Snapper lives. Well, it's also a cultivation holy land for fire attribute creatures. Han Fei's pupils were constricted, and he suddenly remembered a name, Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, then what's the use of this tree? I have a whole tree here. Huh? A whole tree? Seeing that Wushang Shui and Jing'er were a little stunned, Han Fei scratched his head and said, actually, not entirely. I've used some parts of the tree, such as building houses or making weapons. Build houses? For a moment, Wushang Shui just wanted to slap Han Fei to death. 10,000. Your big red trunk? King used it to build houses? Han Fei asked blankly, is there a problem with trees being used to build houses? Jing'er extended her hand and said, hand over the big red trunk. Han Fei thought to himself, wait, is there any value in the big red trunk that I haven't discovered? Immediately, Han Fei said, let's talk nicely. Robbery is not allowed. Jing'er was speechless. It's not me, but the queen. Han Fei didn't notice it either. Perhaps because no one had ever robbed him. He immediately said, even the queen has to pay. Bang! Han Fei fell to the ground with a thud. It was not Wushang Shui and Jing'er who attacked him, but a force that appeared naturally in the void and pressed him to the ground. Ouch, 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 ouch. Then, the queen's voice echoed in the yard, as a body refiner, you lack nothing more than energy baptism. I'll give you an immeasurable fruit in exchange for your big red trunk. Han Fei felt no pressure on his body, so he shivered and jumped up. He looked around but didn't see Queen Life. However, he was shocked. The immeasurable fruit? The water immortal seemed to have told him about the immeasurable fruit. The universe was infinite and powerful. In the void chaos, it produced a spiritual fruit called the immeasurable fruit. This was definitely good stuff. Han Fei immediately nodded. He had really made a fortune this time. Before, he had thought that the big red trunk took up too much space and almost used all of it to build ships. If he had known this earlier, he would have dug up all the big red trunk in the level 3 fishery. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 large trees more than 500 meters tall were carried by him side by side. He had to fly above the yard to carry them, or there wouldn't be enough space in the yard. The void trembled, and the 2 pieces of the big red trunk were gone. Then, Queen Life asked, what else? Han Fei chuckled and took out 2 small pieces, which were about 300 meters in total. He didn't know that this thing was so valuable. If he had known that a 10,000-year big red trunk could be exchanged for an immeasurable fruit, he would never have used half of its branch. The big red trunk that was more than 300 meters long was swept away by the void. Han Fei immediately patted his chest and said, my queen, don't worry. I'll find a chance to visit the Blood Sea Divine Wood and give you a few more. This fruit can't be used in the law enforcer realm. Otherwise, you will die. After that, Queen Life fell silent. In the void, a red-green fruit descended. Han Fei happily grabbed it and was stunned. Isn't this F** king of flowerless fruit? Wait. Han Fei's pupils were constricted, and information popped up. Name immeasurable fruit. Introduction, produced by C establishment-level demon plants. It gathers the energy of the world and contains a wisp of chaos energy that contains a trace of Dao runes. It can't be eaten before you grasp the Dao runes. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. Level none. Quality ultra quality. Chaos energy 1 wisp. Effect: eating it directly can increase a large amount of spiritual energy and obtain a huge amount of natural energy. It is ineffective against creatures above the king level and can be eaten repeatedly. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. This thing was definitely of a high level, but it seemed that he couldn't use it now. Although the supreme yin-yang will seemed to have some Dao runes, it was a combat skill and had nothing to do with comprehension. Anyway, he still didn't know what Dao runes were. Besides, what was chaos energy? Was it an energy 1 level higher than spiritual energy? Whatever. Han Fei felt that he had already made a fortune from this wave of gains. Although he couldn't use it now, it meant that this fruit was very advanced. Ordinary things weren't very useful to him now. He just lacked such top treasures. However, Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Didn't they say that the immeasurable fruit was born from the chaos? Was the water immortal tricking him? No. The water immortal didn't have any reason to deceive him. Or, could he add that it was something produced by a sea establisher in the chaos? There were only 2 sea establishment powerhouses in the Waterwood world. One of them was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but the Cloud Sea God didn't seem to grow fruits. Then Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is it the fruit of Queen Life? Is Queen Life a plant? Han Fei immediately confirmed this thought. The water immortal was also a plant. Who said that plants couldn't become humans? Oh my God. Han Fei thought to himself. Although he didn't know the use of this big red trunk, it was definitely good stuff. If he had a chance, he would definitely dig a few more. Anyway, he had enough space and forge the universe now. After the transaction with Queen Life was completed, Han Fei chuckled. Well, Venerable Shui, do you still want to buy these resources? Wushang Shui said leisurely, you're late. I've given most of my resources to Yu Chen. He's about to enter the Dao and needs resources. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jinger, who blinked. I stay in the Heavenly Palace every day. I don't need resources. Han Fei. However, he heard Wushang Shui say, you want to transcend the tribulation, so you want to quickly settle the resources on you and exchange for something really useful, right? Han Fei nodded quickly. Of course. If it weren't for the tribulation, I wouldn't have sold them now. This was the Waterwood world, and resources were wasted here. After all, they were used in other people's territory. Wushang Shui said lightly, well, since this is a deal, you can ask for what you need first. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He immediately said, what I want is actually very simple. For example, this Candle Dragon Blood, Destiny Holy Grass, Level 3 Soul Crystal, Ultra Quality Energy Fruit, and the flesh and blood of Venerable Level C monsters. Stop. When Han Fei was counting, Jinger looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. Stop it. The Queen said that the most terrifying thing about Heavenly Tribulations is the terrifying energy that can obliterate vitality. Therefore, it's useless for you to ask for energy fruits and candle dragon blood. Leave everything here. The queen can give you 10 drops of spring of life. Han Fei? Wu Xiangshui looked at Jing'er in shock. Are these things worth 10 drops of spring of life? Han Fei wanted to ask, what the hell is the spring of life? Do you know how many years it took me to accumulate these resources? Only 10 drops? However, after hearing Wu Xiangshui's question, he immediately understood something. Queen Life, just from the title, he could tell she was related to life. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Jing'er, what's the effect of the spring of life? Jing'er was also a little surprised. Effect? A drop of the spring of life can extend one's life for 100 years and have the ability to revive the dead. Of course, it's only when the soul is still intact. In addition, life can repair the spiritual heritage and polish the foundation. Therefore, strictly speaking, all the materials here can only be exchanged for about 5 drops of the spring of life. Han Fei was shocked. So awesome? However, he was quite conflicted. It took him so many years to have accumulated so many things, but in the end, he only got 10 drops of life. Water? Seeing that Han Fei was silent, Wu Xiangshui said, the queen takes you very seriously. This is a blessing for you. Jing'er said, well, the queen said that each of the extra 5 drops can be counted as 10 Tao-seeking demons. In other words, you owe the waterwood world 50 Tao-seeking demons. That's really a bargain. 50 Tao-seeking demons can be exchanged for 5 drops of life spring water. If others knew this, they would probably go crazy. Han Fei was a little dumbfounded. Am I that lucky? However, Han Fei didn't really have anything he needed now. Weapons? He had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures and an ultra-quality divine blood-drinking knife. His fishing pole was a high-quality divine weapon, so he certainly didn't lack any. He didn't take out the spirit awakening fluid. He still wanted to let Nine Tails and his other pets make a breakthrough as quickly as possible, especially the lapdog. He had plenty of spiritual spring and spiritual fruits. However, since he had become a level 9 spiritual heritage and learned the war body, his demand for spiritual energy and energy wasn't very strong. However, just in case, he still had to reserve them. In the future, if he had more, he could sell them to others. However, now that things had come to this point, how could Han Fei not exchange for it? Han Fei thought to himself, in these sea-swallowing seashells, there were more than 300 low-quality divine weapons and more than 60 mid-quality divine weapons. All the materials added up, if he had the 100 war divine hammer to refine them, he could refine about 30 mid-quality divine weapons and more than 300 low-quality divine weapons. Just this part alone was an astronomical figure, which couldn't be exchanged with money at all, not to mention Han Fei's ultra-quality materials that could almost arm thousands of people. Of course, Han Fei still chose to exchange for it without hesitation, because from the reaction of Wu Xiangshui and Jing'er, the value of the spring of life was more than all the resources he had. When a small bottle shining with crystal-clear brilliance suddenly floated out of the void, Han Fei felt a little regretful. At least 80% of his belongings were exchanged for 10 drops of life spring water. He suddenly became poor. Han Fei immediately took the bottle. This thing is very precious. In the future, I'll use it drop by drop. I won't use it unless I have to. He glanced at it but didn't see any information, but Han Fei didn't panic. At least it could be used as a life-saving treasure. A moment later, Jinger was eating the hot pot happily, while Han Fei was counting in his heart all the resources he had left. First of all, he hadn't taken the heavenly heart pill that old Bai gave him yet. It was said that it could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation by 30%. It should be good. Secondly, he had exchanged 80% of his belongings for 10 drops of the spring of life. 1 drop could extend his life for 100 years, which was very precious. It was even more expensive than the heavenly heart pill. Apart from these two, Han Fei found that he only had the spiritual spring, spiritual fruit, and spirit awakening fluid left. In the evening, when Han Fei returned to his residence, he was a little absent-minded. After walking a few times, he felt that he seemed to have taken the wrong path. Confirming with the map several times, Han Fei scanned with his perception and then saw Shu Xiaoman, who was cultivating. However, at this moment, Shu Xiaoman was walking on the vines of the Cloud Sea divine tree. The long bough in her hand was like a butterfly, revolving around her. Swish! 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 The arrow flow was extremely fast, and Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. What a familiar archery technique. Shadowless arrow stream? Han Fei's eyes widened. Wasn't this Diwu Weiguang's shadowless arrow stream? Suddenly, Han Fei's body stiffened, and he had an extremely bold guess in his heart. Diwu Weiguang was very handsome, almost of the same level as Zhang Xuanyu. Could it be, that guy is from the Waterwood world? If Diwu Weiguang was from the Waterwood world, when did they go there? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes. The leafless tree was guarding the gate. And the leafless tree was a demon plant from the Waterwood world. Originally, Queen Life was his queen. Then, wouldn't it be very simple for the Waterwood world to arrange for someone to go to the Yinyang world? Why did he feel that the Waterwood world and the Yinyang world had always been separated? With a thought, Han Fei summoned the longbow in his hand. Swish! 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 The war soul art was also about technique. Although it was not as good as the archeries in the Waterwood world, it was definitely not weak. However, it was not so fast. At this moment, when it was used by Han Fei, it immediately made Little Tree vigilant. Who? Swish! 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 In Han Fei's perception, Shu Xiaoman was shooting arrows extremely quickly. The arrows had almost turned into a line, and her hand even had afterimages. Unfortunately, Shu Xiaomang's strength was much weaker than Diwu Weiguang's. She was weaker in the strength of every arrow she shot. In Han Fei's opinion, Shu Xiaomang couldn't be ranked on the genius list of the 1,000-star city. However, even if she couldn't, she was probably within the top 100. After he broke the war soul art, Shu Xiaomang looked at Han Fei in surprise. And couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Do you know archery?" Han Fei said indifferently, "As a soul warrior, isn't it natural for me to know archery? However, what kind of bow technique is this? It does look powerful." Shu Xiaomang said, "This is one of the ultimate bow techniques of our water wood heavenly, called shadowless arrow stream. In fact, the arrows you shot just now were very powerful, but they were too slow." When Han Fei heard it, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Diwu Weiguang, he's from the Waterwood world. Then he thought about the Sea Cloud Tower, which ranked last among the 7 Major academies in the Thousand-Star City. Sea Cloud Tower, Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the people from the Waterwood world had already infiltrated the Inyang world. And they even became one of the 7 major academies? No wonder the Sea Cloud Tower had always been low-key. It was probably not that they wanted to keep a low profile, but that they didn't fit in with the people from the Inyang world. However, did old Han and the others know that the Sea Cloud Tower had repeatedly helped him and the Thug Academy? Whether they knew it or not, he had to be careful and not trust them too much. Han Fei, Han Fei. Hearing that, Han Fei came back to his senses. Oh. You are fast, but you can't crush my arrows that are slow. Shu Xiaoman was taken aback for a moment and said in confusion, because you are strong. Han Fei smiled. So, what's the use of only practicing speed? If your current strength is stronger, your overall strength will definitely increase by 30%. But even if your speed is doubled, it's still not very useful against body refiners. This was just like the Yi family in the Thousand-Star City. They had the heavenly void divine movement, so their speed was unparalleled. However, their real combat power was really worrying. Hearing Han Fei's words, Shu Xiaomang trembled slightly. What I lack is power? Han Fei curled his lips. What you lack is energy, and the physique, with which you can burst out with stronger energy. In essence, your physique is too weak. Seeing that Shu Xiaomang was stunned, Han Fei thought to himself, this girl has been with me for at least a day. She's quite dedicated. Therefore, Han Fei reminded her, if you can't get started with body refining now, try to find spiritual fruits that can change your physique. Although they can't double your physique, it shouldn't be a problem to increase it by 20% or 30%. Think about it. I'm going to bed. The next day, when Han Fei got up, he found that Shu Xiaoman was sitting on a leaf not far from his house. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, Shu Xiaoman pulled a long vine and landed in front of Han Fei agilely. Han Fei asked in confusion, huh? Haven't you understood what I told you? Shu Xiaomang said seriously, I know what you mean. However, there's no rush. I'll cultivate to the peak of the law enforcer realm until I'm powerless. Then, I'll transcend the tribulation. Han Fei shrugged and said, if you don't temper your body, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to transcend that tribulation. Shu Xiaoman asked curiously, did you sell all the treasures you got to Venerable Shui yesterday? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Didn't I sell it to Queen Life? However, Han Fei thought that it sounded a bit embarrassing for a king to make deals with him. Therefore, Wushang Shui played the role of the buyer. However, Han Fei asked in confusion, how do you know that? Shu Xiaomang said, the news has been spread. Venerable Shui said that the Flying Feather Command has obtained a large amount of resources and is going to set up a large trade fair in the Flying Feather Command. When the time comes, all the creatures of the various families in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will come. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. But my things are not enough to sell to so many people. At most, they are enough for thousands of people. Why will all the creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree come? Shu Xiaoman's eyes widened, and the corner of her mouth twitched. You sold things that could be sold to thousands of people alone? Han Fei said, just barely. After only one day, Shu Xiaoman had learned that Han Fei was definitely rich. He had never missed a single penny from the ice domain to the fiery sea. Even In combat, he didn't forget to collect the corpses. However, Xu Xiaomong didn't expect Han Fei to be so rich. The resources of one person were enough for thousands of people. This was too unbelievable. Xu Xiaomong reminded him, "I'm here to remind you that you won't want to go to the large fair. When the time comes, thousands of creatures will fill up the 1,000-mile radius of the Flying Feather Command. In addition, Messenger Jing said that you need to go to the Fearless Barrier yourself, so she won't wait for you." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Has she already been there?" Xu Xiaoman shook her head. "I don't know. I think she must have gone there." Han Fei asked, "What about Venerable Shui?" Xu Xiaoman continued shaking her head. "How can I know what the Venerables are doing? So, are you going to the Dark Warport today? If you want, I can go with you." Although Han Fei still wanted to see what the large fair was like. However, no matter how much he wanted, he had no money left. Except for the necessary resources, he had almost bankrupted himself overnight. On the second day after he came to the Waterwood world, everything went surprisingly smoothly. It could be said that on this day, Queen Life had contacted him almost 3 times. He didn't know why. Now, Han Fei only had a few treasures left. Except for those, he almost had no properties left. However, this also made Han Fei realize a problem: the good treasures in this world were far more advanced than he imagined. Once upon a time, an intermediate divine weapon was a life-threatening weapon. When he broke into the Demon Forest Channel, a few mid-quality divine weapons scared the other party away, but the era was over. Han Fei didn't even know what was good and bad anymore. The worthless big red trunk was exchanged for a top spiritual fruit, the immeasurable fruit. 10 drops of Spring of Life, in exchange for his bankruptcy, and he still owed the other party 50 heads of Tao-seeking realm sea demons. Han Fei immediately made up his mind. Let's go to the Dark Warport. The Dark Warport was the most chaotic battlefield in the Waterwood world. Its main composition was the sea grassland. It was said that a thick layer of seaweed stretched out for more than 200,000 kilometers. Han Fei stood at the eastmost end of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, looking into the distance at the huge sun floating in the sky. However, the spiritual energy here was unstable, and demonic energy was spreading. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. Xu Xiaoman, go back. I'll go there by myself. You can go to the Fearless Barrier yourself. I'm going to the Guardian Alliance. Han Fei, huh? Follow me. After another teleportation array, Han Fei and Xu Xiaomong came to a seaborne prairie. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that there were many thick roots at the bottom of the sea. Some of the roots even surfaced. Under the seaborne prairie, everything was dark. Human beings, the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan, and the Tree Demons were scattered everywhere. There were various big seagull-like birds flying in the air. Occasionally, a big bird would stand on the thick seaweeds on the surface of the sea and hunt. Then, they would continue to fly out of the sea. Some insects were digging in the pits at the bottom of the sea. These insects that were digging nearby were not strong, and most of them were not at the level of hidden fissures. In Han Fei's perception, there were very few humans within 1,000 kilometers, only a few hundred. This meant that human beings should be thousands of miles out in the ocean. Even the tree demons were moving forward slowly. Although they weren't fast, the scene was quite impressive. It was like a forest moving underwater. Xu Xiaoman, go forward. The Guardian Alliance is composed of 4 races. Normally, most of them will stay here. Today, something is wrong. The 2 of them flew for about 5,000 kilometers, and Han Fei had already perceived a large number of creatures of various races, who seemed to be in an intense battle. Swish! 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 Countless people shot out with their bows, and the arrows exploded in the water. Seagulls and hawks flew across the water from time to time, grabbing a big fish or squid and tearing them apart. Compared to humans and the Sky Clan, the fighting style of the Insect Clan was quite unreasonable. The dense swarm of insects were all at the level of hidden fissures. Wherever they went, nothing grew. At this moment, it seemed to be the beginning of a round of war. When Han Fei and Xu Xiaomong arrived, they saw that a large number of sea demons were retreating, and only a few were still struggling at the bottom of the sea. However, their fate was obvious. They would either be dragged away and eaten by the Insect Clan or captured and eaten by the Sky Clan. Xu Xiaoman said, "The Sea Clan is not stupid. In the Guardian Alliance, the defense line of the Insect Clan and the Tree Demons are the most difficult to break through. Therefore, those who cross the fearless barrier need to accumulate enough numbers to launch a big fish tide before they charge." At this moment, someone shouted in front of them, "Assemble! Sea Spirit!" Creatures can already cross the fearless barrier and pass through the dark waters. It means that something is wrong ahead. Everyone, gather quickly. Tweet. Just as that person shouted, a falcon flew back from afar and shouted, "In the fearless barrier, a large-scale explorer-level battle is about to break out. The rear line, prepare." A single-horned bug shouted, "The spiked beetles, stay in the front row, the razor centipede, walk from the bottom of the sea. The other insects, eat." The sky was densely packed with the Sky Clan. A human cultivator shouted, "Get ready. We'll take care of the upper waters. We can't let any sea spirit creatures pass." Han Fei perceived that the branches of the slowly moving tree demons had already begun to grow frantically. Behind the battlefield, they almost formed a wall. In other words, even if the human beings, the Insect Clan, and the Sky Clan ahead of them were defeated, there were still the tree demons. Han Fei didn't expect a large-scale battle to break out on the second day he came to the Waterwood world. This seemed to be related to him too. Han Fei wondered if he should participate in this battle. Someone suddenly shouted, "Han Fei, here." Han Fei looked at the source of the sound and saw a group of people he didn't know. Most of them were wearing blue clothes and didn't seem to be from the Flying Feather Division. "Xu Xiaoman, they're from the Blue Smoke Division. They're good at creating illusions and have extremely strong spiritual power. Let's go over." "I don't see anyone from the Flying Feather Division. They shouldn't be here." As soon as Han Fei and Xu Xiaomong landed, countless people looked at them. The person who shouted just now looked at Han Fei with a smile. Sure enough. Seeing is better than hearing. Just now, I recognized Brother Han at a glance. Haha. Han Fei's face turned black. How did he recognize me? Han Fei twisted his head and looked ahead. What's the situation now? Someone said, "This is mainly because you killed too many sea demons yesterday. Your identity as a candidate for the king's attendant was exposed too, and you said that you were going to transcend the tribulation. Therefore, from today on, the Sea Clan has responded by charging twice." Someone interjected, "It said that some heavenly talents from the royal city have been deployed. A battle has already begun on the fearless battlefield." Han Fei's pupils were constricted. Because of me? Han Fei was speechless. Just because he was about to transcend the tribulation, the Sea clan directly launched a war? Someone from the Blue Smoke Division smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's you or not. As long as someone transcends a tribulation, there will be war. Especially for those who choose to transcend a tribulation in the dark Warport, the Sea clan will treat them more seriously." Han Fei said solemnly, "Should I go to the Fearless Barrier first?" Shu Xiaoman, the Fearless Barrier is still far away. Someone from the Blue Smoke Division said, "You'd better wait for a while." The Seaborne Prairie, between the Fearless Barrier and the Guardian Alliance is also called the Dark Waters. There's no telling how many sea demons are hiding there. If you go there now, there will be a lot of sea demons blocking you along the way. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "It doesn't matter. I've killed more than 100 sea spirits anyway. Why should I care about killing more?" Everyone. A falcon flew over. "Wow, this is Han Fei. Han Fei, do you need me to give you a ride?" Han Fei laughed. "No. I won't participate in the battles in the rear. You can fight however you want. I'm going to transcend the tribulation." Then, ignoring the shouts of Shu Xiaoman and the others, Han Fei swished away and disappeared from their sight like a flash of light. Someone from the Blue Smoke Division sighed. "The strong are indeed strong." He chose to cross the dark waters with no hesitation because no one can defeat him. Shu Xiaoman shook her head. "Yes, after reaching a certain level of strength, the number of enemies is meaningless. Even all the sea spirit level creatures in the dark waters are no match for Han Fei." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's speed wasn't very fast. The so-called dark waters were actually because of the large geographical area and the extremely complicated undersea forest layout, so there could be many sea demons lurking here. Or rather, because of the Fearless Barrier, many sea demons would choose to cultivate in the dark water to break through to the sea spirit realm after crossing the Fearless Barrier. Similarly, in addition to the human race and the sky race, the insect race and the tree demons would also take root in the dark waters. The two sides often fought in secret. Therefore, in the dark waters, there were actually abundant resources, and it was very suitable for training. This was the tacit understanding between the Sea clan and Waterwood World. This was a trial field for sea spirits or law enforcers on both sides. Pfft. 7 sharp spears thrust at him from multiple directions. It was a sea spider. Seeing that Han Fei was alone and not fast enough, it attacked him. Buzz. Han Fei twisted the space around him and disappeared. Huh? The sea spider immediately shrank its claws, knowing that it was in danger, and hurriedly tried to escape. "You want to run after attacking me? Aren't you too disrespectful?" Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, a large amount of poison spewed out of the spider's back. However, to its horror, Han Fei didn't even dodge, but circled to its front with a smile. "Wait, my body can't move anymore?" Han Fei chuckled. "Thank you for your poison." Just at that moment, Han Fei felt that the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect moved and officially entered level 50. From this moment on, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect was equivalent to a hidden fisher level insect. Unfortunately, in Han Fei's view, this level was still a little low. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. It was not that little golden 9 tails were growing slowly, but that he was growing too fast. The second purpose of this trip to the Waterwood world was to raise 9 tails and the others to the law enforcer realm. At that time, a group of law enforcer legendary contractual spiritual beasts could give a full play to their talent. However, the spider's body was trembling, and its soul was terrified. After its soul was controlled, it felt that its vitality was rapidly disappearing. Hanfei stared at the spider for a while. Seeing that its body was rapidly shrinking, he immediately stopped stealing its vitality. Pfft. After killing the sea spider, Hanfei slightly frowned. The sky-stealing technique? Why did it become the life-stealing technique? More importantly, I don't know how long my life is. Anyway, the conversion rate doesn't seem to be very high. Hanfei was a little helpless. He didn't want to suck people dry likely Daxian did. God knew if anyone was watching him at this moment. In his heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, "Boy, this is a great technique. Although it doesn't seem to be of much use to you for the time being, this is a life-extending technique anyway. Why are you hiding it?" Hanfei sneered in his heart. Hee hee. Don't you know what I'm guarding against? Hanfei had discovered that these reincarnated powerhouses could swallow the vitality of others. For example, the patriarch Thug had forcibly swallowed the vitality of the second patriarch of the Zhang family, raising his strength to another level. For example, when the old turtle first appeared, peak-level explorers could only be at his mercy, and most of their vitality was instantly taken away. It could be seen that the stronger a person was, the more unconventional methods he had. Although this sky-stealing technique was extremely powerful, he didn't have a clear perception of vitality at the moment. Therefore, Hanfei didn't know where the stolen vitality was. If it was eaten by the old turtle, wouldn't he put himself in danger? Hanfei said, "Shut up. Don't even think about stealing vitality. Otherwise, don't blame me for trying to kill you." The old turtle said in a low voice, "Why would I covet your little vitality? I'm indestructible." Hanfei shouted in a low voice, "Shut up, damn you." On the way, after killing hundreds of blind creatures, Hanfei finally saw the first tree demon 100,000 kilometers away. It was a weird tree demon that was rooted in the dark waters. It was more than 300 meters tall. Its leaves were not many, and its body was dark green. Because its branches were twisted, it looked scary. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Fearless Tree Demon. Introduction: an intelligent spiritual plant, bred from the remnant roots of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It has an inherited combat skill, Void God Stab. It's extremely destructive and comparable to a high-quality divine weapon. When encountering an enemy, it can unleash its only soul skill, Soul Parasitic. Once it succeeds, it can devour the soul of the possessed and die. With the possessed. Level, greater than 76. Quality, exotic. Spiritual energy, 1436-64. Realm, Tao Seeking. Battle techniques, Void God Stab, Soul-Eating Demonic Vine, Soul Parasitic. Absorbable. Remarks: spiritual plants don't have demonic heritage. They had no demonic heritage barriers. The so-called fearless barrier was understood when Hanfei saw this fearless demon tree. In Hanfei's perception, there were 8 such fearless demon trees within 1,000 kilometers. How many were within 10,000 kilometers? Within 100,000 kilometers? Therefore, the so-called barrier was referring to these fearless tree demons. If a Tao-seeking cultivator dared to barge into the dark war port, it was very likely that these tree demons would make him die with them. Of course, except for the cultivators in the same realm, the fearless trees probably wouldn't care about creatures below the Tao-seeking realm. 4. Example, even if they saw a sea spirit creature, they would probably turn a blind eye and leave it to the creatures of the waterwood world to gain experience. Han Fei even wondered if there was a venerable level fearless tree demon in this fearless barrier area. If so, the Sea clan venerable probably wouldn't allow him to die with a tree, right? Han Fei immediately asked telepathically, "Senior, where is the battle ahead?" An old face appeared on the fearless demon tree, and a vine extended in a direction. "Over there." Swish. Han Fei moved as fast as he could this time. There was no need to stay here. He would have to transcend the heavenly sooner or later. Since he was going to transcend it, he might as well do it as soon as possible so that the war wouldn't continue. At the forefront of the fearless barrier was the end of the seaborne prairie. At this moment, the sun was floating in the sky, and a storm was raging thousands of kilometers away on the seaborne prairie. Terrifying explosions. And explosions were echoing non-stop. When Han Fei arrived, countless perceptions swept over from all over the void. Huh? Is this Han Fei? He came quite fast. Is he the new king's attendant? But he looks so ugly. Roar. Die. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a spear beam penetrate the void. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and was full of red cracks. On the tip of the spear, a big blue lightning-patterned bird was pierced through, with flashing electric sparks on its body. Someone shouted, "Is there no one in the waterwood world? How can he be qualified to fight on the battlefield? I can kill him with one hand." Han Fei perceived that a green half-merman was standing proudly in the air, wearing a blue and silver scale battle suit. However, unlike the half-merman he had seen before, this half-merman had turned into a human and had legs. Except for the characteristics of the merman, he was basically no different from a human. On the front battlefield, hundreds of explorers from different races were standing in the void. In the field, there were a few people from the waterwood world and the Sea clan. They seemed to be in a gambling battle. At some point, Yu Chen suddenly appeared beside Han Fei. "You're here so quickly?" Yu Chen was speechless. This B***** had just fought with me yesterday. But I was punished to come to the fearless barrier yesterday. Just one day later, he came too. Han Fei smiled at Yu Chen. What a coincidence. Yu Chen didn't know Han Fei well either. He looked at the battlefield. Do you know who the challengers are today? Han Fei looked puzzled. How would I know? Yu Chen took a deep breath. Some people from the royal city have just arrived today. The sea demons you see now are all the top heavenly talents of the royal city. They're here to force you to fight. Han Fei asked in confusion, "Force me to fight?" Yu Chen nodded. Yesterday, you killed more than 100 sea spirit sea demons in the fiery sea and vowed to transcend the tribulation. It is said that you are a candidate for the king's attendant. The royal city must take you seriously. Han Fei frowned. How's the battle going? Yu Chen shrugged and said, "As you can see, the waterwood world has already been defeated twice in a row. The thunder-patterned sparrow, a junior peak level explorer, was killed by the enemy with a single spear." Han Fei took a breath. How strong is that person? Before Yuchen could answer, the half-merman stepped in the air, holding a blue spear, and looked down at the people from the waterwood world. I heard that there is an unparalleled heavenly talent in the waterwood world who is said to be invincible among his peers. He killed more than 100 sea spirits with a single blow. I, Yuan Yu, the 89th place on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City, am here to challenge this self-assumed first heavenly talent of the waterwood world. Bang! A big six-legged worm blasted the water surface. This worm had a strange shape. It had 6 limbs, stood like a human, and carried 2 irregular sledgehammers with its 2 limbs. The insect shouted, "Bastard from the royal city, watch me, Chong Dachui. Smash you with my sledgehammers." As he spoke, he jumped into the sky and spun frantically. There seemed to be an azure dragon absorbing water, and seawater was sucked into the sky like a pillar. The clouds rolled in all directions, and in the middle of the glowing mist, Han Fei saw a spinning mountain seem to fall from the sky. The power was so strong that although it was not as strong as the sacrificing punch, it was much stronger than the 9 mansions dragon seal. The power of this blow could reach 100 waves. However, Yuan Yu smiled contemptuously. I told you that I'm on the genius list in the royal city. On the genius list, everyone can jump levels to fight. How dare a peak-level law enforcer come fight me? Are you looking down on me? Die. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei looked calm. He had already judged the strength of the so-called Yuan Yu. He was good at spear technique and had a certain amount of armor piercing power. However, he didn't master the time law, so he wasn't very strong. If they were at the same level, this person would not be a match for Zhang Xuanyu. Of course, this was not the time to speculate. No matter how Han Fei evaluated him, this person's true combat power was still very strong. On the waterwood world side, someone frowned. Dachui's defense power is so strong. Yuan Shua might not be able to defeat him. A bug clamored, Dachui, as long as your strength is big enough, anything can be smashed through. On the sea demon's side, someone laughed contemptuously. The insect race is the insect race. Their brains are never enough. Even if they have strength, they should be able to use it. With such powerful momentum, they think they are practicing a locking technique? Yuan Yu grinned and chuckled in a low voice. How dare you be so arrogant? With such little strength? His spear stabbed into the sky, and a tide rose around him. Under the huge wave, it seemed as if a long spear of water condensed in the sea and pierced the sky. However, in Han Fei's eyes, this was just a kind of a ray. This sea demon could use a rays? Bang! A terrifying collision and a violent explosion set off surging waves within 100 kilometers, and water splashed all over the sky. While the tide was roaring, Yuan Yu stepped in the air, and a big black seal appeared on the spear in her hand. He thrust the spear out, and 2 spear shadows penetrated the wave and the void, attacking the soul. Pfft! One small hole after another exploded on Chong Dachui's body, and dark green blood was spraying out. Dachui, be careful. Yuan Yu appeared in front of Chong Dachui contemptuously. He waved his spear and turned it into a 100-meter shadow in midair, directly piercing Chong Dachui through and smashing him to the sea surface. *shoal. I'm going to eat him. Damn you. Come and fight me if you've got what it takes. On the Sea Clan's side, someone chuckled. You, may I fight in your place? As if not hearing him, Yu shouted proudly, where are the heavenly talents of the waterwood world? Where is Han Fei? If you're really scared, junior explorers will do. A member of the Sky Clan shouted in a low voice, it doesn't need a heavenly talent to deal with you. I'll tear you apart with one claw. Someone shouted in a low voice, don't be impulsive. This guy's true combat power has reached the level of an explorer. He's provoking us just to consume our strength. Yu grinned. Let's be honest. If we hadn't heard that a heavenly talent appeared in the waterwood world, how could we have rushed all the way here from the royal city? In the distance, a woman said lazily, TSK, if there is no one coming out in waterwood world, let's kill them one by one. I heard that Han Fei fought 100 alone. Why don't I have a try too? The person who spoke was wearing a colorful dress and looked gorgeous. Han Fei realized that this was not a half-mermaid, but a legitimate mermaid. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. There are mermaids in the royal city? Yu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, but there aren't many of them. Do you want to fight them? They are here to seriously injure you before you transcend the heavenly tribulation. In fact, they won't underestimate you at all. Han Fei's lips curled. Yes, why not? These people want to seriously injure me? They do underestimate me. On the waterwood world side, the various factions roared and wanted to fight. Some insects dragged the remains of Chong Dachui, angry and agitated. A bird shouted in a low voice, the battle has already begun, but why aren't there any top heavenly talents coming here? In the human camp, a middle-aged woman in a red battle suit and holding a longbow was about to step into the battlefield. This battle is probably not small. The rear is preparing for war. Let me first. Before the woman finished speaking, a roar burst out in the sky. I heard that there are top geniuses from the Sea Demon Royal City seeking a battle. How can I, Han Fei, not accept the challenge? Bang! Under the public gaze, above the sea, 9 dragons came out of the water, and Han Fei stood proudly at the top of the water dragon in front. Behind him, 8 dragons followed, roaring and diving into the water as vividly as real dragons. Han Fei, on the other hand, was shining with golden light. Facing the scorching sun, he looked like a god of war. Yu Chen was lost for words. He had just asked Han Fei if he was going to fight, and this guy had already rushed out? The problem was, why did he have to be so dramatic? Seeing Han Fei rushing over from the sea, the human beings, the powerhouses of the Sky Clan, and the Insect Clan at the forefront couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Is this guy Han Fei? On the Sea Demon's side, when Han Fei appeared, the void trembled. One after another, Dao-seeking powerhouses walked out of the void. There was even an extremely huge mantis shrimp appearing from the bottom of the water. It was 10,000 meters long and had a shiny carapace. It appeared more than 800 kilometers away. Walala! Han Fei narrowed his eyes, only to see waves rising above the sea. A huge terrifying yellowish-red creature emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its body was so huge that it was more than 10,000 meters long. Its front limbs were like axes, its claws were like silver spears, and its 16 long limbs looked extremely heavy yet sharp. Its huge blade made Han Fei's scalp tingle. Information popped up in his eyes. Name Insect King. Introduction: an insect grown up in an abnormal environment, incompatible with the traditional insect race. Every strong master who can grow into an insect king has extraordinary talent and extremely high intelligence. Because of the myriad of insects, it is impossible to judge this insect king's talents and combat skills. Level: greater than 86. Quality: legendary. Realm: Tao entering. Spiritual energy. Battle techniques. Collectible: insect limbs, insect cores, insect eyes, insect carapace. Insect origin. Absorbable. Remarks: it's easy to produce an insect queen but hard to produce an insect king. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Of the 28 venerables of the insect clan, there were 27 insect queens, but only one insect king. From this ratio, Han Fei knew how terrifying this thing was. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the demon purification pot could now read the information of venerable level creatures. Although some of the information still couldn't be shown, at least he could see the level of this insect king. 86 levels. According to this level, wasn't it at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm? In an instant, Han Fei's 9 water dragons were like 9 jumping fish. Compared to the huge and ferocious insect king, they were not beautiful at all. Han Fei was speechless. Wait, why is a venerable here? Venerables are trump cards, aren't they? Now that you come out, who will dare to fight you? However, the insect king twisted its head, and its 2 fly eyes, like eyes that were hundreds of meters long, seemed to be looking at him. Han Fei, the insect king said, I'll guard the sea. You, go kill them. In fact, both the Sea Clan and the Waterwood world were waiting for Han Fei. Han Fei was the star of the show. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei appeared, the people on both sides who should show up appeared one after another. The insect king had expressed his thoughts clearly. Since the other party had venerables, he would show up too. However, the insect king didn't know that his appearance accidentally ruined the image that Han Fei deliberately created. Seeing the insect king steal his thunder, he immediately thought of the terrifying image of the sky dissecting finger. Immediately, the infinity water fused with the sacrificing punch turned into a finger in the air and pointed at Yu Wang Yu. This finger contained all of Han Fei's energy and spiritual energy. It was so powerful that wherever the finger marks passed, the void was shattered inch by inch. Han Fei shouted, I heard that in the royal city of the Sea Clan, there are countless heavenly talents. I wonder who can withstand a single finger of mine? As he spoke, Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The four-sided energy and spiritual energy enveloped him, causing his body to flash with fluorescent light, which looked very scary. However, most of the powerhouses were speechless. Who the hell did you learn this from? Why do you have to point your finger at your opponents? More importantly, when you point your finger at a person, it's the power condensed from your finger. But why is your finger so huge and almost 1,000 meters long? Who the heck do you want to kill? Yu Wang Yu was shocked by Han Fei's high-handedness. However, when he saw the big finger that spanned thousands of meters, he couldn't help but be speechless. This big finger seems to be useless except for being big. Ha ha ha. Is this the Han Fei who fought 100 alone? Yu Wang Yu laughed out loud, his face full of ridicule. I've never seen anyone with such poor control of energy. How can such a person be my opponent? Even the creatures from the Waterwood world were stunned. An insect creature was speechless. Such a big finger, it looked shocking, but useless. A white-headed sea hawk was lost for words. Are you sure this person is Han Fei? Can this blow kill anyone? A human powerhouse shook his head. In terms of energy and spiritual energy, this giant finger is indeed shocking. However, his control ability is too poor. This won't do. Can this Han Fei really kill 100 people alone? Yuan Yu shook her spear, which was sharp and green and left a big hole on Han Fei's big finger. Yuan Yu stood proudly. It turns out that the so-called heavenly talent is just like this. In that case, die. Just as the momentum of Yuan Yu was soaring and he was about to attack, Han Fei raised his finger and tapped Yuan Yu's forehead. Yuan Yu? Suddenly, a peak-level explorer frowned. Something is wrong with this big finger. Behind the sea demons, the mermaid shouted, retreat. Someone keenly noticed that in the huge finger mark, 3 meters in front of Yuan Yu, a small finger suddenly condensed. Yuan Yu was shocked. Where did this little finger come from? However, before he could think further, the little finger exploded. Rumble. The huge mushroom cloud and the big hole in the deep sea covered an area of more than 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the explosion swept hundreds of kilometers around, raising a huge circular wave and a tsunami. In such a violent explosion, Han Fei chuckled cruelly and stepped into the tide. The self-destruction of the infinity water at such a close range would even injure Han Fei, let alone a genius from the Sea Clan's royal city who couldn't even rank among the top 10. In the tide of explosions, Han Fei even saw Yuan Yu, who was dragging his broken shell, trying to escape despite his heavy injuries. Shua. Han Fei appeared beside Yuan Yu, activated the law of gravity, and a huge hand in the void clenched. Bam! 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 The big void hand kept slapping Yuan Yu on the surface of the sea like slapping a fly. However, after only a few slaps, the conch, which had already been shattered, was reduced to dust. When it was calm again, the void chain grabbed the dead fish like Yuan Yu and appeared in front of everyone. Han Fei sneered. The so-called top heavenly talent from the royal city is actually a waste who can't even withstand a single finger of mine. Fine, let me ask again, who can take a punch from me? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. At this moment, everyone was stunned. On the Waterwood World side, the creatures who had thought that Han Fei was weak just now all widened their eyes. What was going on? Someone asked in confusion if he could have used such a terrifying finger at the beginning. Why did he create such a gigantic finger? A bug sighed. Is it for the sake of looking good? Hearing this, all the creatures were dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the only reason to explain. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Of course, the sea demons had a different opinion. Immediately, someone yelled, Han Fei, you human, how can you be so despicable? Let go of our heavenly talent and have a fair fight. Huh? Release him? Han Fei was surprised. He glanced at the half-merman who spoke, and then at Wang Yu, who was almost smashed to death by him, and said leisurely, release him? Okay, but I don't believe that such a heavenly talent is not worth 100,000 spiritual fruits. As soon as you pay the money, I'll release him. The sea demons. An insect laughed out loud. Yes, pay 100,000 spiritual fruits and he'll be released. Someone shouted, they should add some ultra-quality divine weapons. A Tao-seeking great demon snorted. Han Fei, right? Don't make the wrong decision. Pfft. As soon as the Tao-seeking realm demon said so, Snowmorn slashed at him. Under the surprised gaze of countless people, Han Fei cut Yu Wangyu into 2 pieces. Han Fei pointed his sword at the big demon and scolded, if you don't pay, how can you expect me to let him go? Oops, he's dead now. An insect instantly shouted, alas, why didn't you wait for a while? They will give us money. Han Fei glanced at him. Oh, really? That's a pity. Don't panic. Let me catch another person. In the distance, a group of peak-level sea spirits stared at him resentfully. But they didn't rush up to fight Han Fei. Yu Wangyu's original purpose was to test Han Fei's strength. However, now they failed to sound out Han Fei's real strength yet, but their morale was sapped. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. Why didn't they say that the heavenly talents from the royal city are very strong? Why aren't any of them strong? As he talked, Han Fei took out the sea-swallowing seashell of Yu Wangyu and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Han Fei pointed at the thousands of Sea Clan powerhouses opposite him, and his gaze wandered and finally fell on several peak-level law enforcers. If he guessed right, this group of people was very likely to be the strong masters who were going to stop him from successfully transcending the tribulation or transcend the heavenly tribulation with him together. In this case, Han Fei felt that he should take the initiative to kill these people first. He could transcend the tribulation tomorrow. On the sea demon's side, Han Fei heard someone speaking in the sea demon language. Han Fei's real strength hasn't been found out yet. That finger just now doesn't seem to be his own strength. Shall we test him again? Someone replied, it's best if Han Fei can be injured or even killed before the tribulation. However, this person is definitely not weak. We can't fight him alone. We have to find a way to make him provoke us again. Or, let a Tao seeking master take action and forcibly suppress him. A woman said via voice transmission, let me fight him first. I'm going to transcend the tribulation this time. If I lose, I'll transcend the tribulation in battle and kill him. Han Fei's eyes suddenly flickered. Do you think I can't understand you just because you use the sea demon language? Fortunately, I have been in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei shouted, I heard that the heavenly talents on the opposite side are all from the royal city? Today, I, Han Fei, would like to challenge you all. The strong masters at the same level as me, come up together. Yu Chen? The Insect King. All the creatures? A bug shouted, Han Fei, don't underestimate these people. They are really strong. Among all these people, the only one who had fought Han Fei head-on was Yu Chen. He knew how terrifying Han Fei's full-strength attack was. Yu Chen said telepathically, don't be careless. The heavenly talents from the royal city are not that weak. The mermen and mermaids are even stronger. Both their bloodline and heritage are not weak. Han Fei smiled. Got it. In the eyes of the sea demons, Han Fei was humiliating them. They were all heavenly talents. How dare he challenge all of them? Buzz. A half-mermaid came over on a green shark, holding 2 cone-shaped spears. This weapon looked very strange. With a tip half a meter long, the spear was slender and smooth. The woman shouted, Beiying, from the White Shell Royal City, a peak level sea spirit. Han Fei, do you think you're invincible just because you beat you? Won you by a fluke? Han Fei pretended to frown. Isn't this woman the one who plans to kill me? During the tribulation? However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? Since the other party had already made a plan, he might as well go with the flow and kill her first. Han Fei held his head high and said contemptuously, "Just you? Who gave you the confidence to challenge me alone?" With that said, Han Fei pointed at the Sea Clan powerhouses in the distance. "I gave you a chance, but you couldn't grasp it. What a bunch of salted fish. Cowardly as crabs. How do you have the cheek to call yourselves the top heavenly talents in the royal city?" Someone shouted, arrogant and conceited. Being once killed an explorer and killed heavenly talents of the insect race in the fiery sea 7 times in a row. How can you insult her like this? A strong master of the insect race immediately shouted angrily, "Nonsense, how can the heavenly talents of our insect race be defeated?" The powerhouses of the insect clan were enraged. Killed their heavenly talents 7 times in a row? That's too humiliating. However, a bug's eyes flickered. This woman is indeed not to be underestimated. The shark under her feet is called the Thunder Fire Green shark. It can swallow clouds, spit out smoke and summon thunderbolts. It's quite powerful. Han Fei didn't care at all. He stepped out. "Since no one is coming, I can only kill you first." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei flashed like a bolt of lightning. In less than 0.01 seconds, the draw technique had been launched against the wave that Bei Ying was standing on. Bang! However, a massive green mist dispersed, and within a radius of 3,000 meters, the mist steamed. Bei Ying's figure appeared in all directions, in mid-air, above the water, at the bottom of the sea, and in Han Fei's ears. Bei Ying giggled. "I know you are fast, so I was fake from the beginning. Now that you've entered my blue thunder illusion, let's see how you can get out." Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck Han Fei's head. Outside, everybody saw an enormous mist cover more than 3,000 meters above the sea. Someone said solemnly, "It's the power of a domain." This woman not only mastered an illusion domain, but also has a thunder technique. Crack! Crack! Ice blue lightning and fire erupted in this illusory domain, and the sound rumbled without stopping. Every time the lightning struck, the eyelids of many strong masters of the insect clan would twitch. The heavenly talents of the insect race were most afraid of transcending tribulations. In their opinion, no one who could master the power of lightning was weak. However, in the green mist, when Han Fei sensed the first so-called lightning, he almost laughed out loud. "Is this thunderbolts? Are you out of your mind? If this is thunderbolts, I can King sit in these thunderbolts for an entire day without running away." Of course, on the surface, Han Fei seemed to be attacking in all directions, and his golden fist marks were extremely violent. Han Fei shattered the void and cut the sea apart. Both the Waterwood World people and the sea demons' eyes flickered. Everyone guessed that the battle inside must be very fierce. After all, it was the domain ability of a peak-level sea spirit and the talent ability of the Thunder Fire Green Shark. Even an explorer couldn't see through it. Roar, roar. Han Fei was roaring, and his body was cracking as if he was struggling to resist the lightning, hell-like bombardment. And among the countless clones, Bei Ying held 2 spears, piercing through the void. The sky was full of spear shadows, and it was difficult to see clearly. However, when baying launched this move, she suddenly saw strange array patterns spreading under Han Fei's feet, who was bathed in the lightning and fire. After Han Fei set up the breath-concealing array and the concealment array, he looked up and smiled. "Have you had enough fun? It's my turn." Hiss. "How is it possible?" Buzz. Baying was trying to flee with her clones, only to find that she couldn't fuse with any of her clones. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "You think you can control a clone with a little bit of your soul in front of me? You must be dreaming." Bang! 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 Hundreds of clones shattered in an instant, and Han Fei's figure had already disappeared. Roar! With a deafening roar that sounded like a dragon roar, the green mist shattered. Everybody saw that Baying was cut off from the waist down, and she had escaped by burning her blood. Instantly, many heavenly talents of the insect clan buzzed. "Good job." "Haha, what heavenly talents from the royal city? They can't even withstand a single blow." As expected of the top heavenly talent of the Waterwood world. On the other side, many people's faces turned cold. Someone said in a low voice, "Not good." Then Han Fei's strength. Han Fei raised his knife and stood in front of Baying. "Do you think you can run away?" Han Fei was not in a hurry. He thought to himself, "Didn't you plan to transcend the tribulation in battle? Come on, transcend the tribulation now." Baying gritted her teeth, and a thunder fire shark attacked from the void. Seizing the opportunity, Baying looked at the sky and roared. At that moment, Han Fei could feel that Baying was frantically increasing her strength. However, Han Fei had seen many such cases in reincarnation. Baying was too seriously injured to transcend the tribulation. Therefore, she tried to use this temporary power to fight another battle against him. Rumble. Buzz. Black clouds swept across, thunder and fire burst out, and electric arcs began to disperse in the sky. Someone shouted, "Not good, Han Fei, this person is transcending a tribulation. Kill her quickly." Several explorers shouted in a low voice, "This is a method of mutual destruction. Han Fei, come out quickly." Han Fei's hands tore the thunder fire green shark apart, and blood splashed in the sky. Han Fei, drenched in blood, grinned ferociously and pointed at the sky. "It's not my own heavenly tribulation. What can a small tribulation like this do to me?" Everyone was speechless. "Why are you still pretending at this moment?" Baying dragged her half-body and rushed over, shouting coldly, "Let's die together." Han Fei smiled, glanced at her casually, and punched out. The sacrificing punch was completely activated, which Baying couldn't resist at all. After only one punch, Baying was crushed. However, although Baying died, the lightning did not stop. Crack. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Crack. Amidst the cries of shock, a blue electric arc fell from the sky. Han Fei stood on the sea, as if he didn't notice it, letting the lightning strike him. At that moment, on Han Fei's arms, in his eyes, and all over his body, electric arcs flashed. Who? Both the people on the Waterwood world side and the Sea Demon's side heard heavy panting sounds. Someone exclaimed, "Oh! Is he swallowing the power of the heavenly tribulation?" An insect said in shock, "Heavens, can heavenly tribulation be swallowed?" A big bird was horrified. "He's crazy. He's a lunatic." On the Sea Demon's side, they were all solemn. Sure enough, Hanfei was definitely not weak. Although Hanfei's performance was too fancy, the strong were still the strong. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle's voice sounded. The so-called lightning is just a test for cultivators. Since it's a test, of course there are benefits, which is that the lightning itself is the purest kind of energy. Unfortunately, this lightning bolt you snatched is too weak. In the future, if you are strong enough, maybe you can get a real supreme lightning bolt. Under that lightning bolt, your body can be greatly strengthened. Hanfei sneered in his heart. Then let's talk about it later. Boom. Another thick lightning bolt struck down. With a crack, Hanfei's body was suddenly full of cracks, and pale golden blood oozed out. Who? Hanfei was still crazily absorbing the power of lightning. At this moment, there were electric arcs in his limbs, flesh, blood, and bones. Hanfei didn't care at all. He pointed at the heavenly talents of the Sea clan and cursed under their stunned gaze. What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? Who dares to enter the arena and fight me again? Boom. Another lightning bolt struck down, making Hanfei's body soften, and he almost sat on the sea. However, among the lightning pillars 7 or 8 meters thick, Hanfei bent his back and chuckled creepily. So, this is how it feels to transcend a tribulation. Is this the power of a tribulation? Everyone. In the void, the corner of Wu Shangshue's mouth twitched. I really want to slap him. Jinger asked in surprise, what's going on? Has he transcended someone else's tribulation? Does this count as him transcending a tribulation? The Insect King's voice sounded here. Of course not. It's not that he transcended other people's heavenly tribulation, but that he forcibly swallowed other people's heavenly tribulation. This child practices an extremely domineering body tempering technique just to temper his body. Jinger. While thousands of creatures were dumbfounded here, in the Waterwood Heavenly Palace in the sky, Queen Life looked at the void mirror and muttered, War. Body, Beast King technique, Heavenly Void Divine Movement. When have the young world people ever learned these techniques? The old turtle reminded him just now that heavenly tribulation was also a kind of power. Since he was a body refiner, he wouldn't be afraid of heavenly tribulation. This was indeed the first time Hanfei had transcended a lightning tribulation. Oh no. Swallowed a lightning tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary person. However, Bei Ying's third lightning strike was indeed rather powerful. Hanfei's body went limp, and in an instant, 100 cracks appeared on his body, making him bleed. However, the war body was revving up. Hanfei didn't feel that his physique was better. Instead, he felt that if he were to transcend the tribulation, it would be best if he could push the war body and the indestructible body to a new height. At this moment, Hanfei felt that the power in his body had expanded to the point where he had no place to vent. His whole body was flushed and dripping with blood. Hanfei didn't sit cross-legged but stood on the surface of the sea, panting hard. Every time he took a breath, it was like thunder rumbling and his blood was surging. On the sea demon's side, someone shouted in a low voice, not good. This person is a pure body refiner. He is borrowing Bei Ying's heavenly tribulation to cultivate. This shows that he hasn't reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. Quickly stop him. Humph. The Sea Clan Venerable frowned and looked at a group of peak-level sea spirits. These people had been arranged in advance, and their task was to injure Han Fei as much as possible before Han Fei transcended the tribulation. At this moment, these people felt a chill down their spines. They looked at each other and stepped out simultaneously. A half-merman shouted in a low voice, "Han Fei, don't you want to fight? Then come and fight me." A shrimp soldier screamed, "Kill." A 1,000-foot-long dragon roared, "Human, do you dare to fight me?" At this moment, the creatures on the Waterwood World side had just reacted. Han Fei had just endured someone else's heavenly tribulation, and now there came 7 peak-level sea spirits? This was too much. A winged insect stood up. "Thieves of the Sea Clan, do you dare to fight me?" A giant green gull set off tornadoes. "Come and fight me if you've got balls." He 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 he. All of a sudden, above the sea, the tide of blood caused by Han Fei's breathing began to subside. Han Fei grinned. "Didn't you want to stop me from transcending the tribulation? I'll give you a chance today. I won't refuse anyone in the same realm. You can come together." Buzz. Instantly, countless people's faces changed. There were really heavenly talents here. On the sea demon's side, there were some peak-level sea spirits who were about to make a move, but they were forcibly stopped. A sea race powerhouse shook his head. "No rush. No matter what path he takes, it is impossible for him to transcend the tribulation today." Roar. The 7 peak-level sea spirits all rose at the same time. The big dragon slapped its tail and gathered the law of gravity on it. A bright red light bloomed on the shrimp soldier's spurl, and a strange power stirred the blood and chi in Han Fei's body, trying to devour Han Fei's vitality. A half-merman held a green blob in his hand. When the green blob bloomed, Han Fei's heart trembled. "Is this the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp? The kind of strange power that can dissolve blood and bones?" Buzz. Han Fei twisted his body and avoided the area illuminated by the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp in an instant. However, even so, half of his skin had been removed. At the moment Han Fei flashed out, a piece of frost enveloped thousands of meters. Han Fei felt that his soul was slightly frozen. This frost seemed to have the power to freeze his soul. At this moment, a huge tail was thrown at him and a long spear thrust at him. Han Fei grinned. "Is that all you've got?" All of a sudden, Han Fei stepped in the air and threw out a sacrificing punch. Wherever the fist mark passed, the giant tail and spear marks were all crushed. Water luster. Fire seed. Chirp. With a clear phoenix cry, the ice 30,000 feet high spread in the void. The ice just now was frozen by the more condensed ice. Buzz. A sea of fire burned the sky, and the surrounding temperature soared by more than 1,000 degrees in an instant. The space was burnt and distorted, and a large amount of white mist was burned out on the sea. Ah! It was obvious that a sea cucumber was burnt out of the icy mist and was twisting its body. Pfft! Under everyone's stunned gaze, a huge flame mouth opened, chewed the air, and swallowed the sea cucumber. The 7 heavenly talents of the Sea Demon Royal City had just attacked, and one of them had already died. Furthermore, the way he died was so strange that both the Waterwood World people and the sea demons were a little frightened. What kind of method was this? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the sky, a strange rhythm vibrated. The sound was faint and celestial. However, the dragon snake roared and spewed black venom. Its sharp teeth tore the sky, and its tail, like a gold chain, whipped at Han Fei. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Not good. Quickly seal your perception. That sound is weird." Han Fei grinned. "You just figured it out now? Don't you think it's too late?" Han Fei twisted his body and stood in front of the head of the flood dragon. As he clasped his hands, the 100-meter-long body of the flood dragon was torn in half by Han Fei. For a moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Han Fei looked like a butcher walking out of a slaughterhouse, his eyes terrifying. He had learned all this from the Tiger King, who called this momentum. When the 9 sounds vibrated, the shrimp soldier roared and brandished his spear. Sky-stabbing forbidden technique. Faced with this spear, Han Fei held the blood-drinking knife in his hand. With a swish, the knife light bloomed a kilometer in the air. Roar. Immediately afterward, the phantom of 100 beasts appeared and their feet stomped on the void. Only a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm could withstand the roars of 100 beasts. The shrimp soldier paused in midair and seemed to be stunned. Han Fei unhurriedly stabbed him through, injected spiritual energy into his body, and his body instantly exploded. 3 of the 7 heavenly talents of the Sea Demon Royal City had died. It was not until this moment that the creatures of the Waterwood world were amazed by Han Fei's strength. A powerhouse of the Sky Clan sighed. "What kind of creature is that? It can directly freeze the soul?" An insect creature asked in surprise. "Where did the fireball come from? Is it an unusual flame from the fiery sea?" Water luster and fire seed spiraled out like red and blue lights, besieging the half-mermaid who could control the bone-dissolving spiritual lamp. How could the so-called heavenly talents from the royal city compare to legendary creatures in the same realm? The fire seed trembled, and the sea within 10 kilometers turned crimson. Water luster's true talent was water, not ice. At this moment, the sea was rising, and a cage appeared. Including Han Fei, everyone was surprised to find that both water luster and fire seed had disappeared, only turning into 2 pieces of light. Fire and water were intertwined, and the red and blue light enveloped them. The half-merman was so frightened that it tried to defend itself, but to no avail. In the perceptions of the strong masters, the surface of the half-merman's body quickly dried up. He didn't become old, but dried up. The water in his body seemed to have been extracted and he turned into a mummy. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen water luster and fire seed fight in cooperation. It was so terrifying that it directly drained the enemy's body. Of course, Han Fei also knew that 3 others had already retreated when the 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. Perhaps they knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, so when the 3 of them attacked again, they surrounded Han Fei in a triangle and triggered their heavenly tribulations at the same time. At that moment, the 3 of them looked at each other and their strength soared. Someone roared, "Han Fei, try swallowing all our tribulations." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Perhaps the Sea Clan had long made a plan against Han Fei. These 3 people didn't plan to attack Han Fei at the beginning. In order to show off, Han Fei intended to sweep his opponents domineeringly. So he didn't win with speed, which gave these 3 people a chance. Of course, it was impossible for Han Fei not to see them. He just wanted to see what the 3 of them were up to. However, what he didn't expect was that these 3 people, like baying, just now, took the tribulation as a means of attack. Han Fei immediately sneered. "Is this all the heavenly talents from the royal city have? You want to kill me by transcending the tribulation? However, in Han Fei's mind, Wu Shuai said to him via voice transmission. Why don't you run? You're facing tribulations of 3 people. Do you really think you are invincible? Humph. In the void, a voice scolded, Wu Shuai, this guy wants to fight. Why are you so nosy? Although all this happened very quickly, the others thought that Han Fei had enough time to escape, so they didn't remind him. However, Han Fei had no intention of escaping at this moment. At this moment, an explorer shouted, Han Fei, escape quickly. The 3 tribulations will be superimposed. These people are not heavenly talents from the royal city at all. They're here to die with you. Someone shouted, Han Fei, run. The combination of the 3 tribulations can't be underestimated. If you're careless, you'll be annihilated. A sea creature shouted, Han Fei, you little thief, didn't you use the lightning tribulation to temper your body? If you have the ability, don't flinch. If you flinch this time, none of the heavenly talents in the white Shell Royal City will respect you. A half-merman sneered. Humph, the #1 genius of the waterwood world? In my opinion, he's probably trying to escape, despite his serious injuries. A bug buzzed. Han Fei, don't listen to them. Run. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For a moment, everyone was talking. In the sky, thunder rumbled, waves surged in all directions, vortexes appeared, and arcs kept cracking. Amidst the mocking and anxious voices, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Tribulation is the power of the heavens. One more person will cause changes. Since you pulled me into this trap, you 3 have already achieved your goal. Anyway, you will die sooner or later. Let me send you off. Buzz buzz buzz. Han Fei's speed that was comparable to that of an advanced explorer was completely unleashed. Unable to dodge at all, the void lines dug into their souls. Han Fei grinned coldly. Let me borrow your vitality. At the moment when the lightning tribulation had just condensed and the other party was about to reveal it, Han Fei had already attacked. The 6th level of void fishing was originally called the luck stealing technique. After being deduced, it was called the sky stealing technique. At present, the most direct effect Han Fei could use was to steal their vitality. Boom. The faces of the 3 immediately turned dark. The center of the crab's shell suddenly turned black. A venerable was surprised. Huh? The death aura on them suddenly became intense? Hiss. Their vitality is rapidly disappearing. Boom. Boom. For lightning bolts struck down. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation felt that there were creatures fighting the lightning tribulation together, so when the first lightning struck, the tribulation clouds became thicker. Ka ka ka. Han Fei trembled under the attacks, and more than 100 cracks appeared on his body. However, these cracks disappeared in an instant. Someone was shocked. Han Fei is forcibly taking other people's vitality. Wu Shuai frowned. It's not the time law. He's really just snatching others' vitality. Jing'er said in surprise, taking other people's vitality by force. Is this a demonic technique? Wu Shuai shook her head slightly. Probably not. Otherwise, how could the queen not know? On the sea demon's side, a venerable had already shouted, he's really evil. No wonder he's so monstrous. It turns out that he has fallen into the demonic path and forcibly takes others' vitality. Jing'er shouted, stinky shrimp, shut up. Whether Han Fei is evil or not is the Waterwood world's business. It has nothing to do with the White Shell Royal City. That being said, the creatures of the Waterwood world felt a little strange. Has Han Fei really taken the demonic path? The Insect King said in a low voice, we can tell whether Han Fei has taken the demonic path or not when he transcends the tribulation. If he really has, the heavens will punish and kill him. Ordinary people only had a 3-layer tribulation, which was often called a minor tribulation. As the old turtle in his body said, the minor tribulation was very weak. He could pass it after a nap and couldn't even feel it at all. However, for ordinary people, this was the most dangerous disaster since they started cultivating. Normally speaking, ordinary people could at least survive one lightning bolt, but after Han Fei absorbed their vitality. Rumble. When the second lightning struck, he saw that the 2 of the 3 had lost all their vitality and their bodies were shattered. The other big crab's carapace was shattered, but it wasn't dead yet. As for Han Fei, his body was cracked like a porcelain doll. He sat cross-legged and activated the indestructible body. Before the third lightning bolt struck, the crab's soul shattered with a crack and was sucked to death by Han Fei. However, although these 3 had already died, their heavenly tribulations were still there. Their vitality had been swallowed by Han Fei. If the heavenly tribulation didn't target Han Fei, who could it target? Boom! The third lightning struck down, and Han Fei's flesh and blood were blurred. Seeing this scene, the people of Waterwood World were horrified, while the sea demons were overjoyed. Boom! When the fourth lightning struck down, someone exclaimed, "Why is there still lightning? Haven't there already been 3 lightning strikes?" Someone sneered. "Are you stupid? The vitality of those 3 guys was swallowed by Han Fei alone. So, to a certain extent, none of these 3 guys died. When the heavenly tribulations of the 3 of them stack up, isn't it 9 bolts of lightning?" Someone was stunned. Oh my God! In the blue lightning, half of Han Fei's body was charred, but everyone could see that his body was wriggling and recovering at a terrifying speed. Jinger said in slight disgust, "The little vitality he swallowed can at most help him resist 2 more bolts of lightning. After that, he'll have to rely on himself." Wushang Shui glanced at Jinger. "Don't you think very highly of him? Don't forget, these are others' heavenly tribulations, not his own. Therefore, this kind of heavenly tribulation can't hurt him." Who? Han Fei swallowed the power of lightning and the electric arcs in the air. Hard. Han Fei could feel that the indestructible body and the war body were almost at the bottleneck. However, this energy was not enough. As soon as it entered his body, it was obliterated into unknown elements by the indestructible body. If it weren't for the upcoming heavenly tribulations, Han Fei would have used energy fruits. Boom! Boom! Under countless gazes, Han Fei's flesh and blood were melting, being burnt, peeled, and growing. Whether on the Waterwood World side or the Sea Demon's side, countless people were shocked. This was the first time they saw someone cultivate by swallowing heavenly tribulations. Besides, Han Fei's body tempering technique was too terrifying. He seemed not to take his life seriously at all. Of course, the price of this cultivation method was too high. Someone frowned. This cultivation method seriously injured him first, right? A great demon at the Tao-seeking realm said, although this guy uses the Heavenly tribulations to temper his body, how can the heavenly tribulations be so easy to withstand? His vitality fluctuates and his flesh melts several times. Even if he survives this tribulation, he will definitely be seriously injured. Boom. When the last thick lightning struck Han Fei amid the blue lightning, a creepy and terrifying laughter was heard. Han Fei grinned. Anyone else want to fight me? The lightning dissipated, and a burnt figure was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea. His chest and abdomen bulged, and his breathing was like a tide. Not only was the surrounding energy and spiritual energy constantly being absorbed, but there was also rich vitality in Han Fei. Huh? Where did he get such strong vitality? Someone was puzzled. Theoretically speaking, the vitality of the three people couldn't support Han Fei through the 9 bolts of lightning. However, not only did Han Fei survive, but he also had some vitality left. Jing'er and Wu Shangshui looked at each other. Did Han Fei use the spring of life? This was the only possible explanation. A drop of the spring of life was enough for Han Fei to survive the 9 bolts of lightning. Crack. When the charred flesh on Han Fei's body shattered, the new flesh was still full of cracks. At this moment, Han Fei's breath flickered. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? I've given you a chance. This is the best time to kill me. If you miss this chance, it will be my turn to hunt you. The mermaid who had been clamoring at the beginning fell silent. She was a heavenly talent, but it didn't mean that she didn't know her limits. At this moment, Han Fei's killing intent was at its peak, so she had no confidence in going up now. A great demon in the Tao-seeking realm seemed to have noticed this too. Although Han Fei's body was full of cracks, he had swallowed more than a dozen bolts of lightning. If he died easily, he wouldn't be so arrogant. A great demon at the Tao-seeking realm shouted in a low voice, "Don't fight him. Although he is seriously injured, his strength is still unknown. In that case, all soldiers attack and force him to transcend the tribulation now." Toot. Toot. A conch tooted, and a sea demon shouted, "Army, press on." On the Waterwood World side, the Sky Clan immediately flew around and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." A big insect in the Waterwood World shouted, "The tribulation transcendence. Battle begins." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The so-called tribulation transcendence battle Xu Xiaomong had mentioned to him. In order to prevent human powerhouses from transcending their tribulations, the Sea Clan would launch a war during their tribulation transcendence with the attempt to shake the determination of the transcendence with the death of many creatures. The sooner he transcended the tribulation, the better. Otherwise, the more tragic things he saw, the more upset he would be, which would affect the success rate of transcending the tribulation. The sooner he transcended the tribulation, the sooner the battle would become a normal battle, and their attention would be returned to Han Fei. They would try to cast a shadow on Han Fei's great Tao after Han Fei's tribulation, giving birth to inner demons, and prevent Han Fei from seeking his Tao. Jing'er said telepathically, "Okay, transcend the tribulation quickly." After all, the battles before the tribulation had always been tentative. This time, it was also because they heard that Han Fei was an unparalleled genius that so many sea demons tried to stop him before his tribulation. But what they heard was true. Han Fei was indeed as strong as he was said to be. How could a true genius from the royal capital attack so easily? It was unwise to fight someone at the peak of the law enforcer realm. They would have other Chances in the future. Kill. At that moment, cries of killing sounded, and the battle was extremely intense. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In Han Fei's perception, hundreds of kilometers away, they were already fighting. Behind him, the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan, who had been watching the show, dispersed like a tide and attacked in all directions. The battles in the Dark Warport were divided into three types. One was between the strong, one was between the life and death lines of the fearless barrier, and one was chaotic battles in the dark water. During the tribulation, the army of the Waterwood World's guardians had already rushed into the dark water realm. As for the sea demons, all the creatures below the Tao-seeking realm rushed into the fearless barrier. When they really started fighting, they would have to face all kinds of opponents. The goal of the fearless tree had always been great demons in the Tao-seeking realm. As soon as the battle started, Han Fei looked back, only to see that the Insect King was still lying on the sea. The Insect King shouted, "Transcend the tribulation." Han Fei's heart stirred, and Water Luster transmitted a message to him. "Master, we can also transcend the tribulation." Fire Seed's voice sounded, "Master, once we transcend the tribulation, we can remove some restrictions of the sea-quelling painting." Han Fei frowned. Water Luster and the others were only trapped by the sea-quelling painting. Otherwise, they would have succeeded in transcending the tribulation long ago. Han Fei was thinking, this time, the tribulation for me alone has already caused such a huge uproar. If the number of tribulations suddenly change from 1 to 6, who knows what will happen? However, it seemed that Punishing Saber and the others could only transcend their tribulations in the Waterwood world. Once they returned to the Inyang world, if the 5 of them went through tribulations in a row, it would be strange if they weren't discovered. At that time, as long as the big clans discovered that, they would definitely know that he appeared and would definitely cause trouble. Han Fei gritted his teeth and replied, "I have my own considerations. I'll transcend my heavenly tribulation now." Han Fei certainly didn't dare to ask Punishing Saber and the others to come out to transcend the tribulation together. After all, they were 5 real legendary creatures. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Insect King, please guard me." Buzz. Han Fei stood proudly on the surging sea, looking at the sky, and his aura began to rise crazily. He had seen tribulations and helped others transcend tribulations more than once. Han Fei knew very well how strong an ordinary person's 3-layered tribulation was. As long as he had enough time, a mere 3-layered tribulation was nothing to him. Besides, during the 4 years he stayed in the Wind Rain village, he had done a lot of things. He had painted more than 100 large arrays. Han Fei wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation at all. Of course, Han Fei planned to break through to the 4th level of the indestructible body in one fell swoop. The indestructible body was gradually improving his physique, first refining the body, then refining the flesh and then the bones. Now his bones were glowing, and his blood even turned faintly golden. The 4th level was the level of mastery of the indestructible body. The difficulty of the breakthrough could be seen. "Come on!" As Han Fei roared, spiritual energy swept crazily within 300 kilometers. As if feeling that he didn't have enough spiritual energy, Han Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of caddies of spiritual spring flew into the air, turned into billowing spiritual energy, and swept into his body. Boom. Buzz. Above the sky, the tribulation clouds were dense, and within 300 kilometers, It instantly turned from day to night. The black clouds pressed against the sea, like a black dragon turning over, blocking most of the light. Hiss! Beside the insect king, many insect explorers exclaimed, "This tribulation cloud is so big." On the sea demon's side, a venerable shouted, "Transcend the heavenly tribulation." At that moment, a total of 5 sea race heavenly talents transcended the tribulation together. In an instant, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. Just now, the tribulation clouds were only 300 kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced by half. Someone frowned. The bigger the tribulation clouds are, the more powerful they seem to be, right? However, they chose such a close place to transcend the tribulation this time. Are they trying to snatch the thunder tribulation? Jinger sneered. What are you thinking about? Someone even took the initiative to snatch the lightning tribulation? Wushang Shui frowned slightly. Wait, if the other party's heavenly talents are not weak and really snatched half of Han Fei's thunder heavenly might, is he considered to have completed his tribulation? Jinger's face stiffened. She pinched her fingers, calculated, and looked up at the void. Suddenly, Jinger said to him via voice transmission, "Han Fei, don't let them snatch your tribulation. You are different from others. You walk the path of body refinement. Although you can still become an explorer after breaking through the tribulation, without enough baptism of heavenly tribulation, it won't benefit your cultivation." Han Fei turned his neck. Snatch my heavenly tribulation? Can they? Roar. At that moment, a golden giant stood proudly on the sea. The golden giant pointed its finger at the air, and the invincible fighting intent was fully activated. The golden light dazzled and pierced the soul. You want to snatch my heavenly tribulation? Don't you know what you are? With that, Han Fei held the blood-drinking knife and roared in a low voice. Today, I, Han Fei, have a knife that can kill the heavenly tribulation and annihilate all my enemies. Can anyone here be my enemy? Boom. When the path of invincibility was revealed, the tribulation clouds in the sky rolled thousands of kilometers away. The blue electric arcs, like dragon shadows, roared non-stop. What? The path of invincibility? On the Waterwood World side, the Insect King suddenly raised its head. It was guarding the area, but it was also shocked. Wushang Shui exclaimed, "Does this guy take the path of invincibility?" Jinger was also a little surprised. Yes. I just found out too. On the sea demon's side, a venerable shouted, "Not good, the path of invincibility. We can't resist this heavenly tribulation. Retreat." The 5 powerhouses of the royal city, who had just triggered the heavenly tribulation, were all shocked. Are you kidding me? The heavenly tribulation is already here. Where can I retreat to now? This heavenly tribulation spread thousands of kilometers, and the 5 sea clan powerhouses still wanted to retreat when they heard the sound of thunder. Not good, I can't run away. Block it. Ha ha ha. Han Fei opened his arms, and his flesh and blood were cracking inch by inch. Boom. At that moment, in the lightning hell ranging thousands of miles, infinite electric arcs streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Han Fei was enshrouded by a pillar of lightning that was 100 meters thick. Electricity flashed around him. On the other side, 4 of the 5 peak-level sea spirits who failed to escape in time were crushed in an instant, without even a wisp of smoke left. Only the mermaid had 3 green scales, blocking in front of her. However, even though the defense power of the three scales was shocking enough to withstand such a terrifying lightning tribulation, they were still full of cracks. Who? When Han Fei appeared again, his flesh was blurred and his skin could no longer be seen. One could even see the white bones on his hands. However, Han Fei's chest was heaving, and his terrifying vitality was recovering. His veins and flesh were recovering at a visible speed. Han Fei was also horrified. Wasn't his heavenly tribulation a little too strong? He had thought that his heavenly tribulation would be difficult at most to the third one, but the first one shouldn't be so difficult. But who could have known that even the first lightning tribulation almost killed him and destroyed his body? At this moment, Han Fei remembered the heavenly heart pill. Old Bai said that this thing could increase the success rate by 30% when one was breaking through to the explorer level. Shua. Han Fei didn't hesitate. He knew how strong the lightning tribulation was. He decided to eat it first. As soon as he swallowed the heavenly heart pill, a lotus leaf appeared on his head. Jing'er, who was watching from a distance, said in surprise, "Huh. Isn't this the heaven heart lotus?" Wu Shangshui said in surprise, "Is this a natural spiritual creature? I didn't expect him to have such a spiritual treasure." Jing'er shook her head slightly. "It's a pity that the heaven heart lotus isn't that powerful. For ordinary people, it can help them block a heavenly tribulation, but for Han Fei's lightning tribulation, it can't even block half of it." But Han Fei didn't feel it. He felt the vitality in his body suddenly burst out. His body was still broken a moment ago, but now his flesh and blood had been regrown, and his skin had regrown. Shua. Han Fei didn't forget to cast the divine healing technique on himself to speed up his recovery. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his body was full of explosive power. Every drop of his blood seemed to be swallowing energy. Rumble. The second lightning struck. However, this time everyone was surprised. The lightning this time actually carried some redness. Bam. 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 The three green scales in front of the mermaid exploded. When the lightning struck her, she still wanted to block it with her divine weapon, but with a bang, even her divine weapon was shattered and turned to ash. This was the heavenly tribulation of the path of invincibility. Ordinary people wouldn't even have a chance to withstand it. The heavenly tribulation seemed to know that it had killed the uninvited guests and slowly began to gather and shrink, from more than 1,000 kilometers just now to about 900 kilometers. Han Fei, who was also struck by the second lightning bolt, wasn't any better than before. The petal turned completely blue, as if it had absorbed infinite lightning. It floated above Han Fei's head, and Han Fei's flesh was blurred again. Electric arcs were dancing inside and outside of his body non-stop. Han Fei discovered that the so-called heavenly heart pill was only to block more than 30% of the power of the single heavenly tribulation. It didn't increase the success rate of the tribulation by 30% like old Jiang said. In fact, Han Fei had really wronged old Jiang this time. The heavenly heart pill could block an entire heavenly tribulation for ordinary people, but was Han Fei an ordinary person? Of course, thanks to the heavenly heart pill that dispersed more than 30% of the power of the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei continued to breathe and quickly swallowed the second bolt of lightning's energy. At that moment, Han Fei felt his bone marrow liquefied. On his bones, there were spots of golden light, which could be seen with the naked eye. However, in the sky, the lightning was getting more and more intense, but no lightning tribulation came down. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. The heavenly heart pill didn't help him digest the energy, but helped him temporarily absorb more than 30% of the heavenly tribulation. Immediately, Han Fei raised his head, and the petal fell into his mouth. Crack! Crack! Dozens of cracks appeared on his body that had just recovered, shaking Han Fei's internal organs. However, the second heavenly tribulation was digested in 2 parts, and he passed it safely. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After the 2 heavenly tribulations, both the waterwood world and the sea demons had a plan. At this moment, at least 1,000 pairs of eyes from both sides were staring at Han Fei. They all saw Han Fei's tribulation clearly and were shocked. When the first lightning struck down, they discovered that the first lightning of Han Fei's heavenly tribulation was probably much stronger than other people's last one. After only one attack, the 4 heavenly talents of the royal city were killed. Even the heavenly talents of the royal city were killed by a bolt of lightning, which showed how talented Han Fei was. There was still a mermaid left, trying to block the lightning with her life essence green scales, but she only managed to resist the first lightning bolt. When the second lightning bolt came, her body was completely shattered. At this moment, Han Fei had swallowed 2 lightning bolts of the heavenly tribulation in a row and felt that his war body had been pushed to its limit. Through breathing techniques, the energy he swallowed had reached the limit of transformation. At this time, all the energy in Han Fei's body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes, as if his body was being remodeled. Not only was the energy demand too high, but the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe had also begun to consume spontaneously. All in all, the power of the 2 lightning bolts of the heavenly tribulation was swallowed by Han Fei. It seemed to have reached its limit, but it was actually not enough. Han Fei's body was working at full capacity, but his digestion speed still didn't keep up with the speed of his physique's transformation. At this moment, the shadow in the sky had turned blue and purple, and many tribulation clouds had begun to change color. Wu Shangshue's expression changed drastically. It's coming. If the law enforcer is strong enough, the purple tribulation will come. If Han Fei doesn't die today, he will definitely become a venerable someday. Purple tribulation? On the sea demon's side, the venerable level powerhouse's expression was solemn as he thought to himself, no wonder this person is favored by Queen Life. However, why hadn't I heard of this guy before? Logically speaking, the sea race should know more or less about the powerhouses, heavenly talents, and subordinates of Queen Life. However, where did Han Fei come from? How did such a genius suddenly pop up? At this moment, Han Fei was still calm. The higher the talent, the stronger the strength, the greater the heavenly tribulation. In history, there had been purple tribulations, but Han Fei's purple tribulation cloud hadn't completely condensed. Could he survive it? It was still a question. Han Fei was also a little stunned. Oh, I've never seen such a situation. Han Fei had helped many people through their tribulations. Han Fei was already proficient in transcending tribulations. Han Fei had seen people have special colored heavenly tribulations before, but he had never seen a purple one. Just now, the cloud was still King blue. How did it suddenly turn purple? In his heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, boy, if you have the ability, try to survive this heavenly tribulation. If you can transcend it, you're golden. body will be half complete. Then, in this desolate land, there should be no one among the explorers who can shake your body. The cracks on Han Fei's body were recovering, his vitality was strong, and his blood was surging. He looked at the sky and said, "A half-complete golden body? What do you mean?" The old turtle chuckled. "This is a sublimation of the level of life. After crossing this realm, as long as you cross another realm, you'll be out of the category of human beings. Your body can be called the golden body." "Golden body?" The old turtle said frankly, "As for cultivation, in the end, all roads lead to the same destination. It's fine to build a golden body, through body refinement. However, a golden body belongs to a king. If you can create a king-level golden body in the explorer realm, the benefits will be obvious. Understood?" Who? As Han Fei absorbed the energy around him, the energy fruits and spiritual spring and forge the universe were still shattering, and these powers were being transformed frantically. Han Fei had thought that this was the process of a peak-level law enforcer transforming into an explorer. However, hearing what the old turtle said, it didn't seem right. Was this the process of his body's evolution? Crack. Boom. 7 or 8 purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky, which startled Han Fei. He thought to himself, "Why are there so many lightning bolts?" However, at the next moment, multiple lightning bolts gathered and struck down. Pooh. 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 Crack. Ka ka ka. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood were exploding. Almost every cell in his body was exploding. The moment he vomited blood, his blood was vaporized by the lightning. His battle suit and hair disappeared in an instant. Who? Swish swish swish. Vitality surged crazily, but it couldn't keep up with the collapse of his body. At the moment the lightning struck him, Han Fei immediately understood why. Queen Life used the spring of life to exchange resources with him. Even if he wasn't dead, it would take days for him to recover from such a lightning strike. However, under such circumstances, how could he have a few days to slowly recover? Click. In the purple lightning, a drop of green liquid instantly shattered, circled around, and was sucked into Han Fei's body. All of a sudden, a tremendous amount of vitality gushed out. Han Fei felt that the golden light spots in his bones and blood began to multiply. At the moment of the lightning strike, Han Fei felt that at least 1/10 of his blood turned golden. His bones changed more, and golden spots appeared on his crystal-clear jade-like bones. Roar. A low roar came from Han Fei's throat. Han Fei felt that every part of his body was trembling. However, this didn't stop him from being excited. Han Fei thought to himself, "This spring of life is too powerful. Just a drop of it has helped me pass the most difficult obstacle?" At this moment, he could still feel the infinite vitality in his body. The feeling was countless times faster than the natural-born vitality of the indestructible body. This feeling was the same as when he swallowed the Destiny Holy Fruit. However, the Destiny Holy Fruit could only be encountered by chance. But he had 10 drops of the spring of life. As long as he survived the heavenly tribulation and became a peak-level explorer, he had plenty of ways to obtain resources. However, Han Fei was seriously injured. Before he had the time to feel excited, the old turtle's voice suddenly sounded, "Boy, use the remaining 9 drops of spring water together." Han Fei, huh? Han Fei's face was gone. At this moment, only his flesh and blood were left. What do you mean? This time, before the old turtle said anything, a big octopus suddenly intended to tear open the void and attack Han Fei. Get lost. Wu Shongshua's cold voice echoed, who wants to force me to kill today? Jing'er said to him via voice transmission, Han Fei, don't be stingy with the spring of life. You still have one lightning bolt to withstand. No matter what. You must survive it. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Aren't there only 3 layers of the heavenly tribulation? Han Fei's flesh had just been regrown and his skin had just been reborn when he saw Jing'er take a step in the air and whip out a long whip. The insect king shouted, Han Fei, this is the 4th tribulation, commonly known as the 4-9 king tribulation. This shows that the heavenly Tao recognizes that you have the talent to become a king, so this last tribulation is extremely difficult. Han Fei was horrified. 4-9 king tribulation? I've never heard of it before. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said indifferently, what's there to be surprised about? I had already guessed that there would be such a tribulation. My only surprise is that you seem to have a smooth journey transcending this tribulation means that you have infinite potential. As long as you don't die, there is a high chance that you can become a king. Han Fei took a deep breath. You're telling me? I knew it long ago. The old turtle was lost for words. Just keep showing off. Not everyone can withstand the 4-9 king tribulation. You were lucky enough to survive 3 lightning strikes because of your strong foundation and physique. However, if you forcibly resist the 4th lightning, even a heavenly talent is very likely to be killed. But you are different. You have the spring of life, which can extend your life by 900 years, and forcibly swallow the 4th tribulation. Han Fei's face, that hadn't fully recovered, couldn't be seen even if it was dark. He had just traded all the resources he had earned for the spring of life yesterday, but he had to use them all now. 5 minutes later, Han Fei's eyes grew again. He didn't notice that his appearance seemed to have become better after this tribulation. It was not that his appearance had changed, but that his skin had become whiter, and there was even a faint sheen on it. His temperament seemed to be more like old Han's. Of course, this was not the time to study his appearance. This was because the tribulation clouds in the sky had changed. The 3rd tribulation cloud was still purple. But at this moment, the tribulation clouds had turned red. Fortunately, the coverage of the tribulation clouds had changed from 1,000 miles to about 500 miles. However, the range for the lightning tribulation to absorb energy was beyond thousands of kilometers. Hiss. On the battlefield, a member of the insect race shouted, why haven't you finished your tribulation yet? Why is there a 4th one? A human exclaimed, oh my God, is it the legendary 4-9 king tribulation? The tribulation of a king. Anyone transcending it can be called a half-king. What? Waterwood World is going to have a new king? A heavenly talent of the Sea clan's expression changed drastically. How was it possible? This was probably a heavenly talent that only appeared once in a 1,000 years. A human powerhouse shouted angrily, Messenger Jing also transcended a 4-9 king tribulation. As expected, Han Fei is someone the queen values. Everyone, kill the enemies. The fearless battlefield was in an uproar as the great demons of the Tao Seeking Realm and the fearless tree demons fought to the death. Sea spirit creatures fought in the dark water. Peak-level explorers fought on the battlefield not covered by the heavenly tribulation. Some peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse attempted to step into the heavenly tribulation's range, forcing it to change. However, the powerhouses of the Waterwood world all rushed out. Swish! 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 Chen shouted, "If you dare to provoke us again, believe it or not, I'll become a venerable today." The insect king hadn't moved at all, and its voice resounded. "I'd like to see who can touch a single hair of his under my watch." People were fighting fiercely 1,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. And he couldn't be distracted at all. The red lightning was about to strike. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Rumble. The red lightning clearly exceeded ordinary people's understanding of heavenly tribulation. At the moment this tribulation fell, Han Fei had already soaked himself in a massive spiritual spring. Because he was still a little stingy, Han Fei gritted his teeth and only threw 8 drops of the spring of life to himself, not daring to use the last drop. Even so, Han Fei was almost struck stunned in an instant. He didn't know if he was alive or dead. When the last tribulation came, the only thing Han Fei had time to do was to throw little Fatty into the seabed. He thought that he probably wouldn't die, but what if he died? He summoned little Fatty first. If he died, someone would save him. Han Fei had been prepared for his possible death. Sure enough, as soon as the red lightning tribulation came, he was knocked over. It wasn't that he lost consciousness, but that his flesh and blood began to disperse. The indestructible body was still running, and the absorption technique was still frantically absorbing the energy in the lightning. However, Han Fei could only subconsciously absorb the energy. He found that he couldn't feel his face and mouth anymore. Not only that, he also felt that his body was sticky and blurred, as if his broken flesh was recombining. Terrifying energy kept pouring into his body. Han Fei's perception at this moment was limited to his own body. At that moment, Han Fei's bones were full of spots of golden light. However, every time Han Fei felt his vitality swell to the extreme and was about to repair his broken body, the terrifying energy burst Han Fei's meridians in an instant. Han Fei didn't know or feel the repeated collapse of his veins and flesh. He didn't even know where his limbs were. Han Fei felt that he was recovering. He felt that his hands and feet were intact, but he couldn't get up. He seemed to be squatting on the ground and squeezed into a ball. He speculated that some parts of his body were collapsing and exploding. However, he didn't panic at all. 8 drops of spring of life, which was almost all his properties. If he still died in such a case, what else could he do? However, what Han Fei didn't know was that after the terrifying energy of the red lightning washed over him again and again, his originally crystal clear meridians were completely shattered again and thoroughly stopped growing. Instead, the seed that had been hanging in his dantian was enveloped by a black mist for some reason and shattered. Hiss! The pupils of the old turtle who had been deep in Han Fei's sea of consciousness were constricted, and his heart trembled. What's going on with this guy? Why did he take 2 paths? Before the path of invincibility, he had taken another one? At this moment, the old turtle smacked his lips and said, "It's quite rare to see someone with 2 spiritual heritages. One is a heavenly heritage, and the other is a level 9 spiritual heritage. Both of them are unparalleled spiritual heritages, but one hasn't awakened yet, and the other has been broken." Doesn't that mean that he has no spiritual heritage to use now? Huh. The old turtle was a little surprised to find that the seed that Han Fei had just shattered didn't seem to be weak. Otherwise, it couldn't have survived under the oppression of the invincible path until now. But at this moment, Han Fei was transcending the tribulation. This naturally born spiritual seed was broken, so was his level 9 spiritual heritage. The old turtle thought to himself, if it's broken, won't Han Fei become a big meatball in the future? He probably won't even be able to keep the parts of his body together. However, at the next moment, the old turtle was furious. Roar. Damn it, no. My great Tao, my Tao. Thief, don't use my great Tao. In the old turtle's roar, it saw that a golden path was crushed inch by inch. Shameless robber. You're stealing. You shattered my great Tao just to help a brat rebuild his meridians? The old turtle was furious, but the demon purification pot didn't listen to him. All the energy fruits, spiritual springs, and the black bead, as well as the bodies of the creatures, the seasonings that Han Fei planted, and the last drop of life spring water that Han Fei secretly kept in the demon purification pot all crumbled at this moment. The demon purification pot seemed to be extremely short of energy and had used up all the resources available in Forge the Universe. In the mass of flesh and blood, a clear blue vein began to slowly be born. As the vein became more and more complicated, a brand new spiritual heritage was born. Trembling, the old turtle said, I see. It's not that he can't make it through this tribulation, but that you forcibly attracted an insurmountable tribulation to destroy his Tao seed and spiritual heritage. What the hell are you? The 3 small vines of the demon purification pot swayed gently as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of the old turtle, he was already dumbfounded. Where did this calabash come from? If it was a top-notch treasure, why had he never heard of it? Han Fei felt that everything was very natural. Earlier, he felt that he must have been dizzy from the lightning strikes, so he didn't feel his limbs. When the endless energy was swallowed, he finally felt his limbs. Although they were still a little soft, he didn't panic. As long as he could feel them, it meant that his limbs were still there. After another moment, Han Fei felt that he should have made it through. He could already see his bones, which had turned golden. However, the color wasn't deep enough. This made Han Fei a little unhappy. Didn't they call it the half-golden body? I thought it would be half golden and half white, but it turned out to be faintly golden. Han Fei didn't pay much attention, but then he realized that something was wrong with his meridians. Huh. Why can't I feel my meridians? Well, aren't they still there? Have I not fully recovered? Wait, why is my blood golden? Does being golden mean it's very expensive? I can't bleed easily in future, can I? Hey. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. My seed? Where is my seed? Han Fei looked inside, only to see that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was spinning with the demonic origin. As for his seed, it was gone for some reason. Did something just happen that I don't know about? When Han Fei's flesh, skin, eyes, and hair all regrew, he raised his hand and felt it. Bang! As Han Fei clenched his fist, the void exploded. Shoot! Why have I become so strong? Han Fei subconsciously looked at the demon purification pot. What he saw shocked him. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 70, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy greater than 12,001/12,001. Spiritual power greater than 2001/2001. Perception range, 1,668 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, 198 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin Inyan spirit swallowing fish, level 59. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky-stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. Of course he knew that it was a huge leap from the peak of the law enforcer realm to the explorer realm. It was an improvement in the level of life. To put it bluntly, no matter how weak an explorer was, ordinary law enforcers were definitely no match for him. Of course, Han Fei was an exception. After all, when Han Fei was still a law enforcer, he wasn't an ordinary law enforcer, but a law enforcer with the qualifications to become a king. In the past, Han Fei and Shiman Linglan had calculated that even the weakest law enforcer who transcended the tribulation to become an explorer had more than 50 waves of strength. Usually, most of them had more than 70 or 80 waves of strength, but very few could have 100 waves of strength. As for the peak of the law enforcer realm, when Han Fei was at the peak of the law enforcer realm, his strength was only 54 waves. Even after 4 years of precipitation in the Wind Rain Village, his strength was only 76 waves. In terms of strength alone, even an abnormally strong genius like him could barely defeat a junior explorer without using a secret technique. As far as Han Fei knew, the limit of his strength after this breakthrough was about 120 waves. He didn't estimate it out of thin air, but based on the experience he gained on the Avenger. At first, his strength could reach more than 100 waves. Then, when he was a junior peak-level explorer, his strength might be able to reach more than 200 waves at most. Of course, with his conditions, it shouldn't be difficult for his strength to reach 200 waves when he became a junior peak-level explorer. However, the terrifying thing was that he had only transcended a heavenly tribulation, but his strength was approaching the 200 waves mark. This number had even reached the level of the most ordinary intermediate explorer. Besides, he didn't use any secret technique. Compared with the enhancement of strength, his spiritual power and soul strength didn't seem to be very outstanding. His perception range had only increased by more than 300 miles, not too much. Just as Han Fei was wondering if he should continue to consolidate his strength, he was suddenly stunned. He suddenly noticed something special. Why had his first spiritual heritage become unknown? Huh? Where is my level 9 spiritual heritage? Why did it become unknown? Han Fei immediately looked inside and felt it, only to find that his meridians seemed to have changed. In his brand new meridians, spiritual energy and energy shuttled extremely fast without the slightest feeling of obstruction. Huh? Why is it so smooth? Wait. What kind of meridians are these? Han Fei suddenly widened his eyes and stopped looking inside. Instead, he looked at his arm and pinched his veins. Gulp. After a long time, Han Fei slowly swallowed. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. Although he seemed to have made a breakthrough in the 4th level of the indestructible body, his meridians seemed to have disappeared. Or to be exact, it became invisible. He couldn't feel them with his finger, but they did exist. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Is my body not fully recovered? Don't panic. I still have a drop of spring of life. But at the next moment. Oh. Where's my spring of life? Where are my spiritual fruits? Where is my spiritual spring? Where is my food? To be honest, Han Fei was dumbfounded. His first reaction was that it was not true. How could the things he hid in Forge the Universe be gone? Not only were the treasures gone, but even the hot pot that he usually used was gone. The entire Forge the Universe was clean without even a blade of grass. The ultra-quality materials that hadn't been forged, the fish skin array he had once drawn, the black bead that hadn't been used, and even the sea demon evil book he had once obtained, were all gone. This didn't make sense. In Forge the Universe, the spirit awakening fluid that he kept for his pets were all gone. He should have used it sooner. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old turtle, it was definitely the old turtle. This old guy knew the existence of the demon purification pot and might have discovered the secret of Forge the Universe. While I was transcending the tribulation, he secretly stole my resources. Han Fei roared, old the asterisk starred, come out. Tell me, did you steal my things? The old turtle was licking his wounds alone. His Tao had been forcibly obliterated by the other party. His Tao had been used as the foundation of a little b asterisk star's new meridians. Was there anything more outrageous than this in the world? Suddenly, Han Fei cursed him like crazy. How could the big turtle bear it? Han Fei shouted angrily, I know it's you. Except for you, I don't have another person with me. I can tolerate you stealing my food, my seasonings, and even my pearls. But, how do you have the cheek to steal the spiritual fruits and the life spring water I only have? The old turtle roared, little b asterisk starred, don't slander me. I stole your things? Who do you think I am? You robbed me of my great Tao. If it weren't for this little calabash, I would have swallowed you. Han Fei bared his teeth. Okay. Swallow me? Humph, calabash, suck it too. Death. However, there was no response from the demon purification pot, which made Han Fei rather embarrassed. The old turtle roared, little b asterisk starred, just you wait. You used my Tao, and for the sake of this relationship, I can still guide you. But now, humph, I won't say a word. Are you surprised that your level 9 spiritual heritage is gone? Have you discovered that your Tao seed is broken? Have you discovered that you feel everything is wrong with you? Heh. I won't tell you why. Han Fei? Han Fei wondered if he had misunderstood the turtle. Wait, what else did the old turtle know? Han Fei lowered his voice. Hey. Do you know what happened? Tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know that you didn't steal anything? Get lost. The old turtle's thunderous voice echoed in Han Fei's head. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This old turtle seems to be really angry. The problem was, why was it so angry? Was it still angry about its Tao? Wasn't that thing snatched by the demon purification pot 4 years ago? Why was it so angry now? Han Fei really didn't understand this turtle. Forget it. Let's go out first. I don't know what's going on outside. When Han Fei broke through the ball of spring that wrapped him, he was suddenly stunned. In his eyes, thunder rumbled, and electric arcs fell from the sky. Boom. As soon as Han Fei came out, he was struck by lightning. However, just now, he was struck by lightning because he was transcending the tribulation. Then what was this now? Was this still considered a tribulation? Being struck like this, Han Fei didn't find any pain at all. He even scratched his head, only to find that the power of lightning seemed to be mediocre now. Was it because he was already used to it? Releasing his perception, Han Fei immediately discovered that the area where the lightning struck was less than 300 kilometers large. The reason for the lightning was that the thick tribulation clouds had accumulated too much before, so they couldn't disperse for a while. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since it can't disperse, why do I have to make it disperse? Isn't it better to continue transcending the tribulation? Anyway, it had already come to this point. Because of him, the Sea Clan and Waterwood World started a war. There was no such thing as guilt or inner demons that hindered his cultivation. If it were the old Han Fei, even a resource competition in the village could become his inner demon. But now, he didn't even know if he still had a heart. A heart demon? Immediately, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, punishing Saber, Tree Spirit, come out. Buzz. With Han Fei's current strength, he could actually support the 5 of them coming out. However, could they transcend the tribulation together? As soon as punishing Saber and Tree Spirit came out, with a bang, Tree Spirit was cut through. Then, smoke began to rise on him in an instant. Of course, this was just ordinary lightning, not the so-called lightning tribulation. Of course, it was impossible to kill Tree Spirit instantly. Otherwise, the identity of the legendary creature would be a joke. Tree Spirit was struck stunned and looked up. Master, have you finished transcending the heavenly tribulation? Han Fei said, take the opportunity to transcend your tribulation quickly. Punishing Saber's blade trembled slightly. Master, we have long reached the peak and have a complementary array. In fact, we can transcend the tribulation together. Han Fei frowned. Oh? Will your lives be in danger? Tree Spirit said leisurely, no, nature-born spiritual plants are blessed by the heavens. Besides, Earth 9's defense is very strong. Han Fei's heart stirred as a mountain and river appeared. Immediately. Afterward, he saw Fire Seed, Water Luster, and Earth 9 appear one after another, floating above the sea. The scene in the lightning tribulation might be able to block the vision of ordinary people, but definitely not the vision of venerables. Good, good. It seems that Waterwood World has been preparing for a long time. They actually want to let 6 people transcend the heavenly tribulation at once. My men, smash the area of the heavenly tribulation. Humph. Do you think I don't exist? The Insect King roared, and Han Fei saw that its huge body began to rapidly shrink. In an instant, he successfully turned into a bald young man about 2 meters tall. Han Fei was shocked to see him. This bald man was cold-faced, bald, and his armor was full of sharp blades. His arms, legs, elbows, and even the back of his head were all black sharp blades. Was this the human form of the Insect King? He looked like a murderous killer. However, that was not the end of it. In Han Fei's eyes, the Insect King directly cracked, and a new Insect King appeared. The Insect King pointed his knife at the void and said arrogantly, I don't mind how many venerables come, but if any Tao-seeking realm demons dare to cross the line, I'll kill them all. The mantis shrimp that had been confronting the Insect King also had a human transformation technique, which was even weirder than the Insect King. 2 limbs grew out of his back. It could be seen that although these venerables could turn into humans, they were far from being like real humans. Or rather, they needed this half-human, half-demon state to facilitate their battle. The Insect King shouted, when has Waterwood World ever been afraid of fighting? The two of them didn't take action immediately, and the Venerable on the opposite side shouted, what a battle of tribulation. The Waterwood World has done a lot for this tribulation, hasn't you? In that case, let's see if you can stop our powerhouses in this battle. Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei felt the void tremble. Then, a gigantic crack appeared in the sky 500 kilometers away. Then the Insect King and the Mantis Shrimp Venerable both disappeared. Han Fei took a deep breath. Nine Tails, you're too weak. Look at this Mantis Shrimp, he is already a Venerable. However, once the Venerables left, the situation outside the Fearless City wall was out of control. Behind Han Fei was the Fearless Barrier, with the fearless trees rooted in the air. A strange green light stabbed into an old turtle. The old turtle's shell that was as hard as a rock was completely useless. Starting from his shell, a piece of green moss that looked like shattered seaweed grew. Ah! In a low scream, the turtle was soon covered by moss. No matter how it struggled, even if it tore the void, it couldn't resist the erosion of his soul and body. Of course, the price to pay for killing a sea race powerhouse was that after the fearless tree launched this strange parasitic strike, its body immediately began to wither. In the end, it became dead branches at the bottom of the sea, which would soon be dismembered and eaten by plankton. Due to the departure of the Venerable, on the Fearless City wall, an old tree soon stuck up from the bottom of the sea. He was also a Venerable, but he was protecting the Fearless Barrier. Seeing that Han Fei had successfully transcended the tribulation, a Dao seeking creature immediately shouted, Han Fei, do you dare to fight me? At this moment, all kinds of perceptions swept over. Everyone discovered that Han Fei was as broken as a porcelain doll and walked out of the heavenly tribulation with a limp. Huh? Yu Chen, who had been paying attention to Han Fei, shot an arrow through the air and asked, why is someone else transcending a tribulation? Lu Hanley, from the Flying Feather Division, who had met Han Fei once, also shattered the void with her sword, trying to charge at Han Fei. However, a golden-winged flying fish flew in the air, setting up a domain with thousands of scales. A big ball bubble wrapped the two of them in the void. Again. Someone shouted, why are there still creatures transcending tribulations? At this moment, not only did the tribulation clouds in the sky not disperse, but they also showed 5 colors as if they were rays of light passing through from billions of kilometers away. However, Han Fei was penniless and had no properties at all. Han Fei shouted, everyone, whoever lends me some resources, I'll pay you back double in the future. Han Fei's cry attracted almost everyone's attention. Someone took a breath. This person still alive? He survived the 4-9 King tribulation safely? However, Han Fei's miserable appearance was also seen by everyone. How could it be easy to transcend a kingly tribulation? At this moment, Han Fei must have been like a spent arrow, and his resources must have been exhausted, so he had to borrow resources from others. A big bird from the Sky Clan rushed over. Here you are. A sea-swallowing seashell cut through the sky. Swish! Swish! Dozens of arrows shot over, with sea-swallowing seashells on them. Han Fei was overjoyed, and a phantom hand grabbed at the void. Immediately, intermediate Dao-seeking powerhouses rushed over. After all, Han Fei had never killed a cultivator of this level head-on before. The half-merman was confident that he could beat Han Fei because he was 2 levels higher than him. Besides, he also had a secret method, so he should be no worse than Han Fei. Besides, Han Fei was seriously injured. He must not let him get resources. Although you survived the heavenly tribulation, you still can't escape from death. As soon as this person shouted, there were shouts from all directions. It was mainly because Han Fei was too fierce before the tribulation. The 5 heavenly talents from the royal city were directly killed because of the heavenly tribulation. In head-on battles, Han Fei was domineering. And in the battle over the heavenly tribulation, the Sikh clan lost too. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had just passed, and Han Fei was obviously seriously injured. If they didn't take action now, when would they? Han Fei, on the other hand, looked ferocious. Even if I, Han Fei, am seriously injured, do you think you can hurt me? Get lost. In the blink of an eye. The moment Han Fei walked out of the lightning tribulation, many strong masters came from all directions. Some people wanted to protect Han Fei, some wanted to kill him, and some people began to fight on the way. Compared to breaking through the fearless barrier, these sea demons were actually more willing to fight normal people of the same level as them. After all, the old trees guarding the fearless barrier were all determined to die. They were not even afraid of death. On Han Fei's side, the danger seemed to be much less. This battle was originally meant to hunt Han Fei. This purpose was so obvious that there was no need to hide it at all. At this moment, Han Fei looked so miserable that it seemed that he would break into pieces with a gentle push. Of course, countless sea race powerhouses came at him. This was a person who had passed the 4-9 King tribulation. This was a peerless genius whom no people in the same realm as him could defeat. In the void, Ning Jing was stopped by 2 venerables. However, she was not in the mood to fight. Instead, she said with disdain, "Do you really think that the person the queen values is weak?" Someone sneered. How can it be so easy to transcend the 4-9 King tribulation? Let's take the chance to kill him. Outside the tribulation cloud vortex, Han Fei had no weapon in his hand. He looked at the half-merman who was rushing at him, and there was a giant scorpion tail on his harpoon, which pierced through the void. Boom. Crack. In the next second, Han Fei grabbed the harpoon with both hands and seemed to have narrowly blocked the attack of the scorpion tail, and several cracks appeared on his chest. You stinky fish. You're not worthy of attacking me. The golden fist mark was no less powerful than the sacrificing punch. He shattered the divine weapon-level battle suit on the half-merman with a punch. Although he tried to resist Han Fei with the law of distortion, in terms of space law, the star teleportation technique was much better than that law. Pfft. Han Fei inserted one hand into the half-merman's body and clasped his hands. Chi La. A rain of blood fell. Han Fei roared and looked around. Who else? The people from the Flying Feather Division who were about to come to rescue Han Fei were all speechless. You're still being arrogant when you're so badly injured? Are you kidding me? However, Yu Chen thought to herself, that's not right. Han Fei doesn't even need half a second to kill an intermediate explorer. His strength seems to have increased a lot. Besides, he knew that Messenger Jing would personally guard Han Fei. But at this moment, neither Messenger Jing nor Venerable Shui was around. What were they up to? If they wanted to leave, could the sea demon Venerable really stop them? Yu Chen's heart did a flip. Han Fei feigned being weak. He immediately shouted, "It's okay. Just stop the peak-level Dao-seeking realm. Sea demons." Han Fei glanced around. Why had all the people who were supposed to guard him retreated? However, he didn't panic at all. Looking at the more than 20 sea demons rushing at him from all directions, he shouted, "Only these few people? Are you looking down on me?" Bang! Bang! Han Fei rose to the sky, and his fists were like dragons. Every time a golden fist mark appeared, the waves surged and the void exploded. Someone slashed Han Fei's body, leaving a deep cut. However, as Han Fei turned his hand, a kitchen knife swept across and cut him in half. A big turtle pressed down like a mountain. Han Fei, watch my mystic turtle. See suppressing technique. 100-meter-long turtle shadow appeared in the sky, smashing through the void and falling at Han Fei. Roar! Han Fei's face changed greatly, and one of his arms was full of cracks. His fist glowed red. Break! The punch penetrated the turtle shell and killed the old turtle. It was lost for words, wondering why Han Fei was still so strong. Someone shouted, "Han Fei's already a spent force. Everyone, let's attack him together." Han Fei shouted, "Even if I die today, I'll kill you first." What he said seemed to be true. At this moment, however, Han Fei was thinking, why are there only so few of them? Come more. Bang. 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 Bam. 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 In the battle covering 100 kilometers, furious waves surged, golden fist. Shadows filled the sky, and occasionally saber marks tore the sky. From time to time, Han Fei was hammered away, and his body was full of cracks. After killing only 10 people, Han Fei seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Someone shouted, "Let's try harder and kill him." 100 seconds passed. There were only 3 or 5 people left. Someone was speechless. Why is his body still not broken? However, Han Fei didn't seem to be pretending. Han Fei wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a muffled roar came from his throat. Since I've already made a breakthrough, how can a group of mere Dao-seeking demons kill me? Boom boom. Suddenly, a second 5-colored lightning bolt fell. The terrifying lightning didn't seem to be much weaker than Han Fei's 4-9 King Tribulation. Punishing Saber and the other 4 were too strong. During the first tribulation, they resisted it with their own bodies together and were completely fine. On the second lightning strike, the 5 of them used their own methods and helped each other. Water Luster froze Tree Spirit as if he were wearing heavy armor. Tree Spirit's infinite branches were injected into Fire Seed, whose body burst into flames. Fire Seed used Essence Fire as the basis, burning the void, and Earth 9 hid in the void rift. Punishing Saber was half inserted into a strange stone, and the lightning bolt struck Punishing Saber and penetrated the stone. After the lightning bolt, Punishing Saber even slashed the sky and shattered half of the lightning tribulation. The rest of the lightning was swallowed by Water Luster and absorbed. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but feel enlightened. The 5 elements mutually augmented and restrained each other. He wondered if Punishing Saber and the others were caught and thrown in by his mother. This was a bit too fierce. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let's ignore Han Fei and blast into the heavenly tribulation first. Let's see who's transcending the tribulation inside." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Crab, if you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you first." However, the crab simply ignored him. Han Fei was really not easy to deal with. He had just become an explorer, but his physique was too strong. Even if there were cracks all over his body, he was still unshakable. At this moment, the crab's giant pincer extended into the tribulation clouds. Shwa! A figure flashed in the air. Han Fei had traversed nearly 500 kilometers in an instant and arrived. Hiss! Not good, he is pretending. Damn it! Bang! A huge hammer fell from the sky. Caw caw caw. The crab's pincer was shattered, and the crab had just torn through the void. And hadn't had the time to escape when Han Fei punched its shell. Then, the crab's vitality declined and its body was full of death aura. Hey! You idiot, I told you not to provoke me. Didn't you hear me? Just die. The so-called cracks on Han Fei's body were recovering at a visible speed. That was just a fake scene caused by him activating the indestructible body. Just now. In fact, Han Fei was full of energy at the moment. He wouldn't feel tired even if he fought for another day and night. Buzz buzz buzz. A group of great demons at the Tao-seeking realm hurriedly retreated. Someone shouted in shock, impossible. You've just transcended a heavenly tribulation. How can you be safe and sound? Han Fei curled his lips and laughed. Do you think I'm as useless as you? What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? Now I feel that I can kill a peak level Tao-seeking powerhouse with one punch. Any strong master want to fight? Me? Humph. A sound wave shattered the void and struck in front of Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He stomped, and the Vajra giant appeared behind him. However, a gentle snort was suddenly heard and Han Fei was pushed back 1,000 meters in the air, his face dark. Han Fei gritted his teeth and grinned. A venerable attacked me in person? Don't let me find a chance in the future, or I will sweep across your sea. Spirit realm. At this moment, in the sky, the 5-colored misty brilliance was even more dazzling. Many people were actually stunned and had no idea what was going on inside. What surprised them was that since Han Fei had come out, who else was transcending the tribulation inside? Han Fei sighed. Although he had used all his resources in this battle, his comprehensive strength and confidence had indeed become a lot stronger. The 5 legend creatures had become explorers, so had him. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being hunted by others. In any case, explorers represented the top powers of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. As long as no venerables appeared, explorers could almost dominate the 2 domains. At this moment, the brilliance unleashed by Punishing Saber and the other 4 dyed the sky 5-colored. Therefore, from the outside, it looked like a 5-colored lightning tribulation. In fact, Earth 9 was covering the other 4 spirits with its own power. And Tree Spirit and the others were trying their best to feed Earth 9 back. That was why there was such a magnificent scene. Humph. Whoever is transcending the tribulation, come out. A peak-level Tao-seeking realm sea demon thrust a spear over. Han Fei sneered. You think you can see it as you please? Who do you think you are? Han Fei took a deep breath, activated the Beast King technique, and punched out. The terrifying power and the power of the spear exploded at the same time. Wow. Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back and felt his strength. There was a blood mark on his fist, indicating that the power of the punch he just gave was still a little weak. However, he didn't panic at all. Just now, he didn't use all his strength. Huh? How is that possible? How can a beginner explorer be comparable to a peak-level Dao seeker? The explorers of the Flying Feather Division shouted and fought crazily. Especially Yu Chen, he shouted in a low voice, "How dare you be distracted? Under my arrows? Today, I'll kill you to prove my Dao." Chi La. In midair, there was a dazzling flash as if there were stars flashing in front of his eyes. Then, he heard an explosion more than 300 kilometers away. Smack. One arrow breaks the barrier, and 2 arrows take the soul. Yu Chen appeared out of nowhere and pointed the longbow in his hand. Han Fei could only see 2 black spots in the air. Then, he saw the head of the shrimp soldier who narrowly blocked Yu Chen's arrow explode. At that moment, spiritual energy surged within thousands of kilometers. Yu Chen stood proudly in the void. He was about to enter the Dao. Rumble. At this moment, the lightning tribulation arrived too. The 5-colored mystic. Light struck the sky at the same time. Tree Spirit and the others resisted for more than 3 seconds, but they survived unscathed. At this moment, Wushang Shui took a step forward and threw the spiritual spring and energy to Yu Chen as if they were free. At the same time, a drop of life spring water was injected into Yu Chen's body. Then, Wushang Shui glanced at Han Fei with a complicated look.